Chapter 001. The Qi Refinement Family. Li Qingyuan. Yunxia Town. Li Clan of the Immortal Family. Though called an immortal family, it is merely a small third-rate Qi refinement family. However, even as a third-rate Qi refinement family, it remains an awe-inspiring and unattainable cultivation family for mortals. 7.5 years. In front of a small courtyard, a 7-year-old boy wearing a blue robe, with long hair tied up, a delicate and cute face, and bright, shining eyes, stood in anticipation. Li Qingyuan's small face was filled with both excitement and anxiety. This year, at 7 years old, it's finally time for the family's annual spirit root assessment. Do I have a spirit root? Li Qingyuan felt both eager and fearful, worrying. What if I don't have a spirit root? Having crossed over for 7.5 years, Li Qingyuan had long understood that he had arrived in a world where one could cultivate immortality, and he was born into a Qi refinement family. Even if this Qi refinement family was only a third-rate one, as long as he possessed a spirit root, he would definitely receive the family's training and directly embark on the path of cultivation. Though the starting point was low, he was already half a step into the realm of immortality. Among mortals, there are occasionally those who possess spirit roots, but due to a lack of destiny for cultivation, they squander their lives and never achieve immortality until they grow old and die. Now, Li Qingyuan was just a key away from unlocking his destiny as spirit root. In this life, my father has a 5 spirit root, and my mother is immortal, so my chances of having a spirit root surpass those of ordinary mortals. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath and said, even if it's just a 5 spirit root, the lowest grade mixed spirit root, it's still a spirit root that as long as there is a spirit root, one can cultivate. His father, Li Dingzhou, lazily walked into the courtyard, stretching as he said, Yuaner, why are you up so early today? Seeing his son's delicate and cute face filled with expectation and anxiety, Li Dingzhou smiled and said, seeing you like this reminds me of how I felt when I was assessed for my spirit root back then. How is it? Are you nervous? Li Qingyuan. At that moment, his mother, Chen Xiuyun, also came out, gave her husband a light slap, and said irritably, Yuaner is already nervous enough, and you're still teasing him. Is there such a father as you? Chen Xiuyun said. Hurry up. Today is the big day for the family's annual spirit root assessment. The Li clan conducts a spirit root assessment for children every year, requiring them to be at least 7 years old. Why once a year? Because the assessment requires the use of special magical tools, which consume a considerable amount of spirit stones to operate. Hence, it is done annually. Half a year ago, Li Qingyuan had already turned 7. Now, at 7.5 years old, he was also due for the spirit root assessment. Li Dingzhou nodded and said, let's go, Yuaner. Li Qingyuan quickly followed, waving goodbye. Mother, we're leaving. Chen Xiuyun watched the father and son leave, clasped her hands together, and whispered, Ancestors, bless my Yuaner with a spirit root, and may he successfully become an immortal. Master, the Li clan of the Immortal family has a population of 3,000, governing Yunxia Town and its surrounding 30 miles, with around 60 cultivators possessing spirit roots. In the clan year-round, Yunxia Town has tens of thousands of mortals, who are vassals of the Li clan, receiving protection from the Li clan and serving them. The Li clan resides in the center of Yunxia Town. Yunxia Mountain. On Yunxia Mountain, there is a first-tier defective spiritual vein. Although incomplete, it is the foundation of the Li clan and the essence of the family. When Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan arrived outside the hall for the family spirit root assessment, the area was already filled with people. Li Dingzhou glanced around and said, it seems there are at least 50 or 67-year-old children being assessed this year. Every year on this day, any child of the Li clan bloodline of appropriate age would come with their parents for the spirit root assessment. Brother Dingzhou. A middle-aged man hurried over, followed by a 7-year-old girl. Li Dingzhou smiled and said, you've come too, little brother. Li Qingyuan greeted Uncle Dingyuan. Hello, Sister Qingqing. Li Dingyuan had a 5 spirit root and was a 3rd-level Qi refinement cultivator, the same spirit root and cultivation level as his father, Li Dingzhou, and the two families maintained a good relationship. 7-year-old Li Qingqing was charming, with 2 cute pigtails, and her crisp voice greeted, hello, Uncle Dingzhou. Hello, Brother Qingyuan. Li Dingyuan looked around and said, Brother Dingzhou, based on past years, there are probably about 3 to 5 children with spirit roots this year. Sigh, I wonder if one of those 3 to 5 will be Qingqing or Qingyuan? Li Dingzhou felt uncertain as well. Although the Li clan was a cultivation family with superior bloodlines compared to mortals, The number of cultivators among the 3,000 members remained around 60. However, the proportion of those with spirit roots was still very low. Li Qingyuan also felt uncertain. It should be noted that his grandfather, who was his father's father, did not have a spirit root. In their lineage, apart from his father, the last person to have a spirit root was his father's grandfather. It was almost once per generation that someone had a spirit root. And in each generation, there were several siblings, even a dozen or so. This shows that even in the Li clan, those with spirit roots are still extremely rare. For ordinary mortals, it is even more 1 in 10,000 soon. The hall doors opened, and a clan elder announced, "The spirit root assessment begins." Children whose names are called should enter the hall with an elder for the spirit root assessment. First up, Li Qinghao, enter the hall. Next, Li Qingyu, prepare. Li Qingyuan was slightly taken aback. He knew both Li Qinghao and Li Qingyu. Both of their families had 4th-level Qi refinement cultivators. It seemed the order of the spirit root assessment was also arranged according to family strength. Before long, Li Qinghao walked out of the hall in a daze, his father's face filled with helplessness and extreme disappointment, sighing deeply. After a while, Li Qingyu and his father also walked out with disappointed expressions. After a series of failures, a chubby boy quickly ran out, laughing happily. "Ha! I have a spirit root. I have a spirit root." The chubby boy's father was also beaming, and people around kept coming up to congratulate him. Even Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan stepped forward to congratulate this fellow clansman. Next, Li Qingyuan, enter the hall. Li Qingqing, prepare. Li Dingzhou patted Li Qingyuan and said, "Let's go, son." The father and son entered the hall. The doors of the hall closed automatically, isolating them from the outside. Li Dingzhou clasped his hands in respect, politely saying, "Elders, thank you for your trouble." The two elders were both 5th-level Qi refinement cultivators, around 60 years old. One elder said, "Everything is for the family. Little Qingyuan, right? Step forward, prick your finger, and drop blood for the assessment." At 7 years old, a child has not yet cultivated their own attribute spiritual power, so it is impossible to directly detect their spirit root attributes just by touching the detection instrument. The Li clan is merely a third-rate immortal clan. With limited resources, the strongest cultivator is only the 6th-level clan leader. Thus, the magical tool used for the family spirit root assessment is certainly not very advanced. Li Qingyuan was not afraid. He picked up a dagger, gently pricked the tip of his finger, and let his blood drip into the blood slot of the instrument. After dripping blood, Li Qingyuan took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the spirit root detection instrument at the same time. Li Dingzhou also held his breath, silently praying, "May the ancestors bless my son with a spirit root," continuing the family legacy. Li Dingzhou's anticipation, tension, and anxiety were no less than his son's. Buzz. Suddenly, the magical artifact in front of Li Qingyuan buzzed and lit up with beams of light. Li Qingyuan exclaimed joyfully, "There's a reaction, haha. I have a spiritual root. I have a spiritual root." Buzz, buzz, buzz. The magical artifact lit up 1, 2, 3 beams of light. Green light, attributed to wood. Red light, attributed to fire. Yellow light, attributed to earth. Li Dingzhou's breath quickened, and he couldn't believe it, saying, "Wood, fire, earth, 3 spiritual roots. Ha ha ha, my son actually has 3 spiritual roots. It's 3 spiritual roots, 3 spiritual roots." Li Dingzhou wept with joy, tears welling up in his eyes. Chapter 002, 3 True Spiritual Roots. My son Qingyuan has the potential for foundation establishment. To actually have 3 spiritual roots. Li Qingyuan was also stunned, feeling as if he had been hit by a million jackpots, dizzy with happiness. He thought he would at most have 1 5-element root, or at best, for spiritual roots. He never expected to have 3 true spiritual roots. The two elders gasped, their expressions filled with extreme joy, also weeping with happiness. It's 3 spiritual roots, the so-called true spiritual roots. And they are wood, fire, and earth, 3 mutually supportive attributes. They belong to the top quality among 3 spiritual roots. Ha! Our Li clan has hope to rise, has hope to rise. Quickly inform the clan leader. Whoosh. The clan's grand elder, extremely excited, quickly attached a lightness talisman to himself, instantly becoming as light as a swallow, shooting away like an arrow. As soon as the Grand Elder opened the hall door, he immediately formed a hand seal to fly out on his sword, disappearing from sight. After he flew away, the hall door closed automatically. Inside the hall, The second elder looked at Li Qingyuan, his thin face unable to hide his excitement, beaming with joy. Good, good, good. 3 spiritual roots, our Li clan is about to rise. Li Dingzhou was full of excitement. 3 true spiritual roots. My son Qingyuan has the potential for foundation establishment. Li Qingyuan. Not to mention them, Li Qingyuan was equally thrilled to eye in the world of cultivation. It is commonly understood that 5-element roots and 4-element roots are considered mixed roots, with the slowest cultivation speed and low spiritual root quality, merely qualifying one for cultivation. 3-element roots and dual-element roots are referred to as true spiritual roots and are of superior quality. As for mutated roots and single-element heavenly roots, they are legendary and extremely rare. In the awareness of the Li clan, almost all foundation establishment practitioners are of true spiritual root quality, mostly 3-element or dual-element roots. The mixed roots that can successfully establish a foundation are very few. Because of this, Li Dingzhou exclaimed, my son Qingyuan has the potential for foundation establishment. Whoosh, whoosh. Outside the hall, 2 streaks of light flew in one after the other. Entering the hall, the leading person appeared to be over 60, flying gracefully on his sword, dressed in a black robe, with a slender figure and white hair. The person following was the clan's grand elder. After the 2 entered the hall, the open door closed again, isolating them from the outside. Li Dingzhou saw the newcomer and respectfully bowed, saying, Clan disciple Li Dingzhou pays respects to the clan leader. Li Qingyuan also respectfully bowed, saying, I have met the clan leader, Grandpa. Good child, let me see. The clan leader quickly stepped forward, grabbing Li Qingyuan's wrist, channeling his qi at the 6th level of qi refinement to input spiritual power for a pulse check. After 2 breaths, the clan leader's expression froze, his cheeks flushed with excitement as he laughed. Ha! Good, good, good. It really is 3 spiritual roots. The second elder explained, Clan leader, this child has awakened wood, fire, and earth, 3 mutually supportive spiritual roots. It is a top-quality 3 spiritual root, second only to dual-element roots. Hearing this, the clan leader became even more excited and happy, repeating 3 good words, good, good, good. After the great joy, the clan leader stabilized his mind, his expression slightly serious, and instructed, today's matter must not be known to any other clan members besides me. You too, and Dingzhou and Qingyuan. Do you understand? The clan leader's expression was solemn, his gaze sharp. The 2 elders responded with solemn expressions. Rest assured, clan leader, regarding the family's future, we will definitely keep it under wraps. Li Dingzhou also came to his senses and hurriedly assured, rest assured, clan leader, this concerns the family's future and my son's safety. I know what to do. This matter, even my wife will not be informed. The clan leader nodded, stroking his beard and saying, good, for the sake of the family's grand plan, this matter must be kept secret. 100 years ago, the Chun clan detected a genius with 3 spiritual roots. The clan leader sighed, but not long after, that genius from the Chun clan was killed by a rogue cultivator. Since then, every clan has become more cautious, conducting annual spiritual root tests behind closed doors in the hall, isolating from the outside. And the children being tested for spiritual roots can only be accompanied by 1 elder. The clan leader expressed his relief. Fortunately, even though our clan hasn't given birth to a genius with 3 spiritual roots in the past 100 years, we still maintain the habit of testing spiritual roots in this hall. If it had been an outdoor test, little Qingyuan's qualifications would likely not have been kept hidden. The clan leader smiled kindly and asked, little Qingyuan, promise Grandpa clan leader that you won't tell anyone about your spiritual roots, remember? Li Qingyuan nodded, saying, Grandpa clan leader can rest assured, Qingyuan knows what to do. What stands out in the forest, and the wind will surely destroy it. Li Qingyuan said, if I am too excellent, they will exclude me, destroy me. If I am too poor, they will step on me, look down on me. Only if I am about the same as them will they acknowledge me. The clan leader's eyes lit up, smiling. Yes, exactly. No wonder you are the Qilin child of our Li clan. Little Qingyuan is absolutely right. The clan leader patted Li Qingyuan's head and said, all right, everyone, let's go out. As for Qingyuan's qualifications, when declaring to the outside, just say it's 4 spiritual roots. The 2 elders, along with Li Dingzhou, responded respectfully, yes. Outside the hall, everyone was discussing. What just happened? Why did the grand elders suddenly leave? Then the clan leader flew in on his sword and entered the hall. The hall isolates sound, we can't hear what they are saying? Li Qingyuan said. Shoo, the clan leader is coming out. Everyone immediately fell silent. The clan leader slowly walked out, facing the crowd of clan members. All the clan members respectfully bowed. We pay respects to the clan leader. The clan leader raised his hand, his expression calm and unruffled, and said lightly, the magical artifact that tested the spiritual roots suddenly malfunctioned, and the grand elder had to urgently report to me. Now, the artifact has been repaired, and the spiritual root testing will continue. Whoosh, the clan leader leaped several feet, and from his storage bag flew out a mid-grade first-tier magical artifact, a flying sword, which he skillfully mounted and flew away. The second elder announced loudly, Li Qingyuan, for spiritual roots. Next, Li Qingqing. As soon as Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan stepped out of the hall, a group of clan members rushed over to greet and congratulate them. A torrent of compliments and praises poured in. Li Dingyuan envied, for spiritual roots, among the 60 or so cultivators in our clan, only about 10 have 4 spiritual roots. The clan leader and the 2 elders all had 4 spiritual roots. Having 4 spiritual roots essentially means one can become a mid-stage Qi refinement practitioner. The mid-stage of Qi refinement refers to cultivators at the 4th, 5th, and 6th layers of Qi refinement who have already developed their spiritual consciousness and can fly with swords, their strength surpassing that of the early stage of Qi refinement. Li Dingzhou was grinning widely, cheerfully saying, this kid just got lucky. Qingqing, let's go test your spiritual root. Li Dingyuan and his daughter Li Qingqing walked into the main hall. Soon, Li Qingqing exited the hall, her small face beaming with a smile. Li Dingyuan also had a grin on his face. The second elder announced loudly, Li Qingqing, for spiritual roots. The crowd erupted in discussion. 2 4 spiritual roots came out at once. It seems the family is quite lucky this year. Earlier, there was 1 5 spiritual root, now 2 4 spiritual roots. The quality of the seedlings exceeds previous years. However, perhaps Li Qingyuan and Li Qingqing had exhausted their luck, as after Li Qingqing, no more seedlings appeared, not even a 5 spiritual root. As noon approached, the testing was completed. The Grand Elder and the Second Elder exited the hall and announced, the spiritual root testing is finished. From this moment on, Li Qingyuan, Li Qingqing, and Li Qingbao will become the family's seedlings. Tomorrow morning, the 3 of you will gather at the family's transmission hall to learn family techniques and receive cultivation resources. Yes, Li Qingyuan respectfully replied, filled with anticipation. Finally, he was going to cultivate. Chapter 003, Past and Present, Selection of the Great Chun Technique. In the evening, his mother, Chun Shiyun, prepared a sumptuous dinner to celebrate. The richness of this dinner was not in the dishes, but in the rice. Wow, spirit rice. Li Qingyuan stared at the large bowl of spirit rice, drooling. Spirit rice was precious and not cheap. Usually, it would only be served during festivals or on special occasions. Chun Shiyun smiled gently and looked at her son, saying, the ancestors bless us. Yuaner not only has a spiritual root, but also a 4 spiritual roots. My family's Qingyuan will surely become a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator in the future, able to develop spiritual consciousness and fly with a sword. Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan exchanged knowing smiles. Li Dingzhou felt secretly pleased. What is mid-stage Qi refinement? Qingyuan will at least be a latest-stage Qi refinement expert in the future and may even attempt to break through to foundation establishment. After all, Qingyuan is of high quality among the 3 spiritual roots, with qualifications very close to dual spiritual roots. If the dual spiritual roots were of metal and wood attributes, metal overcomes wood. Such dual spiritual roots have conflicting attributes. The 3 attributes that support each other, wood, fire, and earth, can cultivate at a speed not inferior to that of dual spiritual roots with conflicting attributes. Chun Shiyun continuously served her son dishes. Concerned, Yuaner, eat more. Li Qingyuan devoured his food and did not forget to compliment. Mother's cooking is getting better and better. He really liked his parents in this life. They made him feel the warmth of home. After a hearty meal, the family of 3 took a stroll in the courtyard. Li Dingzhou, being a 3rd-layer Qi refinement cultivator, while not particularly high in status within the family, still held a respectable position and had his own small courtyard. After walking and digesting, they washed up and went to bed. Li Qingyuan slept alone in a side room, having his own bedroom. That night, Li Qingyuan slept exceptionally soundly. Because he had a spiritual root now. However, he had a nightmare again. In the dream, He was a baby abandoned by his biological parents due to congenital heart disease. So cold, so hungry. Later, he was sent to the police station by kind-hearted people and then to an orphanage, managing to survive by chance. But he was frail and sickly since childhood, with weak heart function leading to insufficient blood vitality. Insufficient blood supply resulted in inadequate energy and blood, a weak spleen and stomach, cold hands and feet, and fear of winter. Even later, when kind-hearted people sponsored him to finish high school and university, after working for less than 2 years, his heart disease worsened and he died suddenly. Li Qingyuan suddenly woke up, drenched in sweat. Who? He gasped for air like a drowning person. After stabilizing his emotions, Li Qingyuan said with determination, "In this new life, I not only want to be healthy and strong, but also to cultivate and seek immortality." The Chinese obsession with cultivating immortality is deeply rooted in their genes, bloodlines, and souls. Throughout history, emperors, Taoist masters, Xuanpin cultivators, and countless people have been filled with a desire for cultivation and immortality. This obsession has risen to an immeasurable height. Li Qingyuan felt the same. At this moment, the sky was already bright. Li Qingyuan got up to wash up, and his mother had risen early to prepare breakfast. After breakfast, his father Li Dingzhou said, "Let's go, son. The Grand Elder instructed me yesterday to accompany you to the family transmission building." "All right, father." Li Qingyuan nodded. 15 minutes later, the father and son arrived at the family transmission building. Li Dingzhou, being only a third-layer qi refinement cultivator, had not developed spiritual consciousness. His spiritual energy could only be used for short-distance control of magical tools for offense and defense, and he could not fly.so. The two of them walked. Early-stage qi refinement cultivators are much stronger than ordinary people, but this strength has not reached a qualitative change. Even martial artists among ordinary people, when cultivated to a profound level, can kill early-stage qi refinement cultivators. There have long been inspirational stories in the ordinary world about martial generals slaying qi refinement cultivators to obtain cultivation techniques and embark on the path of immortality. We're here. At the entrance of the transmission building, the Grand Elder had already arrived. Li Dingzhou clasped his hands and said, "Greetings, Grand Elder." Li Qingyuan, Li Qingqing, and Li Qingbao respectfully bowed, saying, "Greetings, Grand Elder." The Grand Elder helped Li Dingzhou up, his attitude warm, saying, "You don't need to be so formal, Dingzhou. Speaking of which, when I was young and first embarked on the path to immortality, I received guidance from your grandfather, and I have known your father since childhood. According to family hierarchy, you should call me uncle. Of course, Li Dingzhou was not an old-fashioned person. He quickly smiled and said, "Nephew Dingzhou pays respects to Uncle Guangyao." Li Guangyao, the name of the Grand Elder. Glory generation, Ding generation, Qing generation. In the Qi refinement family, there is order among the young and old, and hierarchy is respected. Grand Elder Li Guangyao stroked his beard and smiled. Good. Dingzhou, you go to the side hall. The family head has important matters to discuss. As for Qingyuan and the others, just leave them to me. Li Dingzhou clasped his hands and said, "Yes, nephew will take his leave." Li Guangyao looked at the three of them and said with a smile, "Come along, little ones." He led the three into the transmission building, speaking as they walked. The transmission building is where the Li family's cultivation techniques are inherited. The first thing every newly tested seedling does is come here to select a technique. Inside the building, a few cushions were scattered around. Grand Elder Li Guangyao said, "Sit down. I will select techniques for you." Li Qingyuan and the others obediently sat down. Li Guangyao cleared his throat and said slowly, "In our Liuha Island, it's not difficult to obtain qi refinement techniques as long as it's a cultivation family. Among qi refinement techniques, except for those for special or mutated spiritual roots, every qi refinement family almost has complete techniques for the 5 elemental attributes. Li Qingyuan was taken aback, suddenly thinking of Old Demon Han. Old Demon Han only realized at the Ascension Conference that the Changchun technique was indeed a common cultivation technique, costing only a dozen spirit stones per book. But even the common Changchun technique was something that ordinary people could only encounter by chance. Li Guangyao waved his hand, and 5 books of secret techniques flew over. From the wooden rack, he introduced them. The 5 elemental qi refining methods popular in the cultivation world are Dachuan Gong, Yinyang Gong, Daishir Gong, Jinchuan Gong, and Shuiyuan Gong. Li Guangyao said, "Li Qingbao, you have a mixed elemental root, So you can cultivate any of these methods. Li Qingyuan was the first chubby boy to have his spiritual root tested, round and cute. The boy quickly said, "Great elder, my father wants me to practice Dai Shigong." Li Guangyao pondered, "Your father practices Dai Shigong, which is good. After you go back, he can guide you. Thus, understanding and cultivating will be faster." "Little Qingqing, what about you?" Li Guangyao looked at Li Qingqing with a kind smile. Appearing benevolent, Li Qingqing was a cute and charming little girl, and most elders liked her upon seeing her. Li Qingqing chirped, "Great elder, I choose Xuanpin Gong. This is also what my father asked me to choose." Li Guangyao nodded. "Good. Your father practices Xuanpin Gong, and he has already reached the 3rd level of qi refining. He can guide you in your cultivation. Lastly, it's your turn, Xiao Qingyuan." Li Guangyao smiled. "Dachuan Gong, Yin-Yang Gong, or Dai Shi Gong, which do you want to choose?" After some thought, Li Guangyao reminded, "Oh, right, your father practices Yin-Yang Gong." Li Qingyuan had a moment of inspiration and blurted out, "I choose Dachuan Gong." The 3 characters Dachuan Gong reminded Li Qingyuan of a classic work from his previous life, Zhuangzi, the happy excursion. In ancient times, there was a great chun that had spring for 8,000 years and autumn for 8,000 years. Dachuan, in Chinese classical mythology, is a kind of immortal tree that symbolizes longevity. Li Guangyao was surprised. "Oh, Dachuan Gong, are you sure?" Chapter 004, Foundation Establishment Seed Treatment, the Patriarch's Generosity. Li Qingyuan nodded. "I'm sure. Great elder, I want to learn Dachuan Gong." The great elder Li Guangyao said, "Little Qingyuan, if you choose Yin-Yang Gong, your father can teach you, which will help you grasp the technique faster and enter the 1st level of qi refining. Li Dingzhou had a 5-element root qualification and practiced Yin-Yang Gong, reaching the perfect 3rd level of qi refining. For Li Qingyuan, having such a father to guide him daily would definitely help him learn the technique more quickly and step into the 1st level of qi refining. Li Qingyuan followed his heart's choice and said, "I still want to learn Dachuan Gong." Li Guangyao suddenly smiled and said, "All right, from today on, I will guide you in cultivating Dachuan Gong." "Ah, you will guide me?" Li Qingyuan was taken aback. "Could it be that you also practice Dachuan Gong?" Li Qingyuan seemed to understand something and asked. Li Guangyao stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. "Indeed, I practice Dachuan Gong. At the same time, I am also the only 1st-level spiritual planter in the family." The 3 little ones were amazed. "A 1st-level spiritual planter?" Li Qingyuan blinked and said, "A 1st-level spiritual planter can cultivate 1st-level spiritual plants and 1st-level spiritual herbs. Only cultivators with that title can achieve it." Li Qingqing said, "My father once said that 1st-level spiritual plants are quite valuable, ranging from a few spirit stones to dozens of spirit stones." Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "Spiritual planters are one of the 100 arts of cultivation. It sounds quite interesting." Li Guangyao waved his hand, and 2 books of techniques flew out, landing in front of the 2 7-year-old children, saying, "Little Qingqing, your Xuanpin Gong. Little Qingbao, your Dai Shi Gong." Li Guangyao said, "After you take the techniques, go to the family treasury to collect your cultivation resources. Then, go home and ask your fathers how to cultivate the techniques." Li Qingqing and Li Qingbao stood up and bowed respectfully. "Yes, great elder." The great elder was responsible for selecting and imparting techniques. However, since Li Qingbao and Li Qingqing chose the techniques their fathers practiced, their fathers were more suitable to act as their mentors than the great elder. After all, the great elder practiced Dachuan Gong, which was not in the same field. Li Qingqing said in a crisp voice, "Brother Qingyuan, I'm leaving first." Li Qingbao also said his goodbyes. "Brother Qingyuan, see you later." The 2 little ones quickly left, bouncing away to the family treasury to collect cultivation resources. Li Guangyao sat cross-legged and said, "Come, little Qingyuan, open the technique book, and I will guide you in cultivating Dachuan Gong. First, read through the technique's mantra. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me." Li Qingyuan nodded. "Okay, great elder." Opening Dachuan Gong, Li Qingyuan began to read aloud. Qi sinks into the dantian to draw in spiritual breath, the heart like a great chun embracing the universe. Inhale and exhale like the tide following the meridians, spiritual rhythm converges in the purple palace. Meanwhile, in the core of the family's spiritual vein, in the patriarch's courtyard, the Li family, a qi refining family, had a patriarch, Li Guangyao, who was 70 years old and had reached the perfect 6th level of qi refining. His qualification was 4-element mixed spiritual roots, making him the strongest cultivator in the Li clan. Li Dingzhou respectfully bowed, Patriarch, did you call for me? Patriarch Li Guangao stroked his beard and smiled. Dingzhou, you have given birth to a good son for the family. The upper-grade root among the 3 roots. The future of the family rests on little Qingyuan. Li Dingzhou scratched his head and laughed. Hee, I didn't expect that among our third-rate qi refining family, the ancient century 3 roots would actually be my son. In a third-rate qi refining family, having 3 roots was indeed an ancient century talent, possessing the potential for foundation establishment, Li Guangao said. Whether it's luck or not, as little Qingyuan's father, you have contributed to the family. Here, this is a small ginseng pill. Li Guangao said, you've been stuck at the perfect 3rd level of qi refining for many years. This small ginseng pill will surely help you break through and step into the 4th level of qi refining. Li Dingzhou was incredibly excited. This is a 1st-level middle-grade pill, the small ginseng pill. The small ginseng pill is a simplified version of the 1st-level upper-grade ginseng pill. It belongs to the 1st-level middle-grade pills and has remarkable effects for breaking through the perfect 3rd level of qi refining and stepping into the 4th level. Li Dingzhou couldn't believe it. Patriarch, is this really for me? A small ginseng pill is worth at least 30 spirit stones, and it can only go higher. Li Guangao said, Dingzhou, I know you've been accumulating spirit stones to buy the small ginseng pill to break through to the 4th level of qi refining. Li Guangao sighed softly, saying, it's a pity that your grandfather was a cultivator, but your father's generation has a break in the lineage. You were born not long after your grandfather passed away, which led to your lack of cultivation resources from a young age. Otherwise, with your understanding, you would have already stepped into the 4th level of qi refining. Li Guangao praised. After all, you boy are a dual cultivator of qi refining and body refining, recognized as the strongest among the family disciples below the mid-level qi refining. Li Dingzhou felt embarrassed and said, Patriarch, you flatter me. It's just the family's kindness. Li Guangao said, now that you have successfully trained little Qingyuan, I will reward you with the small ginseng pill. The great elder and the 2nd elder also agree. Moreover, after you reach the 4th level of qi refining, it will also greatly enhance the family's combat power. Take it. Li Guangao closed the jade box and handed over the pill. Li Dingzhou received the jade box with both hands. His expression moved. Thank you, Patriarch, for the reward. I will remember the family's grace, Dingzhou. Li Dingzhou knew that he had indeed become wealthy through his son. Li Guangao stroked his silver beard, then patted his storage bag, and a jade stone the size of a pebble flew out, entirely green and shimmering with spiritual light. In addition to the jade stone, there was also a small bag of spiritual rice. Li Dingzhou exclaimed in surprise, Patriarch, what is this? Li Guangao said, last night, I discussed with the great elder and the 2nd elder for the whole night, and we unanimously decided to designate Xiao Qingyuan as the family's foundation establishment seed. Grant him the treatment of a foundation establishment seed. Ordinary immortal seedlings receive cultivation resources every 3 months. Each time, they receive a spiritual stone and 10 gene of spiritual rice. The family provides this for free for 3 years. Li Guangao's expression became serious as he said, however, Xiao Qingyuan is a rare triple spiritual root that our family has not seen in 100 years. Therefore, the 3 of us elders unanimously decided to provide Xiao Qingyuan with 1 spiritual stone and 10 gene of spiritual rice each month. He can receive this 12 times a year. Moreover, we will extend the free supply period from 3 years to 5 years. Li Dingzhou gasped, unable to believe. The family is actually giving Qingyuan 1 spiritual stone and 10 gene of spiritual rice every month, and providing it for free for 5 years? This Li Dingzhou was shocked by the Patriarch's generosity. He had spent several years saving up to buy small spirit pills, and had managed to accumulate only a dozen or 20 spiritual stones. Yet the Patriarch and the others were willing to spend 12 spiritual stones and 120 gene of spiritual rice a year to cultivate Li Qingyuan. And this would last for 5 years. The resources spent on cultivating Li Qingyuan for 5 years were enough to allow the family to have 2 more qi refining stage for cultivators. For the Li clan, qi refining stage for cultivators were the backbone. The Li family was a third-rate qi refining family, with the Patriarch at qi refining stage 6 and 2 elders at qi refining stage 5. There were only 5 qi refining stage for cultivators in the entire family. Yes, you heard it right. There were only 5 qi refining stage for cultivators in the Li family. Using the resources to cultivate 2 qi refining stage for cultivators to exclusively train Li Qingyuan, the family was overextending for future greatness. Li Qingyuan thought, the treatment of a foundation establishment seed is indeed generous, Li Qingyuan said. By the way, regarding the foundation establishment seed matter, you know, I know, and the two elders know. You will personally come here to receive Li Qingyuan's monthly cultivation resources. Remember, it must not be known by anyone in the family that Li Qingyuan accepted the spiritual stone and spiritual rice respectfully, saying, yes, Patriarch, Qingyuan understands. Oh, by the way, Li Qingyuan seemed to remember something and said, when Li Qingyuan cultivates his first wisp of spiritual energy, remember to tell me. Li Qingyuan's face showed anticipation as he said, when I cultivated my first wisp of spiritual energy back then, it took me 3 months. Li Qingyuan has a triple spiritual root, and it's of high quality. I am very much looking forward to his performance. Chapter 005. Cultivating the first trace of spiritual energy, doubling the mysterious space resources. The Great Chungong, a wood attribute qi refining technique, is one of the 5 most widely spread and popular qi refining techniques in the cultivation world. Just because it is common does not mean it is truly worthless. The fact that it is common proves that it is sufficiently foundational, practical, and has the broadest audience. Moreover, even if it is common, it is only in the cultivation world. In the mortal realm, the Great Chungong remains a rare treasure of the immortals, still requiring a spiritual root to practice. The elder Li Qingyuan said, the Great Chungong, the power cultivated from this technique is extremely pure in wood attribute, full of vitality, and can prolong life. In addition to enhancing one's spiritual power realm, it can also strengthen the physique, increase lifespan, and provide immunity to poisons. Furthermore, as one's cultivation level increases, one can develop spiritual consciousness, which allows for spiritual sensing of objects, sword flight, activation of talismans, manipulation of formations to kill enemies, and more. Li Qingyuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. There was one more point that was particularly important. The elder stroked his beard and smiled. Practicing the Great Chungong will greatly benefit your future as a spiritual planter. The elder continued, our family does not have much industry. Mining is too laborious. Hunting spirit beasts is too dangerous. Taming spirit beasts takes too long. And planting spirit rice yields low returns. In our Li family of immortals, only I and the clan leader master the 100 arts of cultivation. Li Qingyuan timely offered an admiring glance and said, Grand Elder, you are truly impressive. Indeed. The elder was quite pleased and proudly said, the clan leader is a mid-tier talisman master, while I am a first-tier spiritual planter. He continued, Little Qingyuan, you have 3 spiritual roots and are the future of our family. In the future, you only need to focus on your cultivation and quickly reach the late stage of qi refining. Therefore, mining, hunting spirit beasts, and planting spirit rice are either time-consuming or too dangerous. You do not need to do them. However, the elder added, according to family tradition, every immortal seedling must engage in family industries and contribute to the family after 3 years of cultivation, to exchange for cultivation resources. To avoid making you feel special and being ostracized by the clan members, you can follow me to learn about cultivating spiritual plants. Li Qingyuan's spiritual root aptitude could not be revealed, so any special treatment could only be conducted secretly. Once it was done openly, it would provoke dissatisfaction among the clan members. The concern is not about scarcity, but about inequality. Human nature has always been this way. Li Qingyuan immediately said, Thank you, Grand Elder, for your nurturing. Qingyuan will not let you down. Good, the elder smiled. Come, let us continue learning the Great Chungong. A day quickly passed. Grand Elder, I will return home now and come to find you again tomorrow. After respectfully bowing, Li Qingyuan left the transmission hall. The elder smiled broadly and said, Good child, go. Soon, with a creak, the door opened, and the clan leader Li Qingyuan stepped out and asked, How is the child's comprehension? The elder smiled. His comprehension is extraordinary. With a remarkable memory. In just one day, he has memorized thousands of words of the Great Chungong's heart method, almost able to recite it backward. His comprehension is something I have rarely seen in my life, far surpassing what I understood at the beginning. Clan leader Li Qingyuan repeatedly praised, Very good, very good. He is indeed the Qilin child of our Li family. Days passed by one after another. Li Qingyuan followed the Grand Elder every day to learn the Great Chungong. The only difference was that the learning location changed from the transmission hall to a small wooden house in the medicinal field on the back mountain. 10 acres of medicinal fields were cultivated on a first-tier incomplete spiritual vein, rich in spiritual energy. Beyond 100 feet from the medicinal field, on the outskirts of the spiritual vein, lay 100 acres of family spiritual fields, specifically for planting spirit rice. Li Qingyuan meditated and practiced daily, contemplating the mantra, guiding spiritual energy, absorbing it into his body, and transforming it for his own use. In the blink of an eye, Li Qingyuan had been practicing the Great Chun Gong for 10 days. One day, he sat cross-legged, his sea of consciousness clear, surrounded by the buzzing of spiritual energy, as strands of spiritual energy entered his body and flowed through his meridians. With the energy sinking into the dantian, he drew in the spiritual breath, his heart as vast as the Great Chun, inhaling and exhaling like the tides along the meridians, gathering spiritual resonance in the Purple Palace. Li Qingyuan felt an unprecedented sense of stability, as if he had transformed into a great tree, an ancient Great Chun tree, completely still, inhaling and exhaling the universe. Suddenly, a warm current surged from his dantian. A green spiritual energy gathered in the dantian, then circulated through the meridians, flowing through the ren and du meridians, connecting the yin and yang of the body, ultimately converging in the sea of qi. It succeeded. Li Qingyuan was overjoyed. The first trace of spiritual energy has formed. I have entered the first layer of qi refining. Suddenly, the Great Chun Gong within Li Qingyuan's body began to operate automatically, and the spiritual energy of the Great Chun Gong suddenly became agitated, rushing into the dantian, flowing back up towards the Niwen Palace. Boom! The spiritual energy poured into the Niwen Palace, and Li Qingyuan's sea of consciousness buzzed, his brain spun, and he fainted with his eyes rolled back. Where's this place? Is it that? Li Qingyuan's spiritual force unexpectedly entered his own Niwen Palace and saw a copper-green small door, exuding an ancient Tao aura, mysterious and obscure. It was indeed that, the bronze small door. In his previous life, after receiving his first paycheck in the first month of work, he wandered through the antique street and bought a bronze small door because it caught his eye. He liked it so much that he carried it with him at all times. Li Qingyuan vaguely remembered that when his heart disease struck and he died suddenly, he had been clutching the bronze small door tightly in his hand due to the intense pain in his heart. After that, he lost consciousness. When he regained awareness, he found himself in his mother's womb, already a nearly formed fetus, and was born into the Li family months later. Unexpectedly, you came along with me. Li Qingyuan's emotions were complicated. This bronze small door was the only witness of his previous life. Li Qingyuan suddenly froze and murmured, "Was my crossing an accident? Or does it have something to do with you?" Li Qingyuan reached out and gently touched the bronze small door. Boom! Suddenly, the bronze small door burst into light, engulfing Li Qingyuan and directly pulling him into a space. When Li Qingyuan opened his eyes, he found himself in a mysterious space. A strand of consciousness entered his brain. Li Qingyuan was taken aback and murmured, "The door of Xuanpin, the Xuanpin space." It turned out that the bronze small door was called the door of Xuanpin. The space within the door was called the Xuanpin space. Li Qingyuan was certainly not unfamiliar with the door of Xuanpin. In his previous life, he had read many texts, including the Tao Te Ching, which mentioned the door of Xuanpin. The door of Xuanpin symbolizes the source of all things in heaven and earth, as if it were a mysterious world capable of producing everything. The door of Xuanpin is also the door of creation. Li Qingyuan recognized the Xuanpin space and received a faint stream of information. He raised an eyebrow in surprise and exclaimed, "Copying? Is this real?" In the next moment, Li Qingyuan focused his thoughts, and his consciousness exited the Xuanpin space, returning to his body. He sat up, took out a money pouch from his waist, retrieved a spirit stone, and whispered, "Collect." In the next instant, the spirit stone disappeared, entering the Xuanpin space. Li Qingyuan's consciousness saw a spirit stone in the Xuanpin space buzzing and vibrating, transforming into two beams of light, copying and becoming two spirit stones. The size, shape, and quality of the spirit stones were identical, perfectly replicated. Li Qingyuan's breath caught, and his face showed excitement. One spirit stone had turned into two spirit stones. The copy doubled. He knew he had likely obtained an extraordinary opportunity, a great creation. In one sentence, his external power has arrived. Chapter 006. Foundation Establishment Layer, Powerful Spirit. Cultivating the first strand of spiritual energy and running a complete great circulation signifies officially reaching the foundation establishment layer. The foundation establishment layer is the entry level. Li Qingyuan was filled with motivation and murmured to himself. My father said that only after a cultivator has cultivated the first strand of spiritual energy can they mobilize the spiritual energy within their body to refine spiritual stones, speeding up their cultivation. And reaching the foundation establishment layer just happens to be the condition for activating the Xuanpin space. Now, I have activated the Xuanpin space, duplicating spiritual stones and doubling resources. Doubling resources will help me double my cultivation speed. Slowly, Li Qingyuan got up and walked out of the small wooden house. As soon as he stepped outside, he was greeted by a sunny landscape, with 10 acres of medicinal fields, crisscrossed by ditches, planted and nurtured with various seedlings of spiritual herbs. Some spiritual herbs were lush and green, flowering and bearing fruit, full of spiritual energy and exuding a rich fragrance, ready to mature soon. Li Qingyuan pulled out a seedling of a spiritual plant and muttered, I wonder if the Xuanpin space can duplicate spiritual herbs besides duplicating spiritual stones. Li Qingyuan silently chanted in his heart, collect, collect, collect. After trying for a long time, Li Qingyuan concluded that it was not possible. He pondered, could it only duplicate spiritual stones? The great elder walked out of his large wooden house, coughed, and said irritably, You little brat, why aren't you sitting down to cultivate properly? Why are you here messing with my medicinal seedlings? Li Qingyuan smiled awkwardly and replanted the medicinal seedling, saying, Great Elder Grandpa, I was just curious, so I came to take a look. There was no need to pull it out. The great elder stepped forward and said, The seedlings of spiritual plants are very delicate. You'll kill them if you do that. Spiritual rain technique. Buzz. The great elder activated the spiritual rain technique, drawing upon his spiritual energy from the foundation establishment 5th layer, gathering spiritual energy from all directions, and transformed it into a rain of spiritual energy, falling to water the spiritual herbs. All right, you should hurry up and sit down to cultivate. The great elder said, I still need to water the medicinal fields. I'll come back later to guide you. After saying this, the great elder continued to activate the spiritual rain technique, each time capable of watering an area of several zhang, around 10 zhang in diameter. For 10 acres of medicinal fields, a single irrigation would keep him busy for a while. Li Qingyuan scratched his head and said, Great Elder Grandpa, I have already cultivated spiritual energy. Just cultivating spiritual energy? What is so worth praising about? The great elder, while using the spiritual rain technique, unconsciously said, What? The great elder suddenly froze, the spiritual energy shook, and the spiritual rain technique automatically dissipated. He suddenly turned around and said, What did you say? You have cultivated spiritual energy? Li Qingyuan blinked and nodded, Yes. Look, Li Qingyuan operated the Great Chuan technique, circulating the spiritual energy within his body, running through his meridians, and gathering it above his palm. A strand of spiritual energy, green and pure, swirled around his palm. Although weak, it was real and visible. The great elder grabbed Li Qingyuan's hand and examined it closely. After a moment, he laughed heartily. Ha, you really have cultivated spiritual energy. Realizing it might not be appropriate, the great elder took a deep breath to stabilize his mind, looked around the 10 acres of medicinal fields, and confirmed that no one was around before feeling relieved. Little Qingyuan, you truly are a once-in-a-century cultivation genius of our Li clan. The great elder Li Guangyao was excited and said, You must know that normally, a cultivator with 5 mixed spiritual roots might take 4 to 5 months, or even half a year, to cultivate the first strand of spiritual energy. Even those with 4 mixed spiritual roots are slightly better, but still need about 3 months to cultivate the first strand of spiritual energy and step into the foundation establishment layer. I truly did not expect that you only took 10 days, just 10 days to successfully cultivate spiritual energy. The great elder said excitedly, a genius indeed. Come, let us go meet the clan leader. The great elder summoned a magic weapon, holding the 7-year-old Li Qingyuan with one hand, infusing spiritual energy into the flying sword, and using his spiritual sense to guide the magic weapon, flew into the sky. Moments later, they arrived at the secluded courtyard of the clan leader. As soon as the great elder arrived at the courtyard, he shouted with full energy, Clan leader, where are you? With a loud bang, an explosion came from inside the house, and the clan leader pushed open the door, his silver hair slightly scorched, and his face also darkened. He suppressed his agitation and said, Li Guangyao, you better have something important. Seeing this, the great elder's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly said, I'm sorry for disturbing the clan leader while you were drawing talismans. Drawing talismans, refining pills, and crafting tools all require a very quiet environment and a calm mindset. Speak, what is it? You even brought little Qingyuan here. As the clan leader Li Guangyao spoke, he casually stuck a cleansing talisman on himself, instantly cleaning his silver hair and face. Li Qingyuan thought, this cleansing talisman is simply a blessing for lazy people on earth in my past life, a housekeeping miracle. The great elder stepped forward and whispered, Clan leader, little Qingyuan has cultivated spiritual energy and officially entered the foundation establishment layer. What? The clan leader was greatly surprised and asked, really? Little Qingyuan, you really have cultivated spiritual energy? Li Qingyuan nodded, operating the Great Chuan technique, with a strand of spiritual energy swirling above his palm. Ha ha ha, good. The clan leader Li Guangyao laughed heartily. This is his retreat area, besides the two elders. No one else, even a clan expert at the foundation establishment 4th layer, can enter without a summons. There was no one else here. Little Qingyuan, come here and let me have a look. Li Guangyao summoned Li Qingyuan and curiously said, generally speaking, even those with 3 attribute true spiritual roots would need about 20 days or even a month to cultivate the first strand of spiritual energy. You actually did it in 10 days. As he spoke, the clan leader Li Guangyao activated his cultivation level, releasing the spiritual pressure of the foundation establishment 6th layer. Placing his palm on Li Qingyuan's forehead at the Xuanpin point and inputting spiritual energy, Li Qingyuan immediately felt dizzy and his spirit was suppressed. Fortunately, this discomfort soon disappeared as the clan leader withdrew his spiritual energy. The clan leader Li Guangyao laughed. I knew it. It must not just be because of the 3 spiritual roots. The great elder asked curiously, what is going on, clan leader? Could it be that little Qingyuan's rapid cultivation of spiritual energy has other reasons? Li Qingyuan also looked curious, but his heart was slightly heavy. Thinking, could it be that the Xuanpin space has been discovered? No, that is not right. The clan leader's expression doesn't seem like someone who has discovered the Xuanpin space. The clan leader stroked his silver beard and smiled. Little Qingyuan has extraordinary talent. His spirit is stronger than ordinary people. Those with a strong innate spirit not only have exceptional comprehension, but will also find it easier to break through to the perfection of the foundation establishment 3rd layer and step into the foundation establishment 4th layer. Cultivating spiritual sense. The stronger the spirit, the stronger the spiritual sense. This will even greatly benefit his future transformation of spiritual sense into foundation establishment spiritual sense. Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up. Is it also beneficial for foundation establishment? The clan leader nodded. Indeed. Little Qingyuan, if before you were just a seed for foundation establishment, now I can assure you that your chances of foundation establishment have increased by another 10 to 20%. The great elder Li Guangyao was so excited that his hand trembled, almost pulling out a tuft of his beard, and said joyfully, a strong innate spirit helps with foundation establishment. If we could obtain a foundation establishment pill, wouldn't that increase our chances even more? The foundation establishment pill. The clan leader Li Guangyao sighed. The foundation establishment pill is not something our small family can hope for. A 3rd-rate foundation establishment family doesn't even have a single person in the late stage of foundation establishment, and our family has only around 60 cultivators, placing us among the lowest tier of foundation establishment immortal families. The foundation establishment pill cannot even be purchased by the full strength of a 2nd-rate foundation establishment family. Only top-tier qi refinement families are barely qualified to make a purchase, and it is merely a qualification. Whoosh! Suddenly, a streak of light swept across the sky. Caw! A celestial crane stood in midair, arriving at the peak of Yunxiao Mountain, standing at the core of the Li family. On the back of the crane, a middle-aged man stood against the wind, looking down with an air of arrogance, and proclaimed, where is the clan leader of the Li family? Chapter 007. The Tyranny of the Foundation Establishing Celestial Clan. Why have the Lu family members from the Foundation Establishing Celestial Clan suddenly come? Clan leader Li Guangyao instinctively glanced at Li Qingyuan, then looked at the visitor, a trace of hidden worry flashing in his eyes. After taking a deep breath, he ordered, you all wait here, I will go take a look. Whoosh! Li Guangyao leaped forward, flying 100 zhang with his sword, and gracefully landed. Cupping his fists in salute, I am Li Guangyao, the clan leader of the Li family, welcoming the envoy from the Lu family. May I ask what commands you have for us? On the back of the celestial crane, The middle-aged man did not hide his cultivation level, exuding the pressure of a seventh-layer qi refinement expert with a proud expression. The elderly Guangyao exclaimed in surprise. The visitor is actually a late-stage qi refinement expert at the seventh layer? Li Qingyuan asked, Grand Elder. Is this person a cultivator from our Lu Crane Island, the only foundation-establishing celestial clan, the Lu family? Yunxia Town is the territory of the Li family, covering an area of over 30 miles. However, Yunxia Town is just one of the many small towns and cities on Lu Crane Island. Lu Crane Island is vast, spanning over 3,000 miles, with a length and width of about 7,000 miles, firmly controlled by the Lu family. Beneath the Lu family, there are numerous vassal forces, including 3 first-tier qi refinement families, 6 second-tier qi refinement families, and 12 third-tier qi refinement families. The Li family of Yunxia Town is one of the 12 third-tier qi refinement families. It can be said that the foundation-establishing celestial clan, the Lu family, is the true emperor of the area within 3,000 miles of Lu Crane Island. The 21 qi refinement families on Lu Crane Island, along with various forces, merchant guilds, and loose cultivators, all have to bow to the Lu family and obey their orders. On Lu Crane Island, anything the Lu family desires, all spirit veins, spirit herbs, spirit beasts, mines, and all resources belong to the Lu family. The 21 qi refinement families can settle and thrive on Lu Crane Island solely because they receive the Lu family's protection. Therefore, clan leader Li Guangyao shows great respect when facing the cultivator from the Lu family. The other party not only hails from a foundation-establishing celestial clan, but is also a 7th-layer qi refinement master. The Lu family envoy produced a token that floated in the air, exuding pressure. The character Lu on the token represented absolute authority, and he said lightly, "This is a command from the family head. From this year onwards, all qi refinement families must increase their resource offerings by 10%. Huh. Li Guangyao suddenly looked up, incredulous. An additional 10% on resource offerings? Sir Envoy, how can my Li family survive with this? The visitor's cold gaze sharpened, and he said indifferently, "What? Does your Li family intend to disobey? Humph, if it weren't for the Lu family's generosity, how could your Li family have settled in Yunxia Town for hundreds of years? You must remember, without the protection of the Lu family, qi refinement families would have been slaughtered by demon beasts long ago." The effeminate man said lightly, "Li Guangyao, you must learn to be grateful." Li Guangyao cursed inwardly. You Lu family are the biggest thieves on Lu Crane Island. Whenever there was a demon beast riot, it was our dozen qi refinement families leading the charge while your Lu family sat back and enjoyed the benefits. Now, with an additional 10% on resource offerings, it's simply greedy. However, he could not refuse. The Li family was too weak. On Lu Crane Island, disobedient qi refinement families have vanished one after another, only to be replaced by new ones. Many loose cultivators are eager to serve the Lu family, waiting for an opportunity. Li Guangyao respectfully said, "The Li family will comply with the Lu family head's command. Thank you for your hard work, Sir Envoy." Li Guangyao quickly returned to his previous demeanor, smiling, showing no signs of anger, and even presented a few first-tier mid-grade talismans and 20 spirit stones. His heart was bleeding, but he knew that if he did not give, it would be easy to suffer from petty grievances and bad talk. If this person went back and spread rumors that the Li family was rebellious, wouldn't it bring disaster to the clan? After accepting the gifts, the middle-aged man revealed a faint smile and said, "I knew that your Li family has always been perceptive." Li Guangyao respectfully said, "Please, Sir Envoy, rest and be our guest. There's no need for hospitality. I still have orders to convey." The Lu family cultivator patted the crane, which let out a cry and flew away. Soon, the Lu family envoy departed. On the back of the celestial crane, the middle-aged man weighed the spirit stones, pocketed the few first-tier mid-grade talismans, and said with a slight smile, "My third uncle was right. Conveying the celestial command is indeed a lucrative job. It's a pity that such a lucrative job cannot be enjoyed alone and requires 3 people to execute. I need to speed up and take more benefits." Li Guangyao of the Li family waved his hand and said, "All right, everyone disperse. Also, by the way, inform the families with cultivators above the 4th layer of qi refinement that a family meeting will be held tomorrow morning." The crowd cupped their fists and responded, "Yes." Li Guangyao returned to his small courtyard and looked at Li Qingyuan, asking, "Little Qingyuan, how do you feel?" Li Qingyuan felt a sense of oppression and said, "I feel very bad." The people from the foundation establishing Celestial Clan are very overbearing. Moreover, this feeling of the entire family's life and death being in the hands of others is unsettling. Li Qingyuan said, "Remember this feeling, do not forget it. It will become your motivation to strive for strength in your cultivation. In the world of cultivation, strength is paramount. Without strength, even survival depends on others." Li Qingyuan nodded. "Rest assured, clan leader Grandpa, I will definitely work hard in my cultivation." Li Qingyuan smiled openly, feeling greatly comforted. "Go on, return home." Li Qingyuan respectfully bowed. "Clan leader Grandpa, Grand Elder Grandpa." Qingyuan takes his leave. The Grand Elder watched Li Qingyuan walk away and said, "Clan leader, do you think saying this will put too much pressure on the child?" Clan leader Li Qingyuan chuckled and said, "Don't worry. This child Qingyuan is far better than you think." After a pause, the clan leader added, "Whether in cultivation talent or mentality." Soon, Li Qingyuan returned to his home. Is father still in seclusion? Li Qingyuan glanced at the room where his father was cultivating, then walked towards his own room. As for his mother, although she was immortal, she also had work to do. For example, going to the beach to collect spirit shells, sifting spirit sand, making artificial spirit fertilizer, then fertilizing the 100 acres of spirit fields, weeding, and taking care of spirit rice, etc. The Li family has a population of 3,000, with only about 60 cultivators, some of whom are new to cultivation. Therefore, many labor-intensive and time-consuming tasks are arranged for the family mortals to do. The mortals of the Li family, as well as the mortals in Yunxia town, work for the Li family in exchange for worldly remuneration, providing sufficient labor. Can a spirit stone that has been copied once be copied again? Li Qingyuan held 2 spirit stones and silently thought, "Collect." This time, the 2 spirit stones did not move at all and could not be taken into the Xuanpin space. It seems that spirit stones that have been copied once cannot be copied again. Li Qingyuan pondered. Or perhaps, only one copy can be made each day? Let's try with spirit rice. In Li Qingyuan's small room, there was still a bag of spirit rice, weighing 10 pounds. Regarding the treatment provided by the family, his father had already informed him. Every month, 1 spirit stone and 10 pounds of spirit rice. In the market, 1 pound of spirit rice is worth 5 spirit coins. 10 gene of spirit rice is worth 50 spirit coins. A piece of spirit stone, the size of a mahjong tile, can be made into 100 thin, translucent spirit coins. Therefore, 100 spirit coins is equal to 1 piece of spirit stone. 10 gene of spirit rice is worth 50 spirit coins, equivalent to half a piece of spirit stone. Receive. Li Qingyuan silently chanted while holding the spirit rice. In the next moment, whoosh, the spirit rice disappeared. The 10 gene of spirit rice in the sack vanished. In the Xuanpin space, 10 gene of spirit rice appeared, then doubled to become 20 gene of spirit rice. 20 gene of spirit rice is worth 1 piece of spirit stone. Li Qingyuan exclaimed joyfully, "It worked. The spirit rice has doubled." Chapter 008. Li Dingzhou breaks through. 30 spirit stones. Ha ha, I've made it. Mid-stage chi refining. I've made it. Just then, from the back courtyard, the booming laughter of his father, Li Dingzhou, echoed. Full of energy and heroism, his father had broken through. Li Qingyuan's face lit up with joy as he hurried outside. In the courtyard, Li Dingzhou strode like a dragon and tiger, performing the chi manipulation technique with a long sword artifact swirling around him, the sword light flashing like lightning. Seeing this scene, Li Qingyuan immediately congratulated. Son congratulates father on stepping into mid-stage chi refining and developing spiritual consciousness. In the 4th layer of chi refining, the soul undergoes transformation into spiritual consciousness. Spiritual consciousness can manipulate artifacts in conjunction with one's own spiritual energy, allowing for preliminary sword flight, long-distance combat, and short-distance sword flight. In the eyes of mortals in Yunxia town, cultivators capable of sword flight are true immortal masters. Cultivators in the 3rd layer of chi refining can barely control artifacts, fighting from several zhang away. Once reaching mid-stage chi refining and developing spiritual consciousness, the speed of artifact manipulation increases, attack power strengthens, and range extends, completely overwhelming those in the 3rd layer of chi refining. Li Dingzhou laughed heartily and said, "But that's not all. My martial arts cultivation has also broken through. You honor. Watch closely." Boom. Li Dingzhou's whole body surged with blood and energy as he performed a palm technique, merging energy and blood into true energy. With a punch, he struck a fake mountain stone more than a zhang high in the courtyard. With a bang, The solid stone, 1 zhang high and 3 feet thick, exploded instantly, sending rocks flying. Li Qingyuan's eyes widened in surprise. So strong. He thought to himself, with this destructive power, he would be considered a top master in a martial arts world. Curiously, he asked, Father, have you reached the innate master level in martial arts and cultivated innate true energy? That's right, Li Qingyuan said, in a good mood. After refining the minor essence spirit pill, I indeed broke through the 9 blood transformations. My blood and energy quality changed and became an innate martial master. Li Qingyuan said, it seems that after years of hard training in the 3rd layer of qi refining, your foundation is solid, and with the minor essence spirit pill as a catalyst, you both broke through. In the realm of mortals, innate martial masters can use true energy to refine artifacts, achieving 100-step flying swords, killing enemies from 100 meters away, comparable to cultivators in the 4th layer of body refining. Li Qingyuan smiled. That's right. I am now in the 4th layer of qi refining and have developed spiritual consciousness. With innate true energy and in the 4th layer of body refining, my current combat power within the family should be at the forefront of the 4th layer of qi refining. Even against opponents in the 5th layer of qi refining, I can still have a fight. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan quickly said, Father, in battles between cultivators, victory and defeat also depend on artifacts, talismans, formations, pills, and spiritual pets, among various factors. Our Li family's foundation is too low. You shouldn't recklessly provoke cultivators in the 5th or 6th layers of qi refining. After all, the only artifact you have is this flying star sword, which is only a low-grade 1st-tier artifact. Li Qingyuan glared. You brat, now you're lecturing your father. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Li Qingyuan said irritably. If I were a reckless person, I wouldn't have lived to this day. Li Qingyuan put away his artifact and untied the money pouch from his waist, saying, Here are 15 spirit stones, the savings I have accumulated over the years. I originally wanted to buy a minor essence spirit pill to break through to the 4th layer of qi refining. As he spoke, a proud smile appeared on Li Qingyuan's face. I didn't expect that I would also experience the benefits of having a son who excels. Because of your spirit root talent, the clan leader specially rewarded me with a minor essence spirit pill. Li Qingyuan declined, Father. You've already stepped into the 4th layer of qi refining and advanced to mid-stage qi refining. It's time to consider purchasing a mid-grade 1st-tier artifact. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan sighed. A mid-grade 1st-tier artifact costs over 100 spirit stones. Do you think our family can afford it? Li Qingyuan also sighed helplessly. After all, they were still too poor. Li Qingyuan said, Yuan, your spirit root is outstanding. You are the future of the family. You need spirit stones more than I do. Thank you, Father. Li Qingyuan accepted the spirit stones. In the pouch, the dozens of spirit stones clinked together like mahjong tiles, producing a pleasant sound. This pouch was just an ordinary money pouch. Storage pouches are considered a luxury for the Li family, and they can't afford it. Li Qingyuan said, Yuan, once you refine your first thread of spiritual energy and enter qi refining, you can refine spirit stones to increase your cultivation speed. With these dozens of spirit stones to assist, along with the resources provided by the family every month, you might reach the peak of the 1st layer of qi refining in a year. A year to reach the peak of the 1st layer of qi refining. Such a cultivation speed was something Li Qingyuan couldn't even imagine. However, it seemed not difficult for his son. Li Qingyuan smiled. Father, I've already entered qi refining. Look, Li Qingyuan activated the Great Chuan technique, and a thread of spiritual energy emanated from his palm. Spiritual energy? Li Qingyuan was stunned, then overjoyed. You've already cultivated spiritual energy and entered qi refining? Good. When did this happen? Li Qingyuan replied. This afternoon, not long ago. The clan leader and the grand elder already know. Oh right. Li Qingyuan seemed to remember something and added, Father, the clan leader said that tomorrow morning, all cultivators above the 4th layer of qi refining will hold a family meeting. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan's mouth curled up. Good, I understand. After being stagnant at the peak of the 3rd layer of qi refining for several years, just as I broke through, I have the chance to show off in front of everyone and see the shocked expressions of the clan members. Just thinking about it made him even more excited. Father, I'm going to cultivate. With 15 spirit stones in hand, Li Qingyuan was already eager to begin. In his room, Li Qingyuan took out the 15 spirit stones and silently chanted, Receive. In the next moment, the 15 spirit stones were stored in the Xuanpin space. doubled instantly to become 30 spirit stones. I've hit it big, 30 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan took out the spirit stones and spirit rice, each placed into their respective pouches. 30 spirit stones. 20 gene of spirit rice. Li Qingyuan pondered. It seems I need to find a reason to live separately from my parents. Otherwise, the suddenly increased cultivation resources, especially the spirit rice, would be too conspicuous and hard to explain. It's not that his parents couldn't be trusted, but he was worried that if the secret leaked, both his parents and the family would suffer. A commoner without guilt can suffer from having a precious stone. The Xuanpin space must be kept secret. No one can know besides himself. The next morning, the Li family held a clan meeting. In the conference hall, clan leader Li Guangyao, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and 5 cultivators in the 4th layer of qi refining arrived one after another. Li Dingzhou, in high spirits due to the good news, walked into the hall briskly and clasped his fists. Dingzhou pays respects to the clan leader, Grand Elder, and Second Elder. Dingzhou, what brings you here? A middle-aged man said, Uncle is now calling us to hold a family meeting. According to clan rules, you need to stay away. If you have anything to say, wait until the meeting is over. The uncle he referred to was naturally the clan leader, Li Guangyao. Hearing this, Li Dingzhou chuckled and said, Brother Dingen, I came to attend the family meeting. Buzz. Li Dingzhou's surroundings were filled with spiritual energy, and a magical tool flew out from his waist, with his consciousness controlling the sword. Li Dingen was astonished and said, Dingzhou, you have reached the 4th level of qi refining? The other 4 qi refining 4th level cultivators were also taken aback. After a moment, everyone reacted and congratulated him, saying, Brother Dingzhou, or Brother Dingzhou, congratulations on your promotion to the mid-stage of qi refining. Li Dingen smiled and said, Good, good, good. With Brother Dingzhou stepping into the 4th level of qi refining, our Li clan has gained another mid-stage qi refining cultivator. The clan leader and the 2 elders exchanged glances. Smiling, clan leader Li Guangyao coughed and said, Please take your seats. The meeting will begin. Everyone took their seats, and the meeting commenced. Li Guangyao sighed deeply and said helplessly, Everyone, yesterday afternoon, someone from the foundation building clan, the Lu family, came. The Lu family issued an order that starting this year, the resources we supply will increase by 10%. Upon hearing this, everyone turned pale. What? An increase of 10% in the supply? If that's the case, won't 60% of the family's total annual income be taken away by the foundation building Lu family? That's 600 spirit stones. The second elder was furious and said, The Lu family is being too overbearing. They want to completely drain us, leaving us with no strength to develop our family's power. For a moment, all the cultivators of the Li clan were filled with righteous indignation. Li Dingzhou also gritted his teeth, cursing the Lu family just like everyone else. Li Dingen asked, Uncle, did you agree? Li Guangyao retorted, Can I refuse? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone fell silent. Lu Ho Island, with a radius of over 3,000 miles, was the absolute authority of the foundation building Lu family. They only needed to wave their hands and send 2 or 3 late-stage qi refining cultivators, and within a day, they could wash away Yunxiao Mountain and slaughter the entire Li clan. Li Guangyao, sitting in the main seat, said, The year-end is approaching, and there is less than a month until the supply deadline. Everyone, please report the income from each of the family's industries this year. Let's start with the elder. The elder coughed and took out the account book, saying, This year, I have cultivated mature spirit plants, and after deducting costs, the profit from sales is 300 spirit stones. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone perked up. Li Guangyao took the account book and browsed through it, smiling with satisfaction, saying, The elder has done a great job for the family's livelihood. The Li clan's total annual income was approximately 1,000 spirit stones. With slight fluctuations, the elder alone contributed nearly a third of the income. At this moment, the second elder said, This year, the income from the family hunting team's efforts is about the same as last year, with a profit of 200 spirit stones. After saying this, he also submitted the account book. Li Dingen said, Uncle, the yield of Yuan ironstone has basically maintained an annual production of 1,000 pounds over the years. And after selling it, we received 100 spirit stones. Yuan ironstone is an auxiliary material for refining first-level magical tools, priced at 10 spirit coins per pound. With 1 spirit stone able to buy 10 pounds. 1,000 pounds of Yuan ironstone is valued at 100 spirit stones. This was Li Dingzhou's first time attending a family meeting, and listening to the various income reports gave him a clearer understanding of the family's industries and revenues. At this time, Li Qingyuan saw that the elder's 3 nieces had come out. She was the only one among the second-generation disciples of the elder's line who possessed a spiritual root. Li Dingfang respectfully presented the account book, saying, reporting to the clan leader, this year the yield of spirit rice was abundant, with over 5,000 pounds produced. According to past regulations, 5,000 pounds of spirit rice have been sold, and the remaining hundreds of pounds have been stored in the family warehouse. After selling the spirit rice, we received 250 spirit stones. Regarding the spirit fields, Li Qingyuan certainly understood. There were 100 acres of spirit fields, divided in half, with 50 acres rotated once. The so-called rotation was to ensure the fertility and spirituality of the spirit fields, a measure taken to ensure sustainable farming. Each year, only 50 acres were cultivated, while the other 50 acres were fallowed for a year to restore fertility for the following year. Spirit rice is harvested once a year, yielding about 100 pounds per acre, resulting in an output of about 5,000 pounds from 50 acres, with fluctuations. Sometimes the harvest is plentiful, and sometimes it is just over 4,000. This year, there was a surplus of several hundred pounds of spirit rice. Li Guangao was greatly relieved and smiled, saying, the spirit rice harvest is good. Dingfang has worked hard. Li Dingfang humbly stepped back, saying, I dare not take credit. It is all thanks to the family. Finally, Li Dingqian slightly bowed and said, clan leader, this year the black-toothed fragrant pigs and unicorn zebras raised by the family had very few surviving offspring. The black-toothed fragrant pigs were sold to the taverns, and the unicorn zebras were sold to the merchants. The income was barely 50 spirit stones, only half of last year's earnings. Li Qingyuan knew that black-toothed fragrant pigs were first-level initial demon beasts with delicious meat, which most chi refining cultivators like to eat. As for unicorn zebras, they were also first-level initial demon beasts, and after maturing, they became strong and well-fed, with excellent endurance and gentle temperaments, easily traveling 300 miles a day, making them great transportation tools. Li Guangao stroked his beard and said, it's okay. This year's profits are insufficient. We will work harder next year. Li Dingqian softly withdrew yes. Li Guangao said, finally, it's my turn. This year, the talisman paper I made. Besides supplying the family hunting team and distributing it as training resources to the family's cultivators, the remaining talisman paper sold for 200 spirit stones. The elder said, clan leader, you have worked hard. Not only do you have to worry about the family's development, but you also have to distribute talisman paper to the family cultivators as a means of killing and defense. Otherwise, the talisman paper drawn by the clan leader would surely be the family's most significant source of profit. The second elder nodded and said, yes. If it weren't for the talisman paper provided by the clan leader, the casualties and losses among the family cultivators would be unimaginable. Everyone chimed in, for the family. The clan leader has worked hard. Li Guangao pressed his hand down and said, everything is for the family. I calculated that the family's income this year is approximately 1,100 spirit stones. Li Guangao also took out the account book and said, this is the family's expenditures this year. You all take a look. The current inventory of spirit stones in the family is barely 550 spirit stones. Li Guangao sighed and said, I really didn't expect the Liu family to be so greedy, increasing the tax by 10%. As it stands, we still need 50 spirit stones to meet the supply requirement. With less than a month left, we have to make up the 50 spirit stones gap. Time is tight. Among the crowd, Li Qingyuan took out 3 spirit stones, his face flushed with embarrassment, and said, clan leader, I only have these 3 spirit stones. My son Qingyuan was tested to have 4 spiritual roots this year, and as his father, I need to cultivate him. Li Dingyan gritted his teeth and pulled out 10 spirit stones, saying, Uncle, the family is in need now. I am also willing to lend a helping hand. The elder and the second elder exchanged glances, and each took out 15 spirit stones. Li Dingfang and Li Dingqian also took out about 10 spirit stones each. Seeing this, Li Guangao was greatly relieved and laughed. Ha! Good. You are all good. As long as our Li clan works together and unites as one, what do we have to fear about the family not prospering? Soon, the 50 spirit stones were gathered, totaling 600 spirit stones, which was enough. Li Guangao instructed everyone, please return. Dingzhou, stay behind. Everyone respectfully withdrew. Yes, clan leader. Soon, only the patriarch, the elder, the second elder, and Li Dingzhou remained in the hall. The patriarch asked. Dingzhou, do you know about Xiao Qingyuan's entry into the qi refining stage? Li Dingzhou smiled and replied, I know. This child has truly given the family a great surprise. In just 10 days, he successfully cultivated his first strand of spiritual energy and entered the qi refining stage. Li Guangao said, not only that, I have also discovered that Xiao Qingyuan has a powerful innate spirit, which will make it easier for him to condense spiritual consciousness and reach the mid-qi refining stage in the future. When his spiritual consciousness transforms into divine consciousness, he will have even more advantages. His chances of establishing a foundation are even higher than we expected. Li Dingzhou was delighted and said, a powerful innate spirit. The second elder also looked pleased and eagerly said, the future of our Li family lies entirely in Xiao Qingyuan. If he can successfully establish a foundation, our Li family will become a foundation-establishing sect. Li Guangao said, therefore, I have kept you here to announce something. No matter how difficult the family situation is, Xiao Qingyuan's training resources must not be lacking. At worst, I can draw more talismans every day and go to the market to sell talisman paper for spirit stones. The second elder immediately said, yes, at worst, I can work harder and hunt a few first-tier monsters. I can also cultivate more spiritual plants. The elder felt the same, filled with motivation and passion, just thinking about the future when a foundation cultivator would emerge from the family, and the Li clan could become a foundation-establishing sect, ruling over a territory of 1,000 miles, filled them with energy and enthusiasm. Li Guangao was gratified and said, that's right, 70 is the time to strive. We three old bones can still contribute to the family. Li Dingzhou, filled with excitement, said, second elder, I have now reached the 4th level of qi refining, and I can contribute more in hunting monsters. For you honor, as a father, I must give it my all. Chapter 010, Qi Refining Second Layer. 3 days later, in front of a small wooden house in the core of Yunxiao Mountain, Mother Qin Xiuyun reluctantly said, you honor, you are only 7 years old. Why do you need to live alone and cultivate in seclusion? This child, the family can still train. Your father and I won't disturb you. Li Qingyuan smiled and said, Mother, I will only come here during the day to cultivate and meditate. I will still return home to rest at night. But Mother Qin Xiuyun still wanted to say something. Li Dingzhou said, all right. What do you know, woman? You must understand that this place is the core area of the family's spiritual vein, only 100 feet from the family's medicinal fields, with abundant spiritual energy. It is the top cultivation treasure ground of the family. Others can't even come here. If it weren't for the patriarch, the elder, and the second elder issuing orders, Yuan wouldn't have this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Qin Xiuyun could only nod. As long as it benefits her son, a mother cannot hold him back. Soon, the moving was finished. Li Qingyuan waved and said, Father, Mother, I will cultivate during the day and return home at night. Understood? Li Dingzhou and Qin Xiuyun walked further away. Qin Xiuyun said with reluctance, this child has been headstrong since he was little. Li Dingzhou hugged his wife's slender waist, raising an eyebrow and joking, Yunmei, why don't we have another child? Qin Xiuyun's face turned red, pushed Li Dingzhou, and glared at him, saying, are you crazy? After a pause, she added, such matters should be discussed at home in the evening. Haha, all right. Li Dingzhou laughed. In the small wooden house, Li Qingyuan felt satisfied. I have a place for seclusion now. The family's spiritual vein, although it's a first-tier incomplete vein and cannot be considered a true first-tier vein, still has abundant spiritual energy in this core area. Next, I will work hard to break through to the second layer of qi refining. Li Qingyuan immediately sat cross-legged, with his hands at his dantian, holding a piece of spirit stone in his palm, silently reciting the mantra of the Great Chun Gong, starting to absorb spiritual energy and enter seclusion for cultivation. Breath sinks to the dantian, drawing in spiritual breath. The heart is like the Great Chun, encompassing the universe. Inhale and exhale like the tide, following the meridians, gathering spiritual rhythms in the purple mansion. Li Qingyuan was completely immersed in it, unaware of the passage of time. Days turned into weeks. Every morning, Li Qingyuan left before dawn, arriving at the core of the spiritual vein to cultivate in seclusion. At noon, he cooked spiritual rice for himself, preparing 2 small dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, as he needed to eat half a pound of spiritual rice, which amounted to 3 bowls of rice. After lunch, he rested briefly and continued cultivating in the afternoon. Dinner was also prepared by himself, with 2 meals a day handled independently. In total, He consumed a pound of spiritual rice each day. At first, Li Qingyuan refined a piece of spirit stone every 3 days, then every 2 days, and later he could refine a piece of spirit stone in just 1 day. 32 pieces of spirit stone and 20 pounds of spiritual rice were consumed in less than a month. During this month, with spirit stones available for cultivation and spiritual rice to eat almost every day, Li Qingyuan made significant progress. In the second and third months, at the beginning of each month, his father Li Qingyuan would timely deliver family resources, 1 spirit stone and 10 pounds of spiritual rice. His father, Li Qingyuan, hunted monsters alongside the second elder. He was at the 4th layer of chi refining and the 4th layer of body refinement, with combat power rivaling that of the second elder, hunting numerous low-grade first-tier spirit beasts. The profits from hunting were mostly submitted and then distributed based on labor. The spirit stones Li Qingyuan received were directly exchanged for spiritual rice with the family and sent to his son Li Qingyuan. With his father's support, Li Qingyuan's monthly cultivation resources amounted to 1 spirit stone and 20 pounds of spiritual rice. At the beginning of each month, as soon as the cultivation resources arrived, the first thing Li Qingyuan did was to store the resources in the Xuanpin space to double them. Thus, his monthly cultivation resources became 2 spirit stones and 40 pounds of spiritual rice. In just 2 days, the 2 spirit stones were consumed. After that, he relied solely on spiritual rice, meditating to refine the weak spiritual power of the rice, absorbing the spiritual energy of the vein, and transforming it for his use. With fewer spirit stones to support him, Li Qingyuan's cultivation speed was not as fast as in the first month. However, he remained patient, continuing his seclusion day after day. Cultivating immortality requires enduring loneliness. In his previous life, Li Qingyuan often accompanied loneliness due to congenital heart disease, having almost no friends. Experiencing solitude, enjoying solitude, and overcoming solitude became routine for him. Moreover, this life was about cultivating immortality. Li Qingyuan focused entirely on his cultivation, feeling no loneliness at all. Fully immersed in the joy of training and enjoying the comfort of spiritual energy circulating through his meridians. His mindset brought great comfort to the patriarch, elder, and second elder, who praised him as the pride of the Li family, the future foundation cultivator. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged on a couch, with 4 spirit stones in front of him, muttering to himself, "A month ago, I felt I had reached the peak of the 1st layer of chi refining. Now, after a month of settling and refining, this bottleneck has become clearer. Last month's spirit stones, along with this month's, total 4 spirit stones. They should help me break through the bottleneck and reach the 2nd layer of chi refining." After saying that, Li Qingyuan grasped the spirit stones, holding 2 in one hand, holding his breath and quietly operating the great Chun Gong. Buzz. The spiritual energy within him erupted from the dantian, flowing through the meridians, gathering in his palms, drawing the spiritual energy from the spirit stones, stripping the spiritual energy and channeling it into the meridians for circulation, transforming it for his use. At the same time, the thin spiritual energy from the surroundings gathered and drilled into his acupoints, entering his meridians and following the guidance of the great Chun Gong to circulate. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours finally. With a pop, Li Qingyuan's body trembled, as if the spiritual energy within him had accumulated to a critical point, breaking through the barrier. And a considerable spiritual pressure erupted from his body. This spiritual pressure formed a wind, stirring up a gentle breeze in the room. With a long exhale, Li Qingyuan smiled with satisfaction. "I've reached the 2nd level of chi refinement." After half a year of cultivation, reaching the 2nd level of chi refinement. This speed surpasses other cultivators in the family by 10 times. There are many reasons for this. Firstly, Li Qingyuan has 3 spirit roots, and they are of high quality, allowing for faster cultivation. Secondly, his innate divine soul is different from ordinary people, with understanding and intelligence surpassing other 7-year-old children, which greatly aids his comprehension of cultivation methods. Additionally, the Xuanpin space doubles resources, providing him with considerable cultivation resources, which other cultivators do not have, especially in the first month, with 32 spirit stones. His progress was the fastest. With various factors combined, Li Qingyuan was able to advance to the 2nd level of chi refinement in just half a year. The spirit stones have not all been refined yet. Refining them will stabilize his realm. Li Qingyuan remained humble and continued to cultivate. A day later, All the spirit stones were refined, and Li Qingyuan had initially stabilized his second level of qi refinement, making the fluctuating spiritual energy become stable and introverted. At this moment, the sky was already bright. Li Qingyuan's closed-door retreat had lasted a day and a night. The elder had said that once he reached the second level of qi refinement, he would teach him spells. With anticipation, Li Qingyuan stepped out. Now that I've reached the second level of qi refinement, I can practice spells too. One of the obsessions of Chinese people with cultivation is spells and supernatural abilities. Spells, here I come. Chapter 11. Mastering the Qi Blade Technique. The second use of the Xuanpin space. Elder, I'm here. Li Qingyuan rushed forward, creating a gust of wind. Elder Li Guangyao was using the spiritual rain technique to water the medicinal fields. With a wave of his hand, his internal spiritual power activated, gathering the spiritual energy and water vapor from the heavens to form spiritual rain. After casting the spell once, he turned around and said, "Why do you have time to come here today?" For the past 6 months, Li Qingyuan had been in closed-door training, never leaving Yunxia Mountain, nor going to the mortal world of Yunxia Town to play. The elders could only see him once every 10 to 15 days. Li Qingyuan looked around to ensure there were no third parties before activating the Dachuan Gong, releasing the aura of the second level of qi refinement, and smiled. "Elder, shouldn't you teach me spells now?" Second level of qi refinement. Elder Li Guangyao's eyes widened, pointing at Li Qingyuan in disbelief. You actually broke through to the second level of qi refinement? How is that possible?" The elder almost bit his tongue. Incredulous. "You reached the second level in just half a year?" Li Qingyuan chuckled. "You all said I was a genius. Since I'm a genius, it's only natural to surprise people." The elder said, "But your speed is truly astonishing." Originally, they speculated that Li Qingyuan would take about a year to reach the perfect first level of qi refinement before preparing to break through to the second level. He didn't expect Li Qingyuan to reach the second level in less than half the time. In fact, their predictions weren't wrong. However, due to the Xuanpin space, the doubling of resources also multiplied his cultivation speed. "Haha, blessed are the Li family, blessed are the Li family," the elder joyfully said. "Good child. You truly are a genius. Speak, what do you want to learn? I will teach you anything." Li Qingyuan thought for a moment and asked, "Elder, what spells does our family have?" "My father only knows 2 or 3 spells. What about you?" The elder stroked his beard. The proud little old man emerged and said with satisfaction, "Our Li family controls a total of 6 first-level spells. Spell levels are divided into first, second, and third levels. First-level spells are suitable for the qi refinement stage. Second-level spells are suitable for the foundation establishment stage. As for third-level spells, only legendary golden core experts can cultivate them successfully. The 6 first-level spells in our clan are the Qi Blade Technique, Fireball Technique, Earth Armor Technique, Spiritual Rain Technique, Moon Shadow Technique, and Iron Arm Technique. The first one, the Qi Blade Technique, condenses one's spiritual energy, gathering it into a blade, transforming it into a Qi blade to strike out. It can cut through gold and jade, incredibly sharp." Li Qingyuan nodded. "Sounds powerful." The elder continued, "The Spiritual Rain Technique is widely used. This spell is tailored for spiritual farmers, mainly for irrigating spiritual fields and planting spiritual herbs. The Fireball Technique highly condenses one's spiritual energy into a fireball to strike out. In the cultivation world, the Fireball Technique is the most popular first-level spell. The Earth Armor Technique transforms spiritual energy into armor, solid as a fortress, a defensive spell. The Iron Arm Technique hardens the arms, giving strength like an ox, suitable for both attack and defense. Lastly, the Moon Shadow Technique is a movement-type spell. Once mastered, it allows one to chase the moon like light, leaving behind afterimages, confusing enemies and moving freely." Li Qingyuan thought for a moment and said, "Elder, I want to learn an attack-type spell first. Let us start with the Qi Blade Technique." "All right," the elder smiled. "I will first teach you the Qi Blade Technique. Watch closely." The elder gently raised his hand, and with his 5th level of Qi refinement cultivation, he activated it, slicing his hand to create a Qi blade in midair. Then, the elder consecutively made slicing motions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In a series of 3 moves, 3 Qi blades of varying length shot out. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 Qi blades struck trees several feet away, cutting through trees as thick as a bowl at the waist, leaving smooth cuts. The elder asked, "Xiao Qingyuan, do you see any differences?" Without hesitation, Li Qingyuan replied, 3 attacks, the lengths of the qi blades are different. The longer the qi blade, the stronger the power. Correct, the elder said. The qi blade technique, like all spells, has proficiency levels divided into beginner, minor success, major success, and perfection. After reaching the beginner level, one can produce a 1-foot qi blade. After minor success, one can produce 3-foot qi blades. After major success, one can produce 7-foot qi blades. If one can cultivate to perfection, one can produce a 10-foot qi blade with boundless power. However, generally speaking, the elder added, for a first-level spell to reach perfection, the minimum requirement is to be a late-stage qi refinement cultivator. Besides that, comprehension is also essential. Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up. Elder, please teach me quickly. I want to learn. All right, let us begin, the elder said. The cultivation of the qi blade technique mainly consists of 3 steps: condensing spiritual energy, gathering it into a blade, and releasing it to kill enemies. Listen carefully. I will now pass on the incantation to you. One elder and one youth, one carefully teaching, the other earnestly learning. Cultivating spells is like cultivating techniques. It requires patience, concentration, tranquility, and time. This is a gradual process, and no one can achieve it all at once. Li Qingyuan practiced again and again, failing over and over. The first day passed, and he barely managed to learn how to condense his spiritual energy according to the qi blade technique's requirements. After 3 days, Li Qingyuan had basically mastered the condensation of spiritual energy and had initially managed to gather it into a blade. However, he still couldn't release the qi blade to attack from a distance. After 7 days, a week passed. Qi blade technique. Li Qingyuan condensed his spiritual energy, gathered it in his hand, and with a slice of his hand, a 3-inch qi blade flew out, striking a small tree. With a crack, the tree as thick as an arm broke in half. Li Qingyuan exclaimed joyfully, "Haha, I finally did it." Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound filled Li Qingyuan's mind. In the Xuanpin space, a shadow flashed into view. The figure was pitch black, making it impossible to discern facial features. But the meridians and acupoints could be seen clearly as they operated like a diagram. Within the figure, spiritual energy circulated, perfectly demonstrating the technique of qi blade at the perfected realm in a textbook-style manner. Unlike what the Grand Elder had taught, this shadow's meridians and acupoints were illuminated, clearly presenting the flow of spiritual energy, the refinement of spiritual energy, and the process of gathering energy into a blade. Li Qingyuan observed carefully, experiencing a sudden visual impact that made him realize many of his shortcomings. The Grand Elder stroked his beard with satisfaction and said, "Your understanding is quite good, young man. I took half a month back in my day to barely launch a qi blade attack. After that, it took me a whole month just to get started, achieving a 1-foot qi blade. Yet you, in just a week, managed to produce a 3-inch qi blade, barely mastering this first-tier spell." Li Qingyuan calmed his mind, connecting his thoughts to the Xuanpin space, feeling the guidance of the shadow in the space, and following its lead to circulate spiritual energy. Whoosh! Li Qingyuan waved his hand like a blade, and a 1-foot qi blade flew out, slicing through a tree trunk as thick as a bowl in half. The Grand Elder's eyelids twitched in shock, exclaiming, "A 1-foot qi blade? You've already entered the threshold." Hiss! The Grand Elder gasped, staring in disbelief. Could the benefits of a powerful innate spirit truly be so monstrous? Li Qingyuan looked at the severed tree and smiled. He didn't expect that besides replicating resources, the Xuanpin space also had the wondrous ability to provide guidance for cultivation. This feeling was truly amazing. It seemed he needed to study the Xuanpin space more to fully utilize its effects. Second uncle, it's bad. The manager of the spiritual fields, the Grand Elder's niece, the qi refining 4th-layer female cultivator Li Dingfeng, rushed over in a hurry. "Some members of the hunting team have been seriously injured. You must come and take a look." "What?" Li Qingyuan's face turned pale with worry. His father was also serving in the family hunting team. The Grand Elder quickly said, "Li Qingyuan, don't panic. Come with me to take a look." The Grand Elder swiftly put on a medicine box, summoned a magic tool, applied a lightness talisman on himself, then picked up Li Qingyuan and flew out on his sword, heading straight for the family hall. He was the family's healer, proficient not only in mundane medicine but also in some healing spells. For a third-rate qi refining family like the Li family, every cultivator was an important resource, and they must not suffer any casualties. Chapter 012, Casualties. Whoosh! The Grand Elder flew at full speed, covering a distance of 5 or 6 miles. After a few dozen breaths, the two arrived at the family hall. Dad. As soon as Li Qingyuan landed, he rushed toward his father. Dad, are you hurt? His eyes turned red with worry. Li Dingzhou rubbed Li Qingyuan's head, pretending to be carefree as he laughed. Don't worry, your old man is quite sturdy. I won't die easily. Cough, cough. Li Dingzhou winced at the pain, his mouth twitching as he started coughing. Hiss. The pain made his eyelids twitch, and he gasped for breath. Li Qingyuan was worried about his father. His father's ribs were injured, and there were deep claw marks on his thigh, with a wound nearly 3 inches deep. Having reached the bone, the Grand Elder stepped forward and said, Xianju Dingzhou, let me treat you first. Buzz. The Grand Elder operated the Dachuan Gong. Using pure would attribute spiritual energy that was good for adjusting breath and healing. Under the nourishing spiritual energy, the bleeding quickly stopped and the wound scabbed over. Then, he cleaned the wound, applied medicine, and bandaged it. After treating Li Dingzhou's injuries, the Grand Elder continued to circulate spiritual energy to heal others, using blood-stopping talismans and pills, and finally bandaged them. This time, even the second elder was injured and needed medication and bandaging. There were a total of 10 people in the family hunting team. The second elder was the leader at the Qi refining 5th layer. Among the members at the Qi refining 4th layer were Li Dingzhou and 2 others, totaling 3. The remaining 7 were all at the Qi refining 3rd layer. The family had only 6 Qi refining 4th layer cultivators, including Li Dingzhou. Among them, Li Dingyan was responsible for leading other Qi refining 3rd and 2nd layer cultivators to guard the family's Yuan Taisher mineral vein, overseeing mining, defense, and sales. Li Dingfang was in charge of the spiritual fields, which was also very important. Li Dingxian was responsible for taming the family's spirit beasts, which was another important source of income. For the family's development and improvement, from the clan leader to the 2 elders, down to the 10-year-old seedlings. Everyone was contributing their strength for the family. Li Qingyuan looked around and asked, Dad, where's Uncle Dingyuan? He's been serving in the hunting team lately, right? Li Dingzhou showed a sad expression, sighed deeply, and said, You honor your Uncle Dingyuan. Alas. Li Dingzhou sighed deeply. Let's go to the family ancestral hall. His face was filled with grief. Soon, a group of people arrived one after another at the family ancestral hall. As soon as Li Qingyuan arrived, he heard heart-wrenching cries. Daddy, wake up. It's me, Qingqing. It's me, Qingqing. Dad, look at me, look at me. Whoa. Li Qingyuan's body trembled as he stared at the scene in disbelief. Uncle Dingyuan, is he gone? Besides Li Qingqing, there was also a woman about 30 years old, crying uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face. Her voice piercing, Li Dingyuan, wake up. You can't die. If you die, how will we, the orphaned and widowed, survive? Li Dingyuan, my elder brother. She was Uncle Dingyuan's wife, Qingqing's mother, Luo Dong. In the ancestral hall, a body covered with a white cloth lay quietly. Qingqing was crying, and the aunt was crying, with family members showing sorrowful expressions. Li Qingyuan couldn't help but shed tears as well. Uncle Dingyuan. Uncle Dingyuan had a very good relationship with his father. The 2 families often interacted, like brothers. When he was young, Uncle Dingyuan often took him and Qingqing to play. Every time they returned from the mountain. As long as Qingqing had something, he would have a share too. Qingqing. Li Qingyuan stepped forward, unsure how to comfort Qingqing. In the face of life and death, any consolation, any words, felt pale. Li Dingzhou's eyes turned red once again, and in a low voice he said, During this hunting trip, we encountered 4 mid-tier, first-stage demon beasts. The second elder held one off. I fought desperately to hold another. Cousin Dingxue and Cousin Dingming, both Qi refining 4th layer, led teams to hold off one each. Li Dingxue and Li Dingming were the family's Qi refining 4th layer cultivators, slightly younger than Li Dingzhou. Li Dingzhou continued, During the battle, your Uncle Dingyuan was killed, having his arm bitten off by a demon beast and struck in the head, sustaining severe injuries. In the end, the second elder paid a price to slay 1 demon beast. Then, with the second elder's assistance, your father and the second elder joined forces to slay the second demon beast. Only then did we turn the tide and annihilate all 4 demon beasts. Li Qingyuan's expression changed. For mid-tier first-stage demon beasts? Mid-tier first-stage demon beasts correspond to the Qi refining mid-stage and are suitable for Qi refining 4th, 5th, and 6th layer cultivators. For in total, Li Dingzhou, still feeling fearful, said, Fortunately, none of these 4 demon beasts were comparable to human cultivators at the Qi refining 6th layer. Otherwise, the family hunting team would certainly have suffered catastrophic losses, and even your father would have perished in their jaws. Li Qingyuan also felt a lingering fear. Hunting demon beasts is indeed so dangerous. Li Dingzhou said quietly. In mortal conflicts, when two nations clash, blood flows like rivers, and corpses pile up like mountains. We cultivators, for resources, for spirit stones, to become stronger, fight against heaven, against earth, and against people, are destined to be in constant conflict. In our Li clan of immortals, we only detect 3 to 5 immortal seedlings each year. But the number of clan cultivators has consistently remained around 50 to 60, making it difficult to grow. Now you know why, right? Li Dingzhou looked at his son. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath and said, I understand now. The clan has immortal seedlings every year, but at the same time, there are casualties among the cultivators each year. Li Dingzhou said, it's not just hunting that is dangerous. Other clan members face risks when they go out to sell elemental iron, spirit rice, spirit medicine, and spirit beasts as well. Although Liuha Island has foundation-building clans stationed here, it is not peaceful. There are always robbers who kill and steal treasures, specifically targeting the weak. Li Qingyuan's expression froze. The outside world is so dangerous. Li Qingyuan thought, it seems that until we have means to deal with late-stage qi refining cultivators, I should avoid going out whenever possible. At this moment, Li Qingyuan's mother, Chun Xiuyun, stepped forward. She helped Luo Donger up and gently comforted, Donger, don't cry anymore. Be careful not to harm your body. You still have Qingqing. She is the greatest hope of your brother Dingyuan and the future of our family. Auntie cried sadly, holding her daughter Qingqing tightly. She looked at Li Dingyuan's body and vowed in her heart, Brother Yuan, don't worry. I will raise our Qingqing to adulthood and make her a true immortal master. At this moment, the clan leader announced loudly, Li Dingyuan of the Li clan sacrificed himself for the family. His name will be entered into the clan's immortal register, placed in the ancestral hall, and honored with a memorial tablet, receiving offerings from future descendants. All clan members will mourn for him for 3 days. Clan leader Li Guangyao looked at the small and frail figure of Qingqing and finally announced, Li Dingyuan's orphan, Li Qingqing, is an immortal seedling of the clan. According to clan regulations, the period for providing free resources will be extended from 3 years to 5 years. Li Dingyuan sacrificed himself. And although his daughter is an immortal seedling, she has lost her father's guidance, so the clan should take on Li Dingyuan's responsibilities. Because Li Dingyuan sacrificed himself for the family, the Li clan of immortals has always been united, sharing honor and disgrace. At this moment, the meaning of the word family became tangible. Li Qingyuan felt a surge of recognition and emotion in his heart, and thought, this family, which gathers together for warmth and is full of affection, I really like it. Chapter 013. Family 6 Laws, fully under control. 3 days later, Li Dingyuan was buried and honored in the ancestral hall. This matter came to a close. Upon returning home, his mother, Chun Xiuyun, showed a sad expression. Yuan, these days, your Aunt Donger has fainted from crying 3 times. Qingqing is still so young, alas. Li Dingzhou said, this time hunting, if it weren't for our good luck, the clan would have been severely impacted. If I hadn't happened to break through in both qi refining and body refining at the same time, I wouldn't have been able to hold back a beast with combat power comparable to a 5th layer qi refining beast by myself. If the clan leader hadn't given us 10 first-tier mid-grade talismans, which can harm mid-tier spirit beasts, the casualties would have been even heavier. Li Dingzhou said with lingering fear, it was mostly luck that we returned safely this time. However, the gains were also considerable. Li Dingzhou calculated. In addition to hunting beasts, the hunting team also had the task of harvesting spiritual plants. This time, during the month-long expedition, they harvested a total of 13 first-tier spiritual plants. Among them, 2 reached the mid-tier level. The elder estimated that the value of the spiritual plants is not less than 50 spirit stones. Li Dingzhou added, in addition, we hunted 7 early-stage spirit beasts and 4 mid-stage spirit beasts. Calculating it all, the total value is over 100 spirit stones. The gains from the hunting team, this time, nearly matched the hunting income from the past half year. After saying this, Li Dingzhou took out 5 spirit stones and said, Yuan, my contribution this time is second only to the second elder. I earned 5 spirit stones. You can take them all. Li Dingzhou raised his cup to drink tea and said, break through to the perfection of the first layer of qi refining as soon as possible and step into the second layer of qi refining. Li Qingyuan smiled and activated the Great Chuan technique, revealing the aura of the second layer of qi refining, saying, Dad, I am already at the second layer of qi refining. Li Qingyuan spat out tea and began to cough. Cough, cough, cough. The second layer of qi refining? You have reached the second layer of qi refining? His mother, Qin Xiuyun, also looked astonished and said in disbelief, Yuan, you are already at the second layer of qi refining, but you have only been cultivating for half a year. Li Qingyuan, shaking off his gloom, laughed heartily. Ha, good. You are truly my son. You are indeed the prodigal son of our Li clan of immortals. In just half a year, reaching the second layer of qi refining. My son is indeed a genius. Li Qingyuan's expression turned serious. Sister Yun, regarding Yuan's cultivation, no one can speak of it, understand? Qin Xiuyun shot him a glare and said, I'm not stupid. Of course, I know to keep it a secret. Li Qingyuan asked, Yuan, who else knows about your cultivation? Li Qingyuan said, I broke through 7 days ago. Currently, only Dad, Mom, the clan leader, and the elder know. I estimate that the second elder also knows by now. Li Qingyuan nodded and said, from now on, every time you break through, you must let the clan leader, the elder, and the second elder know. Those three are the high-ranking members of our Li family. The more of a genius you are, the more they will pay attention to you and pour resources into nurturing you. Li Qingyuan nodded. Dad, I understand. I will go and cultivate now. Li Qingyuan took the 5 spirit stones and left home, heading straight to his secluded courtyard. In the courtyard, Li Qingyuan stored the 5 spirit stones in the Xuanpin space. And after duplication, the resources doubled to 10 spirit stones. On his bed, Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, holding the spirit stones, absorbing spiritual energy. With the cultivation of the second layer of qi refining, not to mention in the cultivation world, even within 3,000 miles of Liuha Island, he was still an ant. Any accident could lead to death. Li Qingyuan's death, besides being sorrowful, made Li Qingyuan's cultivation mindset become urgent. Following that, the development of the Li clan of immortals experienced some setbacks, but remained relatively calm overall. In just 6 months, Li Qingyuan entered the second layer of qi refining, making the clan leader, the elder, and the second elder pay more attention to him. After a secret meeting, the 3 elders unanimously decided to increase resources. From then on, each month, Li Qingyuan could receive 2 spirit stones and 20 pounds of spirit rice for cultivation. In addition, his father Li Qingyuan provided 5 pounds of spirit rice each month and occasionally fed him 1 or 2 spirit stones every 3 to 5 months. After duplicating these cultivation resources in the Xuanpin space, Li Qingyuan's fixed monthly cultivation resources amounted to 4 spirit stones and 50 pounds of spirit rice. This did not even include the occasional feeding from his father every 3 to 5 months. Li Qingyuan immersed himself in cultivation, and in his spare time, he would also accompany his sister Qingqing, comforting her sadness and guiding her cultivation. Besides cultivating spiritual power, Li Qingyuan continued to practice spells. The 6 family laws are all first-tier spells suitable for the qi refining stage. Qi blade technique, fireball technique, earth armor technique, spirit rain technique, moon shadow technique, and iron arm technique. He was practicing each one. In terms of spell cultivation, not only did the elder enjoy guiding him, but the clan leader and the second elder also liked to provide him with cultivation guidance in their spare time. The 3 old men seemed to really enjoy teaching geniuses and liked the sense of achievement that comes from nurturing talent. With the Xuanpin space, as long as he could barely cast the 6 first-tier spells, he could receive guidance from the power of the space and begin to improve his proficiency. The guidance from the Xuanpin space is akin to a textbook. Li Qingyuan's comprehension ability is indeed impressive. A year later, he had mastered all 6 family laws, and each had reached the minor achievement level. The reason it was only minor achievement and not greater achievement is that he was still at the second layer of qi refining, far from the mid-stage of qi refining. Li Qingyuan smiled with satisfaction and said, after a year of hard training, I've made great progress in the second level of qi refinement, approaching perfection. I awakened my spirit root at 7.5, and within 6 months reached the second level of qi refinement. Now, at just 9 years old, I have mastered 6 first-level spells and am nearing perfection in the second level of qi refinement. For me, cultivating immortality is neither dull nor boring. Rather, I find joy in it. The pursuit of immortality has deeply rooted itself in my heart and become an obsession. As time passed, another year flew by. After 2.5 years of cultivation, Li Qingyuan was now 10 years old. On this day, he was fully prepared to break through to the 3rd level of qi refinement. 3 months ago, he had already perfected the 2nd level and was ready to challenge the 3rd level. Li Qingyuan pondered. To solidify my foundation and ensure that each realm is flawless, I patiently honed my skills for another 3 months. Besides refining his spiritual energy, Li Qingyuan also prepared spirit stones. Over the 3 months, his family provided him with 6 spirit stones, which doubled to 12. His father contributed 2 spirit stones, which also doubled to 4. With 16 spirit stones, he felt confident that this breakthrough would be stable. Li Qingyuan was full of confidence, knowing that with his perfected realm, he could break through even without spirit stones. However, to achieve a faster and more stable breakthrough, and to quickly solidify his realm and stabilize his magical power afterward, he still prepared 16 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, holding a spirit stone in each hand, and operated the great Chuan Gong to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refining the spirit stones to break through his bottleneck. Chapter 014. Third level of Qi refinement, father-son duel. Several hours later, a buzzing sound filled the air around Li Qingyuan. The spiritual energy fluctuated, and a spiritual pressure emanated from within him. An invisible shackle was easily broken, as if everything was falling into place without any hindrance. As expected, this breakthrough was quite simple. With a long exhale, Li Qingyuan expelled the turbid air as the great Chuan Gong completed its final circulation, returning the energy to his dantian. He had consumed only 4 of the 16 spirit stones. The corners of Li Qingyuan's mouth lifted in joy as he said, "Next, I will refine all the spirit stones to thoroughly stabilize my realm." For the next week, Li Qingyuan consumed spiritual rice daily and refined the spirit stones. After a few days, his cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi refinement was fully solidified, with the spiritual energy contained as if he had been in this realm for several months. At the age of 10, he reached the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Li Qingyuan smiled and said, "Such a speed of cultivation is indeed rare, even among foundation-building immortal families. The foundation-building realm is just around the corner." After finishing his closed-door training, Li Qingyuan left the quiet cultivation courtyard and headed home. In the courtyard, his father, Li Dingzhou, was practicing martial arts, his bare torso displaying powerful, knotted muscles, fierce and robust. He wielded a long knife, his blood energy surging like mercury, and as he swung the knife, the blade's aura sliced through the air, splitting giant stones, wooden stakes, and stone tablets, cracking the ground beneath. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the family training ground was filled with flying sand and stones, the spiritual energy exploding. Li Qingyuan marveled. A congenital martial master in the mid-stage of body refinement is indeed terrifying. The martial path has its merits for low-level Qi refinement cultivators. Li Qingyuan had heard his father speak about the martial path before. The martial way involves 9 stages of blood transformation. While practicing breathing techniques, one uses special spiritual medicines to strengthen the foundation and enhance blood energy, allowing for 9 transformations of blood energy, making it as powerful as mercury and as strong as an ox. After completing the 9 stages of blood transformation, the blood energy undergoes a qualitative change, giving birth to true martial energy, thus entering the congenital stage. The congenital true energy can kill enemies from afar, with punches that can break through 3 inches of aura, and swords that can unleash 4 feet of brilliance, generating blade energy, sword energy, and fist aura. Additionally, it can be combined with blood refining techniques to temper magical artifacts, using true energy to control swords and kill enemies from a distance. In the realm of mortals, there has never been a shortage of congenital martial generals who can kill enemies from 100 paces away. A congenital martial master possesses combat strength comparable to mid-stage body refinement cultivators. However, without a spirit root, mortal martial masters cannot absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for their own use and can only stop at that level. Watching his father practice martial arts, Li Qingyuan felt a surge of excitement and said, "Dad, can you suppress your cultivation to the 2nd level of Qi refinement and spar with me?" The obsession of the people with cultivating immortality includes flying, divine abilities, and combat. Li Dingzhou sheathed his knife, his blood energy ablaze, and true energy flowing, replying, "The 2nd level of Qi refinement? Wouldn't that be bullying you? I'll suppress myself to the 2nd level directly. Also, I can fight without a knife." With that, Li Dingzhou waved his hand, and the long knife flew back 10 zhong, returning to its sheath with incredible speed. Li Qingyuan smiled and said, "Dad, you should use your cultivation at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Because, boom, Li Qingyuan activated the Great Chuan Gong, and the spiritual energy within him surged forth, releasing his cultivation realm. Li Dingzhou's eyes widened. Third level of qi refinement. You've broken through again. After 2.5 years of cultivation. Reaching the third level of qi refinement at this speed was something Li Dingzhou had never seen or heard of in his half a lifetime of training. In the past, with a 5 spirit root aptitude, he would receive family resources every 3 months, getting 1 spirit stone and 10 pounds of spiritual rice each time for 3 years. It took him half a year to reach the entry level of the first level of qi refinement, and a full 5 years to perfect the first level and reach the second level in the same year. After that, he began serving the family, slowly accumulating spirit stones for cultivation, taking another 10 years to reach the second level of qi refinement's perfection. After 3 years of stagnation at the second level's perfection, he finally broke through the shackles and entered the third level at the age of 25. Later, he spent another 15 years to reach the third level's perfection, and then he remained stuck at that realm. As there were no senior cultivators in his family, his journey was extremely difficult, relying solely on early family support and his later efforts. However, at the age of 40, he still couldn't break through the perfection of the third level and could not reach the fourth level or cultivate spiritual awareness. That year, Li Dingzhou resigned himself to fate and chose a gentle and beautiful wife from the mortal world of Yunxia town, selecting the then 19-year-old Chen Shuyun and marrying her. The following year, Li Qingyuan was born. Now, Li Dingzhou was already 51 years old. Of course, he practiced both qi refinement and body refinement, was immune to all ailments, and was strong and robust. His cultivation kept him looking as if he were only 37 or 38. Looking at his 10-year-old son, who had already displayed the cultivation of the third level of qi refinement, Li Dingzhou felt an immense excitement and disbelief. Finally, he proudly laughed. Haha. Good, good, good. Though I, Li Dingzhou, have been mediocre my whole life, my son is a phenomenal genius. Yuan, show me what you can do. Li Dingzhou said. Let me see your talent in combat. Li Qingyuan gathered his spiritual power, drew a line with his hand, and said, Dad, be careful. Swish. The qi blade technique gathered energy into a blade, reaching the small completion stage, with a 3-foot qi blade. Li Dingzhou's eyes lit up. 3-foot qi blade. Small completion of the qi blade technique. Not bad. Boom. Li Dingzhou punched out, his robust blood energy shattering the 3-foot qi blade. He had also suppressed his body refinement cultivation, relying solely on the 9 stages of blood transformation. The powerful blood energy erupted, showcasing impressive might. Li Qingyuan struck again, conjuring a fireball and launching it. Li Dingzhou leaped forward, punching out, his blood energy morphing into a fist aura that shattered the fireball technique, rapidly closing in to attack Li Qingyuan's chest. With a swoosh, Li Qingyuan activated the moon shadow technique, his figure leaving a residual shadow while his true self evaded. Li Dingzhou exclaimed, Good boy, the qi blade technique, fireball technique, and moon shadow technique have all reached the small completion stage. Very impressive. However, you're still a bit inexperienced. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Dingzhou leaped forward, his speed suddenly increasing. Although it wasn't the moon shadow technique, he was able to quickly catch up to Li Qingyuan. This was a martial arts movement technique that could instantly unleash one's vital energy, causing a surge in speed. As he caught up, Li Dingzhou drew both hands, gathering energy into blades that sliced through the air. 2 energy blades, each 3 feet long, were unleashed. This was also the energy blade technique. Li Qingyuan's expression changed in surprise. He had no time to think further and quickly thrust out his hands. Buzz, buzz. With spiritual energy injected into his arms, they turned as hard as iron, not only giving him strength like an ox, but also hardness like steel. This was a family technique, the iron arm technique. After solidifying his arms, Li Qingyuan faced the 2 energy blades head-on, squeezing the blades with his palms, channeling spiritual energy to block them. He was sent flying, sliding along the ground for 7 or 8 yards. However, he ultimately managed to block it. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged toward him, producing a loud sound. Not good. Li Qingyuan was startled. He quickly formed seals with his hands and cast the earth armor technique, transforming spiritual energy into thick earthen armor that adhered to his body. With a loud crack, Li Dingzhou delivered a powerful kick that struck Li Qingyuan in the ribs, shattering the freshly formed thick earthen armor and hitting his body. With a thud, Li Qingyuan was sent flying back for 7 or 8 yards. Cough, cough. Li Qingyuan coughed, his vital energy surging backward. He held his ribs with one hand, his face pale. Goodness, he really is my father. If it weren't for my timely use of the earth armor technique to block most of the attack, several of my ribs would definitely have been broken. Even with healing herbs, I would need several days to recover. Li Dingzhou, feeling pleased, said, "Good boy. Being able to flexibly use the family techniques in your first battle and maintain inner calm to make the best defense in a dangerous moment shows that not only do you have outstanding cultivation talent, but also excellent combat talent." Li Dingzhou waved his hand, brushing off his clothes, and raised his hand invitingly. "You honor, come again. As cultivators, we may not enjoy killing, but we must be adept at it." Chapter 015. The Patriarch's Surprise. The Qilin child of the Li clan. Father and son sparred, engaging in combat. Through simulated battles, Li Qingyuan learned a lot. The execution of spells, the rhythm of combat, and the arrangement of tactical traps. He benefited greatly from his father. Li Dingzhou was not a cultivation genius, with mediocre spiritual roots. However, in terms of combat, he was experienced, having fought against spirit beasts and other cultivators for over 40 years, making him well qualified to guide Li Qingyuan. As the evening glow set in, his mother, Chen Shuyun, returned from her work, preparing dinner. After dinner, Li Dingzhou took Li Qingyuan out, heading straight to the residence of the clan leader, Li Guangao. There were a total of 4 cultivators in the clan leader's lineage. The clan leader, Li Guangao, his nephew, Li Dingyan, his niece, Li Dingxian, and his grandnephew, Li Qinglei. Li Dingyan was in charge of the family's original ironstone mine, a perfected 4th-layer qi refining cultivator, a leading figure in the middle-aged generation, 52 years old. 1 year older than Li Dingzhou. Li Dingxian was responsible for the family's spirit beast training, also a 4th-layer qi refining cultivator in her 40s, who had married immortal and had not left the family. Li Qinglei was of the same generation as Li Qingyuan, 15 years old, with 4 spiritual roots. Currently a 2nd-layer qi refining cultivator, regarded as quite exceptional among the family's young talents. The clan leader, Li Guangao, like previous clan leaders, lived alone for years in the core area of the spiritual vein, cultivating, drawing talismans, and considering family development issues. "Grandpa, Qingyuan is here to see you." Outside the small house, Li Qingyuan respectfully bowed and greeted. Li Dingzhou respectfully said, "Disciple Li Dingzhou pays his respects to the clan leader." With a creak, the door opened, and Li Guangao's voice came. "Dingzhou, Qingyuan, come in." The father and son entered the room. In the living room, Li Guangao had already brewed tea and, using telekinesis, poured 3 cups, smiling. "Come and try this. It's the spirit tea just cultivated by the Grand Elder this year." "Thank you, clan leader." "Thank you, Grandpa clan leader." After thanking him, the father and son each savored the tea. Li Qingyuan sniffed, the aroma rich. He took a small sip, the flavor lingering in his mouth. And once swallowed, the spirit tea was refreshing. "Delicious, it truly is spirit tea." Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up, and he finished it in one gulp. Li Guangao stroked his beard and smiled, lifting his cup to drink, casually saying, "Dingzhou, you and your son came late at night. Is there something you need?" Li Dingzhou replied, "Clan leader, Qingyuan has reached the 3rd layer of qi refining." Li Guangao was shocked. "What? 3rd layer of qi refining?" Cough, cough. Li Guangao was choked by the spirit tea, his face full of astonishment. Li Qingyuan grinned and said, "Grandpa clan leader, please take a look." Boom. Li Qingyuan activated the Great Chuan technique, releasing his 3rd layer qi refining cultivation. His spiritual power not only reached the 3rd layer, but was also stable, as if he had entered this realm for 2 or 3 months. Only then did Li Guangao come back to his senses, happily saying, "Good, good, good. Not only have you broken through to the 3rd layer of qi refining, but your spiritual energy is also contained well, and your realm is stable." "Qingyuan, when did you break through?" Li Qingyuan replied, "Back to Grandpa clan leader, I broke through a week ago." "A week to stabilize the realm?" Li Guangao was both surprised and delighted, saying, "As expected of our Li family's Qilin child, you truly are a cultivation genius. The high-grade 3 spiritual roots that are mutually beneficial are indeed impressive." Li Guangao looked excited, examining Li Qingyuan up and down, patting his shoulder, saying, "Good boy." After 2.5 years of cultivation, reaching the 3rd layer of qi refining at the age of 10. At this rate, you will definitely reach the 4th layer of qi refining in 3 years and develop spiritual awareness. with another 20 years of hard work. Breaking through the shackles of the sixth layer of qi refining and advancing to the late stage of qi refining should not be difficult. Li Guangyao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he envisioned. A late-stage qi refining cultivator in your 30s would be one of the rare young talents on the entire Liuhe Island. Li Qingyuan was also extremely excited. In a third-rate qi refining family, the clan leader is usually a sixth-layer qi refining cultivator, and occasionally, a seventh-layer qi refining cultivator may be born, barely entering the late stage of qi refining. In a second-rate qi refining family, the clan leader and elder-level cultivators are mostly seventh-layer or eighth-layer qi refining, with the occasional ninth layer. Looking at Liuhe Island, only the leaders of the three major first-rate qi refining families are at the 10th layer of qi refining, fully qualified to challenge the foundation establishment stage. Li Guangyao said, in the future, even if Qingyuan cannot establish a foundation, our Li family still has hope of becoming a first-rate qi refining family, ensuring the family thrives for at least 100 years. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan's heart sank. If I can only reach the 7th layer of qi refining in my 30s, and then reach the late stage of qi refining, by the time I reach the 10th layer of qi refining, I be nearly 60? 60 years old is a watershed age for challenging the foundation establishment stage, similar to the age line for women giving birth at 35 in my previous life. Once you pass 35, you are considered a high-risk pregnancy. Challenging the foundation establishment stage after 60 years of age not only has a low success rate. If one fails, there is a risk of severe injury or even death due to spiritual backlash. Even if one is lucky enough to succeed in establishing a foundation, the future potential is limited and cannot go far, making it impossible to form a dan. Li Qingyuan felt anxious. Resources, I need resources. Spirit stones. I need spirit stones. After thinking for a moment, Li Qingyuan bowed deeply and said, Grandpa clan leader, after 3 years of training, the family's young talents are required by clan rules to participate in the management of family industries and contribute their strength. For the past 2 years, I have been receiving the family's grace and your care, which has allowed me to reach the 3rd layer of qi refining so quickly. Grandpa clan leader, I hope to give back to the family and contribute to its development. Upon hearing this, Li Guangyao felt greatly comforted and stroked his beard, saying, Good boy. Being grateful and repaying kindness, I did not raise you in vain. Li Guangyao pondered for a moment and said, Speaking of which, you are already 10 years old, and you should understand the family business. Also, you have reached the 3rd level of qi refinement. As a young person, you can't always be in seclusion and avoid interaction with family members. However, Li Guangyao felt troubled and said, Once you reveal your strength, you will no longer be able to hide it. After all, our Li family does not have any techniques for concealing one's aura. Li Qingyuan agreed, saying, That's right. Qingyuan's cultivation cannot be exposed. A 10-year-old at the 3rd level of qi refinement, with such a cultivation speed, it's not an exaggeration to say that he has dual spiritual roots. Once his cultivation is revealed, it will definitely attract attention, and other qi refinement family cultivators will know. By then, Qingyuan will be in danger. Li Guangyao thought for a moment and said, How about you follow the Grand Elder to cultivate spiritual plants? The family medicinal fields are managed by him alone. This way, your cultivation won't be known by others. Li Qingyuan shook his head and bowed, saying, Grandpa Patriarch, I want to learn talisman drawing. Upon hearing this, Li Guangyao was taken aback. Li Qingyuan immediately stood up and scolded, Qingyuan, don't talk nonsense. The art of talisman drawing is a unique opportunity that the patriarch obtained in his early years. It is not a family inheritance. How can you covet it? Li Qingyuan quickly bent down and said, Patriarch, Qingyuan is still young. Please forgive his rudeness. Li Qingyuan was stunned and then realized. The art of talisman drawing did not belong to the family inheritance. It was a unique skill obtained by the patriarch through chance in his early years, and it was his signature ability to earn spirit stones. If it were to be passed down, it would only be to the disciples of their lineage. Li Qingyuan apologized, saying, I'm sorry, Grandpa Patriarch. Before he could finish, Li Guangyao immediately agreed and happily said, All right, I agree. Li Guangyao glared at Li Qingyuan, puffing his beard and glaring. Li Qingyuan, do you really think I am like those outdated old fellows outside? Over the years, if it weren't for the fact that the disciples of the family are too incompetent, and the resources consumed to cultivate a first-level talisman master are too much, how could my talisman skills be left without successors? Li Guangyao said joyfully. Qingyuan has exceptional comprehension, mastering all 6 family techniques, and now that he has reached the 3rd level of qi refinement, he is the perfect candidate to learn talisman drawing. Qingyuan, come over tomorrow morning, and I will teach you the art of talisman drawing. Li Qingyuan was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, Grandpa Patriarch." Chapter 16. Learning Talisman Drawing. Early the next morning, Li Qingyuan set out early and arrived at the Patriarch Li Guangao's secluded courtyard. "Grandpa Patriarch, I'm here." Li Qingyuan called from outside the door. Li Guangao's aged voice came from inside. "Come in." Inside the room, the old man and the young boy were preparing to draw talismans. Li Guangao earnestly said, "Little Qingyuan, drawing talismans requires great patience, time, and talent. Over the years, I have seen your comprehension and your heart for seeking the Tao. If there is anyone in the Li family who can learn my talisman skills, it can only be you." Li Qingyuan chuckled. "You flatter me, Grandpa Patriarch. All right, let's not talk too much. Let's get started." Li Guangao pointed to the materials and tools on the table, saying, "To draw talismans, you need a talisman brush, talisman ink, and talisman paper. Generally speaking, the better the quality of the talisman brush, ink, and paper, the stronger the power of the talisman drawn." Li Guangao picked up a talisman brush and introduced it with a proud expression. "This is my wind spirit wolf hair brush. Made from the bones and hairs of the wind spirit wolf, rated as a mid-grade 1st-level brush. The talisman brush is also a magical tool. However, it is not made for combat but for inscribing runes." Li Qingyuan realized. "I see. Grandpa Patriarch, how much does this talisman brush cost?" Li Qingyuan asked curiously. Li Guangao said, "It's worth 150 spirit stones. Back then, to buy this talisman brush and improve the success rate of drawing talismans, I spent all my savings for several years at once. 150 spirit stones?" Li Qingyuan gasped in surprise and said, "That's really expensive." Li Guangao smiled and put down the brush. Continuing to introduce, next is the talisman ink. The talisman ink is primarily made from spirit spring water, ground with cinnabar stone to make powder, and finally mixed with the blood of magical beasts. Li Guangao patiently explained, "The ingredients I use to make talisman ink cost about 10 to 20 spirit stones per pound." Li Qingyuan felt that it seemed that learning to draw talismans was indeed a resource-intensive skill. Finally, the talisman paper, Li Guangao said. "The talisman paper is made from the bark and stems of spiritual plants, mixed with the skins of magical beasts. A piece of low-grade 1st-level talisman paper sells for 1 spirit stone in the Liuha Island market. A piece of mid-grade 1st-level talisman paper sells for 3 spirit stones. As for a piece of high-grade 1st-level talisman paper, it costs 5 spirit stones." Li Qingyuan was shocked. "The talisman paper is that expensive?" "Grandpa Patriarch, my father said that low-grade 1st-level talisman paper has an attack power corresponding to the initial stage of qi refinement, and the market price varies between 2 to 4 spirit stones. Mid-grade 1st-level talisman paper has power comparable to an attack from a mid-stage qi refinement cultivator, costing 5 to 6 spirit stones per piece." Li Guangao nodded. "That's right. The cost of drawing a low-grade 1st-level talisman paper, including the consumption of talisman brush, ink, and paper, plus labor, is close to 2 spirit stones per piece. Selling a low-grade 1st-level talisman paper can earn 1 spirit stone. If it's a high-quality low-grade 1st-level talisman paper, perhaps it can earn 2 spirit stones. Of course, this is the most ideal situation." Li Guangao sighed and said, "Drawing talismans always has failures. Even I, who have immersed myself in this art for many years, only have a success rate of about 70 to 80% for drawing low-grade 1st-level talisman paper. The success rate for drawing mid-grade 1st-level talisman paper is barely 40%. Li Guangao sighed and said, "After deducting costs, the profit is only about 3 to 400 spirit stones. And among these, some talisman papers are used to assist family cultivators in battles, self-defense, and hunting magical beasts. The actual talisman papers sold in a whole year only amount to about 200 spirit stones." Li Qingyuan had long heard from his father about the family's income, family business, family expenses, and the fact that the family had to provide 600 spirit stones to the Liu family every year. The current situation of the family was that the Li family worked hard every year, struggling to maintain the family's operations, often giving their all just to serve the Liuha Dao Foundation building immortal family. Even in years of poor harvest, the family would have to risk hunting more magical beasts or going to sea to catch spiritual fish, which could easily lead to casualties among family cultivators. Li Qingyuan's expression turned serious, and he said, "Grandpa Patriarch, please teach me to draw talismans. I also want to contribute to the family. My father said that over the years, even though the family was in financial difficulty, you and the Grand Elder and the Second Elder have been paying out of your own pockets for my cultivation resources." Upon hearing this, Li Guangao smiled with satisfaction. A grateful and intelligent young man is always favored by elders. All right, Li Guangao smiled, took out a piece of talisman paper, and said, "This is a lightning talisman. Little Qingyuan, stick the talisman paper on your body and use your spiritual power to activate it. Feel the mysteries within." Li Qingyuan followed suit. The lightning talisman was stuck to his chest, and he injected his spiritual power into it. Buzz! The talisman emitted a wave of spiritual power, instantly activating. "Qingyuan, do not use spiritual power. Just jump with your own strength," Li Guangao instructed again. Li Qingyuan did not use spiritual power and simply bent his knees to jump. Whoosh! With a bent knee leap, Li Qingyuan flew out, leaping over 10 meters, feeling as if he were flying. "Ha! So fast. My body feels so light. Light as a swallow, gentle as willow fluff." Li Qingyuan hopped and jumped, each leap spanning over 10 meters, soaring to the treetops and sweeping across the mountain peaks, startling flocks of birds from the back mountain. After a few breaths, the energy of the lightness talisman was exhausted, and Li Qingyuan landed steadily. The lightness talisman, how mysterious. As he first encountered and used the talisman, Li Qingyuan felt a great sense of novelty and curiosity. Li Guangao said, "The lightness talisman, a low-grade first-tier talisman paper. Once activated, the user's lightness soars, and their speed increases dramatically. Today, we will learn the lightness talisman." Li Qingyuan's spirits lifted. They were finally getting to the main topic. At this moment, the clan leader, Li Guangao, took out a talisman brush from his storage bag and said, "Qingyuan, this is a low-grade first-tier talisman brush that your grandpa used a few years ago. I will lend it to you for now, as long as you can draw a usable talisman, even if it's just one." Li Guangao squinted his eyes, resembling a cunning old fox, and tempted him. "This brush, worth 30 spirit stones, I will give to you." Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up, and he nodded. "Thank you. Grandpa clan leader, I will work hard." Li Guangao laughed heartily and said, "I will first draw a few lightness talismans for you to observe." After speaking, Li Guangao held the wind spirit wolf hairbrush, laid out the low-grade first-tier talisman paper, dipped the brush tip into the talisman ink, and, with a serious expression, focused entirely on drawing the talisman. It was evident that he was already adept at inscribing the lightness talisman. The lightness talisman was completed in one go, flowing smoothly, taking no more than half a minute. Li Qingyuan suddenly felt a moment of daze, as if he saw Ing Shu holding a brush, dipping it in vermilion ink, and effortlessly completing a Maoshan exorcism talisman. The first, second, third. Li Qingyuan carefully observed, memorizing every stroke. On the sixth talisman, with a bang. Due to a small mistake, the talisman paper's spiritual energy became chaotic, and the material self-destructed. Li Guangao said, "Drawing talismans consumes not only spiritual power, but also spiritual consciousness. When mistakes occur, you need to rest." Li Guangao pointed to ordinary paper and ink, saying, "Qingyuan, first draw talismans on ordinary paper with ordinary ink, memorizing every detail of the lightness talisman. Once you are proficient, you can use the talisman paper materials to draw." Li Qingyuan nodded. "Okay, Grandpa clan leader." One was teaching the way of talismans, and the other was learning it. Li Guangao slowly inscribed the lightness talisman on ordinary paper, teaching stroke by stroke. His talisman knowledge was entirely self-taught, meticulous and precise. Li Qingyuan followed suit, firmly remembering each stroke, repeatedly practicing and copying. Li Guangao secretly nodded, thinking, "This child has a calm mindset, is neither arrogant nor impatient, and his hands are steady with precise strokes. He learns quickly, much better than I was back then." After drawing it more than 10 times, Li Qingyuan thought, it doesn't seem too difficult. However, he still suppressed his eagerness and continued to copy the runes. Half an hour later, Li Guangao nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. You are basically proficient with the lightness talisman. Next, you can try using the talisman paper materials for drawing." Li Qingyuan was instantly filled with motivation. "Okay, Grandpa clan leader." Officially starting to draw talismans. Chapter 017. Talisman Genius. The lightness talisman is complete. Officially starting to draw talismans. 3 types of materials. A low-grade first-tier talisman brush, low-grade first-tier talisman paper, and low-grade first-tier talisman ink. Li Qingyuan held the brush, took 3 deep breaths to adjust his mindset, then dipped the brush tip into the deep red talisman ink, letting the tip fall as he began to move the brush. As soon as the brush landed, Li Qingyuan's expression froze, and his brows furrowed. He was surprised, thinking, there's actually resistance from the talisman paper? Li Guangao watched from the side, stroking his beard, with a smile that was not quite a smile, thinking to himself, little guy, drawing talismans is not like hosting a banquet. It's not as simple as painting or embroidering. Among the 100 arts of cultivation, talismans, formations, alchemy, artifact crafting, drawing talismans, puppetry, and beast taming are at the forefront and are not so easy to learn. Li Qingyuan focused his mind, stabilized his rhythm, and began to outline the runes stroke by stroke. Bang on his first attempt, he had drawn only 1/5 of the lightness talisman when his spiritual power became unstable, causing the talisman paper to self-destruct. Li Qingyuan's face twitched in distress, 1 spirit stone down the drain. A low-grade first-tier talisman paper was worth 1 spirit stone, and this did not account for the consumption of talisman ink. As for the human effort, Li Qingyuan felt that he was not yet at the level of effort. He hadn't even entered the realm of talismans yet. Li Guangao asked, Qingyuan, how does it feel? Li Qingyuan pondered, Grandpa clan leader, when drawing the talisman. There was a sense of resistance from the talisman paper, which repelled the talisman brush. Under this repulsion, the talisman artist needs to operate their spiritual power just right to neutralize it, not too much, nor too little. Li Guangao felt greatly relieved. Very good. To have such insights on your first attempt at drawing talismans. It seems you have a talent for talismans. Li Guangao said. Continue, don't worry about the material consumption. In the early stages of learning talismans, consumption is inevitable. Li Qingyuan nodded. Yes. The second piece of talisman paper was laid flat, and Li Qingyuan continued to pick up the brush to draw the talisman. This time, with psychological preparation, Li Qingyuan began to operate his spiritual power, slowly trying to feel the assistance to counteract the resistance, seeking a certain balance. 1/5, 1/4. Bang. This time, after drawing just over 1/4, Li Qingyuan's spiritual power slowed by 3 parts during operation, causing the power injected into the brush to weaken, thus failing to perfectly counteract the assistance. Consequently, the talisman paper's spiritual power became chaotic and self-destructed. Li Qingyuan exhaled deeply, closing his eyes to recall the reason for his last failure. After a quarter of an hour, Li Qingyuan continued to draw the talisman for the 3rd time. 1/5, 1/4, 1/3. Bang. This time, as he reached 1/3, Li Qingyuan became careless, resulting in the talisman paper being wasted. Li Qingyuan sighed. Drawing talismans is even harder than I imagined. Li Guangao laughed. Of course. Drawing talismans isn't simple. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone in our Li family become a talisman master? Over the years, I have trained more than a dozen people, yet none succeeded. And instead, a lot of materials were wasted. However, you are quite good, Li Guangao praised. You have managed to inscribe 1/3 after only 3 attempts. Much better than I was back then. Li Guangao smiled kindly, offering sincere praise and encouragement, saying, Child, Grandpa clan leader believes that your future achievements in talismans will definitely surpass mine. Now, take a short break to recover your spiritual power and spirit, and we will continue. Li Qingyuan nodded. Okay, Grandpa clan leader. Li Guangao was not a strong cultivator, nor a master of talismans. But he was a good teacher who would not scold Li Qingyuan at the slightest inconvenience. Therefore, even after several consecutive failures, Li Qingyuan felt little psychological pressure. Instead, he was continuously encouraged, gradually building his confidence. After a short rest, they continued to draw talismans. Failure, and more failures. However, progress was evident. 1/3, just over 1/3. Half, just over half. Unknowingly, a day had passed. Besides lunch and dinner, and meditating to recover his cultivation, Li Qingyuan had been drawing talismans the entire time. Buzz. Suddenly, with a stroke of the talisman brush, Li Qingyuan completed the final stroke, finishing it. The runes were outlined, and spiritual energy manifested. Ha ha ha, it worked. Li Qingyuan laughed joyfully. Grandpa Patriarch, I finally did it. I drew the lightness talisman. Li Guangao was sitting nearby, practicing qi and refining spirit stones. His cultivation had been stagnating at the 6th level of qi refinement for many years, and he was qualified to challenge the 7th level. Deep in his meditation, he was suddenly startled awake by Li Qingyuan's laughter. Li Guangao immediately dispersed his spiritual energy, exited his meditation state, and widened his eyes, saying, "You did it? Let me see." Using his spiritual power to manipulate objects from a distance, Li Guangao summoned the lightness talisman into his palm. After examining it back and forth, an expression of disbelief appeared in his eyes, and he said, "You really did it. Qingyuan, you actually drew the lightness talisman in just one day? You're not only a genius in cultivation, but also a genius in talisman crafting." Li Qingyuan humbly smiled and said, "It's all thanks to your guidance, Grandpa Patriarch. Moreover, I consumed 20 sheets of talisman paper and wasted 20 spirit stones before successfully drawing one talisman. If it weren't for your dedication and resources in nurturing me, I would never have succeeded." Li Guangao shook his head, saying, No, while resources are important, talent is even rarer. Do you know how many spirit stones I consumed before I was able to draw the lightness talisman back in my day? How much time I spent? Li Qingyuan shook his head. "I don't know." Li Guangao sighed. "I consumed over 200 spirit stones and spent half a month just to barely draw the lightness talisman. If it weren't for the previous patriarch being my uncle, and because I was designated as the young patriarch of the family, receiving full support from the clan, it would have been very difficult for me to become a talisman master." Li Guangao's face was filled with anticipation and hope as he said, "Child, your comprehension is truly the best I've ever seen in my life. Looking at the entire Liuha Island, you are a true prodigy. It's a pity that your spiritual root cannot be exposed, and your cultivation cannot be revealed. Otherwise, I would definitely promote you to young patriarch openly and nurture you with the full strength of the clan." Li Guangao said, "Before you reach the late stage of qi refinement, you and the entire family need to be patient. Only when you reach the late stage of qi refinement can you have the power to protect yourself and reveal your cultivation in front of others." Li Guangao spoke earnestly. "Qingyuan, you must understand that as a qi refinement family, our Li clan has allies and enemies, especially the foundation-building immortal clan, the Lu family. They will never allow a second foundation-building immortal clan to appear on Liuha Island." Li Qingyuan respectfully replied, "Grandpa Patriarch, don't worry, I understand. By the way, Grandpa Patriarch," Li Qingyuan said, "I want to continue practicing the lightness talisman and draw more talisman papers to make up for the losses from the failures. Do you think I can take some of the talisman paper materials, talisman pens, and talisman ink back with me?" Li Guangao readily agreed. "No problem. And as I said before, as long as you successfully draw one talisman paper, this talisman pen is yours. I'll also give you half a pound of talisman ink and 20 sheets of first-grade low-quality talisman paper materials. After you go back, practice more to increase the success rate of drawing talismans." Li Qingyuan was overjoyed. "Thank you, Grandpa Patriarch. I will not disappoint your expectations." Chapter 018, Talisman Pen, Talisman Paper. Talisman ink duplicate and double, profiting big. Soon, Li Qingyuan hurriedly left and returned to his secluded little courtyard. He closed the door, walked into his bedroom, and then eagerly took out all the materials for drawing talismans. Half a pound of talisman ink, worth 5 spirit stones. 20 sheets of first-grade low-quality talisman paper materials, worth 20 spirit stones, plus the first-grade low-quality talisman pen gifted by the patriarch, worth 30 spirit stones. Finally, Li Qingyuan took out the successfully drawn lightness talisman. Holding the lightness talisman, Li Qingyuan silently thought, "Receive." The next second, in the Xuanpin space, the lightness talisman was absorbed, then split into two, perfectly duplicated. Li Qingyuan took out 2 lightness talismans, examined them back and forth, and concluded, it must be the duplication function. The rune curves are exactly the same. The lightness talisman he drew was not crafted with enough skill and was merely a successful attempt. The duplicated lightness talismans also gave off this feeling. The craftsmanship was not refined. Next, he took the first-grade low-quality talisman pen. "Receive." The next second, Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up, and he was overjoyed. Successful duplication. In the Xuanpin space, there were 2 talisman pens, identical and perfectly duplicated. Then, half a pound of talisman ink was duplicated and became 1 pound of talisman ink. Finally, the 20 sheets of first-grade low-quality talisman paper materials were also duplicated, turning into 40 sheets of talisman paper materials. All resources were doubled, and now he had profited immensely. Li Qingyuan's breathing became a bit heavier. His wealth had now exceeded 100 spirit stones. This wealth, aside from the patriarch, the great elder, and the second elder, surpassed that of almost all other cultivators in the family. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Li Qingyuan entered the Xuanpin space to start learning. He focused his mind, connecting his mental energy to the Xuanpin space, and saw a figure in the space drawing talisman papers, specifically the lightness talisman. The mysterious figure's process of drawing talismans was very detailed and perfect, a textbook-level demonstration. Holding the talisman pen, Li Qingyuan dipped it in the talisman ink, closed his eyes, and let his mental energy follow the steps of the mysterious figure in the Xuanpin space to draw the talisman. This time, he was even more skilled and agile than during his first successful attempt, completing it in one go. Buzz! The lightness talisman was completed, and the spiritual energy hummed. The talisman paper buzzed, the runes condensed, and the spiritual energy was contained, successfully drawn. This talisman paper could be activated as long as a cultivator infused spiritual energy into it. Li Qingyuan's eyes turned as he pondered. Can the lightness talisman drawn with the duplicated talisman paper materials be copied again? Receive. However, this time, the lightness talisman could not be absorbed into the Xuanpin space and could not be duplicated. Li Qingyuan concluded, saying, "It seems that talisman paper drawn with duplicated materials cannot be duplicated again. It cannot be infinitely nested." Continuing to draw talismans, Li Qingyuan followed the guidance of the Xuanpin space, feeling enlightened and experiencing significant progress. Drawing talismans restored his cultivation. Until it was dark, Li Qingyuan prepared dinner for himself, eating spiritual rice, spiritual beast meat, and spiritual medicine soup. After eating and drinking his fill, he had a good sleep to replenish his energy. The next morning, Li Qingyuan woke up early and continued to draw talismans. Having tasted the sweetness of drawing talismans for the first time, he had become addicted. After a day of effort, he managed to produce 40 sheets of talisman paper, failing 8 times and successfully creating 32 lightness talismans, achieving a success rate of 80. This was simply incredible for a beginner, an absurdly high success rate. After finishing the last lightness talisman, Li Qingyuan let out a long breath. If it weren't for the guidance of the Xuanpin space, my success rate would have been at most 40. But now, in just one day, I achieved an 80 success rate, and drawing the lightness talisman has become easy for me. Li Qingyuan pondered, based on my original comprehension, calculating with a 40 success rate. With 20 sheets of talisman paper materials, I would have succeeded in only 8 sheets. Therefore, I will present 8 lightness talismans to Grandpa Patriarch. Disguising the success rate as 40. I will keep the remaining 24 sheets for myself. Li Qingyuan understood that being too astonishing was not necessarily a good thing. Calculating with his original comprehension and learning speed, a 40 success rate was already remarkable, and he needed to hide some of his abilities. Soon, Li Qingyuan found Patriarch Li Guangao and took out the 8 successfully drawn lightness talismans. A success rate of 40? Li Guangao was taken aback. 20 pieces of talisman paper material, you successfully created 8 lightness talismans. Li Guangao gasped in surprise and said, "You learned to draw talismans in just one day, and your success rate is too high. Ha ha ha. No wonder you are the pride of the Li clan." Li Guangao stroked his beard and laughed heartily. "Haha, after just one day of learning to draw talismans, your success rate has already recouped the cost. And there's a bit of profit too. Qingyuan, your talent in talisman crafting is not inferior to your cultivation talent." Li Guangao was very excited. "It seems that my talisman inheritance has a successor." Qingyuan, in the next few days, continue to practice drawing the lightness talisman. Once your success rate reaches 50%, I will teach you the method for drawing the next type of talisman paper. Li Qingyuan nodded happily. "Okay, Grandpa clan leader." Thus, for the next several days, Li Qingyuan continued to focus on meditation and cultivation while dedicating a small amount of time to making lightness talismans. The news that he learned to create lightness talismans in one day with a success rate of 40% also reached the Great Elder, the Second Elder, and his father Li Dingzhou. The Great Elder and the Second Elder were immensely excited, tears streaming down their faces, exclaiming that the family had produced a peerless genius. A month later, after spending a little time each day on drawing talisman paper, Li Qingyuan pretended that his success rate had reached 50% one day, thus gaining the opportunity to learn the second type of talisman paper. Grandpa clan leader Li Guangao taught him diligently, providing patient guidance, constant praise, and encouragement. Li Qingyuan studied earnestly, his comprehension astonishing, quickly grasping the basics, and with the one-on-one private teaching from the mysterious space, his talisman drawing skills advanced by leaps and bounds. Gradually, Li Qingyuan discovered that the first-level talisman inheritance controlled by his grandpa was incomplete and flawed. The talisman inheritance that Grandpa received by chance when he was young only included 6 types of inferior first-level talisman paper, 3 types of medium first-level talisman paper, and 1 type of superior first-level talisman paper. Moreover, the only superior first-level talisman paper was a defective version, greatly reducing its power, making it only able to exert the might of a medium first-level talisman paper. This was essentially a severely castrated version of the first-level talisman inheritance. A truly complete first-level talisman inheritance must include inferior first-level talisman paper, medium first-level talisman paper, superior first-level talisman paper, and even top-tier first-level talisman paper. Grandpa Clan Leader said that the power of a top-tier first-level talisman paper is so strong that it can be compared to a full-force strike from a cultivator at the 10th level of Qi refining. Unstoppable below the foundation establishment stage. It can be seen that the talisman inheritance in Grandpa's hands is severely incomplete. However, even a severely flawed first-level talisman inheritance is an important source of income and a significant auxiliary means of combat power for the Li clan, a third-rate Qi refining family. Therefore, Li Qingyuan certainly needed to master this skill. This kind of learning continued for a long time. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. In just half a year, Li Qingyuan had accumulated hundreds to thousands of talisman papers. Along with this, he also gained a new worry. Chapter 019. The Trouble of Lacking Spirit Stones. Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, and beneath the ground of his house was a defective first-level spirit vein, with spiritual energy surging from below. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth also gathered around his small courtyard. In his hands, he held a piece of spirit stone in each hand. As he operated the great Chun Gong, he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, converting it for his own use. The spiritual energy in his body circulated in a great cycle, bathing him in spiritual light as he inhaled and exhaled the spiritual energy. With a crack, the 2 spirit stones in Li Qingyuan's hands lost their spiritual power, completely absorbed and turned into rubble. He let out a long breath, and the spiritual energy in his body completed its final cycle before returning to his dantian, settling in his qi si. Li Qingyuan's face showed joy. I didn't expect that drawing talismans would also help with cultivation. Over the past 6 months, Li Qingyuan focused on cultivating spiritual power while dedicating a small portion of his time to learning 6 types of inferior first-level talisman paper. During the talisman drawing process, he constantly consumed his internal spiritual power and mental strength. After consuming, he would meditate to restore his mana. This cycle of consumption and restoration repeated continuously. And in just half a year, his cultivation speed was comparable to the past 7 or 8 months. It seemed that drawing talismans was also a way to refine spiritual power and temperamental strength. And this was just the first gain. The second gain was that in the past 6 months, Li Qingyuan had learned 6 types of inferior first-level talisman paper. They were the Cleansing Talisman, the Illumination Talisman, the Hemostasis Talisman, the Lightness Talisman, the Iron Armor Talisman, and the Ice Spike Talisman. The first 3 were used for daily life and assistance, while the latter 3 were used for combat and enhancing strength. Now, the 6 types of talisman paper drawn by Li Qingyuan were all of standard quality, and some even turned out to be high quality. Inferior first-level talisman papers are also categorized into low quality, standard quality, and high quality. For example, the inferior first-level Ice Spike Talisman, the low-quality version barely forms a talisman, with power corresponding to the first level of Qi refining. The standard quality version corresponds to the second level of Qi refining in terms of power, while the high-quality version corresponds to the third level of Qi refining. The third gain was that Li Qingyuan, utilizing the guidance function of the mysterious space, had mastered the talisman drawing skills proficiently, achieving a success rate of up to 90. Additionally, in order to hone his talisman drawing skills, Li Qingyuan chose not to draw talismans first and then copy them. Instead, he opted to double the materials for talisman paper and talisman ink and then draw the talismans. The more times he drew talismans, the more he could enhance his talisman skills. In this way, he could not only refine spiritual energy and temper his soul, but also improve his talisman drawing skills. Furthermore, he expressed to Grandpa Clan Leader that after 6 months of study, his success rate for drawing the 6 types of inferior first-level talisman paper had reached 60. Li Qingyuan's face showed concern. Sigh. How can I exchange these talisman papers for spirit stones to support my cultivation? Over the past 6 months, Li Qingyuan had secretly accumulated several hundred talisman papers, with the majority being lightness talismans, iron armor talismans, ice spike talismans, and hemostasis talismans, while the cleansing talismans and illumination talismans were the least in number. The standard quality lightness talismans, iron armor talismans, ice spike talismans, and hemostasis talismans are worth 3 spirit stones each, and the high-quality versions are worth 4 spirit stones each. However, the cleansing talismans and illumination talismans are much cheaper, using the cheapest talisman paper materials, which cost about half a spirit stone each. Therefore, the cleansing talismans and illumination talismans are sold for only 1 spirit stone each. Based on the pricing provided by Grandpa Clan leader, Li Qingyuan made a preliminary estimate and concluded that if he sold all the talisman papers he had, they would be worth no less than 1,000 spirit stones. After all, Li Qingyuan was quite extraordinary. The materials for drawing talismans and resources were doubled, and his success rate was ridiculously high, reaching a full 90, with quite a few high-quality talismans as well. The most important point was that the talisman papers he created did not need to be provided to family cultivators and could not be given to them. He could only keep them for himself. Moreover, his talisman papers, aside from the labor cost, required almost no material cost. Unlike Grandpa Clan leader, who, after a year, produced talisman papers worth 2,000 spirit stones, requiring several hundred spirit stones in costs. He then provided them to family cultivators to help them kill enemies, defend themselves, enhance their strength, and also for hunting demon beasts. Over the course of a year, he provided family cultivators with talisman papers worth over 1,000 spirit stones. Therefore, after a whole year, the profit that Grandpa Clan leader could earn was only 200 to 300 spirit stones. As the clan leader, he was indeed very dedicated and responsible. He had to sell the talisman papers to exchange them for spirit stones. Li Qingyuan frowned slightly, feeling a bit troubled. At the current pace, he would need about 3 years to reach full completion of the 3rd level of qi refining and then break through to the 4th level. Following that, it would take about 7 or 8 years to complete the 5th and 6th levels of qi refining. Li Qingyuan calculated, within 10 years. When I reach the 7th layer of qi refining, I will be in my early 20s. In the late stage of qi refining, it becomes even more difficult to improve, requiring more spirit stones, more resources, and even expensive elixirs to assist in cultivation. The 7th layer of qi refining, the 8th layer, the 9th layer, and the 10th layer. On average, it takes about 4 to 5 years for each realm. I estimate I will be around 50 years old by then. And this is just an ideal scenario. It is extremely difficult for a 3rd-rate qi refining family to produce a late-stage qi refining master, especially for the 10th layer of qi refining. It is said that the accumulation required for the 10th layer surpasses that of the 8th and 9th layers. To advance further and reach the perfection of the 10th layer is even more challenging. In Liu Island, there are only 3 first-rate qi refining families, and only their family has achieved the perfection of the 10th layer, which is extremely rare and hard to reach. Li Qingyuan felt a sense of urgency. Even if I can reach the perfection of the 10th layer by around 50, I will still need a lot of time and tens of thousands of spirit stones to slowly plan for the foundation building elixir. I'm afraid it will be difficult to obtain the foundation building elixir before I turn 60, let alone break through to the foundation building stage. Even if I miraculously succeed at 60, my potential will be nearly exhausted after foundation building, making it extremely difficult to form a dan. Li Qingyuan shook his head. No, I must become an immortal. I must achieve longevity. I need to find a way to sell the talismans without exposing my secrets, to exchange them for spirit stones to accelerate my own cultivation. In the afternoon, Li Qingyuan arrived at the patriarch's secluded courtyard. He took out 6 high-quality talismans and smiled. Patriarch, you said that as long as I can draw high-quality talismans, you would teach me to carve first-grade medium-quality talismans. The first-grade medium-quality talisman corresponds to the mid-stage of qi refining, suitable for cultivators at the 4th, 5th, and 6th layers of qi refining. The patriarch, Li Guangyao, brightened his eyes and said, "These are indeed high-quality talismans. This iron armor talisman is enough to withstand a full-force attack from a cultivator at the 3rd layer of qi refining. And you have also drawn high-quality versions of the lightness talisman, ice spike talisman, and blood-stopping talisman." He praised Qingyuan. "Your talent for drawing talismans far surpasses mine by 10 times, no, 100 times. He laughed with joy and said, "Good. Today I will teach you to draw first-grade medium-quality talismans. The learning method is still the same as before. First, Watch me draw a few first-grade medium-quality talismans. Then, Li Qingyuan followed the patriarch's lead, using ordinary paper and brush to copy the runes. Throughout the learning process, the patriarch taught him patiently. The first-grade medium-quality talismans I control are divided into 3 types. The diamond talisman, primarily for defense. Once activated, it transforms spiritual energy into a barrier, making it indestructible, impervious to blades and firearms, and resistant to water and fire. The wind blade talisman, primarily for offense. Once activated, it transforms into blades of wind, allowing one to kill enemies from afar, unstoppable and advantageous. The explosive fire talisman, also primarily for offense. Once activated, it unleashes raging flames, comparable to a fireball technique at the mastery level, sufficient to sweep through the mid-stage of chi refining. The patriarch smiled and said, "Let us start with the diamond talisman today." Chapter 020. The incomplete first-grade upper-quality talisman. It turns out that the first-grade medium-quality talismans are indeed much more advanced and profound than the first-grade lower-quality talismans, and learning them presents some difficulty. Of course, Li Qingyuan felt that it was only slightly difficult, nothing more. The materials for the first-grade medium-quality talisman are worth 3 spirit stones. If successful, the lower-quality talisman sells for 4 spirit stones. The genuine quality sells for 5 spirit stones. If one can achieve high quality, the attack power is not weaker than a full-force strike from a 6th-layer chi refining cultivator, and a single talisman can sell for as much as 6 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan spent the first 3 days memorizing the runes of the diamond talisman, becoming thoroughly familiar with them. Then, he spent another week, dedicating 2 hours, 4 hours, each day to practicing drawing talismans, using 5 pieces of first-grade medium-quality talisman materials each day. On the first day, all 5 materials failed, costing 15 spirit stones. On the second day, despite some progress, he still failed all attempts, costing another 15 spirit stones. By the third day, after 4 failures, he finally succeeded by chance in drawing a lower-quality diamond talisman, barely getting the hang of it. After barely getting the hang of it, the guidance function of the mysterious space opened, with a mysterious figure providing one-on-one tutoring, perfectly demonstrating how to draw the diamond talisman. Following the guidance from the mysterious space, Li Qingyuan made rapid progress over the next few days. On the 4th day, he successfully drew 2 lower-quality diamond talismans, comparable to a full-force strike from a 4th-layer chi refining cultivator. By the 5th day, he successfully drew 3 diamond talismans, 2 lower quality and 1 genuine quality. After the 6th and 7th days, Li Qingyuan's success rate reached 80, successfully drawing 4 talismans from 5 materials, and all were of genuine quality, comparable to a full-force strike from a 5th-layer chi refining cultivator. 10 days later, Li Qingyuan qualified to continue his studies. Patriarch Li Guangao taught him the wind blade talisman and the explosive fire talisman. The process of learning to draw the wind blade talisman was the same, practicing 2 hours a day, mastering it in a week, and becoming proficient in 10 days. The same applied to the explosive fire talisman, without exception. Thus, in just a month, Li Qingyuan basically mastered the drawing methods for the 3 first-grade medium-quality talismans, achieving a success rate of 80. Of course, he still pretended that his success rate was only 40 at first. After another month, in front of the patriarch, Li Qingyuan pretended that his success rate had risen to 50. Additionally, after a month of honing, Li Qingyuan managed to produce genuine quality talismans almost every time, with a 1 in 10 chance of producing high-quality talismans. If it weren't for the fact that he had not yet developed spiritual consciousness and was only at the 3rd layer of chi refining, his cultivation was still weak. Otherwise, he could have produced even more high-quality talismans. Li Qingyuan set down his wind spirit wolf hairbrush, looked at the table with satisfaction, and smiled. "Patriarch, look, I have luckily succeeded in drawing a high-quality explosive fire talisman." Patriarch Li Guangao stroked his beard and smiled. "Good, good, good. In just 2 months, you have mastered all 3 types of first-grade medium-quality talismans, with most being of genuine quality. Occasionally, there are even high-quality talismans." While Li Guangao was happy, he couldn't help but sigh. "In just 8 months, you have drained the talisman inheritance that I have cultivated for many years. Moreover, in less than a year, your understanding of talismans is comparable to my accumulation over 20 or 30 years. Your talent for talismans surpasses mine by 100 times. Li Qingyuan thought. "Patriarch, actually, I have a cheat. Moreover, I have concealed my true success rate and the rate of high-quality talisman production. I'm sorry, but I cannot tell you about the mysterious space, nor can I tell my parents. Otherwise, the Li family would be in danger. Li Qingyuan smiled and said, Patriarch, don't you still have the last type of talisman? Li Guangao was taken aback and then asked, Are you referring to the flame ice soul-cutting talisman? Yes. Li Qingyuan said, Patriarch, I want to learn it. Li Guangao sighed and said, Qingyuan, the flame ice soul-cutting talisman is originally a first-grade upper-quality talisman. Its killing power is not weaker than a full-force strike from a late-stage qi refining master. Unfortunately, the runes of the flame ice soul-cutting talisman are incomplete. Not only is the learning difficulty extremely high, far surpassing that of ordinary first-grade medium-quality talismans, but even if it is successfully drawn, its power is at most comparable to a full-force strike from a fifth-layer qi refining cultivator. Not to mention the time, materials, and effort it consumes. Its power is also inferior to the wind blade talisman and explosive fire talisman. Therefore, over the years, I have rarely drawn it. Li Qingyuan, believing in the principle that having more skills is never a burden, and since he had mastered all the talismans except for the flame ice soul-cutting talisman, he had no other learning goals. He then spoke, Grandpa Patriarch, Qingyuan wants to learn, please teach me. Li Guangao looked at Li Qingyuan, pondered for a moment, and nodded. All right, since you want to learn, I will teach it to you. In fact, when I was young, I put in a lot of hard work on the flame ice soul vanquishing talisman, because I had a wish in my heart that perhaps I could complete this talisman, allowing it to fully exert the power of a top-grade first-tier talisman. If our family could possess a top-grade first-tier talisman, then our family's industry and strength might be able to improve significantly. Alas, Li Guangao sighed softly. However, reality tells me that this wish is unrealistic. Li Qingyuan listened intently. A top-grade first-tier talisman, once successfully drawn, would allow the family to control the combat power of a late-stage qi refining practitioner. As long as the number of talismans is sufficient, combined with Grandpa Patriarch's perfected qi refining 6th-layer cultivation, they could easily face qi refining 7th-layer practitioners. If the family's hunting team were all equipped with top-grade first-tier talismans, they could easily handle beasts below late-stage first-tier during hunts. Li Guangao chuckled and shook his head. Sigh, why am I telling you all this? Let us begin. I will now teach you the flame ice soul vanquishing talisman. The method and steps of study are still the tried and true way. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During this week, Li Qingyuan practiced copying the runes for 2 hours every day. After a week, under Li Guangao's guidance, Li Qingyuan began to use talisman materials, talisman brushes, and talisman ink to draw. This time, Li Qingyuan encountered a bit of frustration. The flame ice soul vanquishing talisman belongs to the top-grade first-tier talismans. Logically speaking, to draw this level of talisman, one should prepare top-grade first-tier talisman materials, a top-grade first-tier talisman brush, and talisman ink of the highest quality. However, the family only had middle-grade first-tier talisman materials, and the wind spirit wolf hairbrush, worth 150 spirit stones, was only a middle-grade first-tier brush. Moreover, since the flame ice soul vanquishing talisman was incomplete and flawed, drawing it required even more caution. A small mistake would render all previous efforts futile. This learning process lasted a month. During this month, the material consumption was so high that even Li Qingyuan, let alone Patriarch Li Guangao, was shocked. Sigh, child. If it really doesn't work, just give up. Li Guangao looked at the large amount of consumed talisman materials, feeling pained. In my day, I spent several years and used hundreds of spirit stones just to barely draw a few. Even if Li Qingyuan learned the flame ice soul vanquishing talisman, it would not be worth the effort. Li Qingyuan looked at the discarded materials on the ground and took a deep breath. Grandpa Patriarch, I want to try once more. If it doesn't work, I will give up. After saying that, Li Qingyuan held the wind spirit wolf hairbrush, dipped it in talisman ink, and began to draw. Each stroke, each line, and each outline of the profound runes sprang to life on the paper. Buzz. As the brush fell, the runes buzzed, and spiritual energy gathered and was sealed within. It worked. Li Qingyuan's face was filled with joy. Li Guangao let out a long sigh of relief, thinking, finally succeeded. My talisman materials. Suddenly, Li Qingyuan froze. Buzz. In the mysterious space, a shadow appeared again, pointing out to Li Qingyuan how to draw the talisman. In the space, the flame ice soul vanquishing talisman was quickly completed. What shocked Li Qingyuan even more was that this flame ice soul vanquishing talisman was actually completed. It was a true top-grade first-tier talisman. Li Qingyuan's heart was filled with ecstasy. Is this the complete version of the flame ice soul vanquishing talisman? Chapter 021. The third function of the mysterious space, completing all methods. Li Qingyuan was overjoyed, feeling exhilarated. I didn't expect that the third function of the mysterious space could actually complete flawed talismans. Can it only complete flawed runes? Or can it also complete runes, spells, alchemy, and artifact refining? I will have to try more in the future. Hey, kid, snap back to reality. Li Guangao waved his hand in front of Li Qingyuan. Why are you so happy? Patriarch Li Guangao shook his head and sighed. This flame ice soul vanquishing talisman not only has incomplete runes, but is also barely successful, so its power is weak. Additionally, the talisman materials, brush, and ink are all only middle-grade first tier, even if you were lucky enough to succeed in drawing one. This talisman's power would probably only be equivalent to a full-strength attack from a chi-refining 4th-layer practitioner, not even comparable to a chi-refining 5th-layer practitioner. Li Guangao stroked his beard and shook his head. Give it up, Qingyuan. Even if you master drawing the flame ice soul vanquishing talisman, because of the incomplete runes, its power would only be equivalent to that of a chi-refining 5th or 6th layer practitioner. Li Qingyuan did not argue but nodded. All right, Grandpa Patriarch. I will listen to you. Oh, by the way, here are the talismans you asked me to draw this month. Li Qingyuan took out dozens of talismans. 6 types of lower-grade first-tier talismans, each with no less than 10 pieces. 3 types of middle-grade first-tier talismans, each with no less than 5 pieces. Patriarch Li Guangao took the talismans and nodded with satisfaction. The lower-grade first-tier talismans, each one is of genuine quality. And even the fine-quality talismans are no less than 15 pieces. The 3 middle-grade first-tier talismans also all reach genuine quality. Their power not lower than a full-strength attack from a chi-refining 5th-layer practitioner. Oh, there's also a piece of fine-quality middle-grade first-tier talisman. Once activated, even I, with my perfected chi-refining 6th-layer cultivation, would need to use all my strength to block it. Li Guangao accepted all the talismans with satisfaction, then took out 7 spirit stones and gave them to Li Qingyuan. He smiled. Qingyuan, starting this month, I will leave the talisman drawing for the family to you. My monthly salary for drawing talismans for the family is only 7 spirit stones. Li Guangao continued. From this month, I will give you 7 spirit stones as cultivation resources. This is also your reward for drawing talismans for the family. Li Qingyuan smiled. Thank you, Grandpa Patriarch, for your support. His talent as a talisman master was too strong. Originally, he would need the family to provide free resources for 5 years. But now he could earn a substantial amount of spirit stones for the family and receive a monthly salary of 7 spirit stones. 7 spirit stones a month amounts to 84 spirit stones a year. For any chi-refining mid-stage practitioner in the family, this is a considerable sum, at least. Aside from the Patriarch, the Grand Elder, and the Second Elder, all other chi-refining mid-stage practitioners in the family would find it impossible to save up over 80 spirit stones in 1 or 2 years. Li Dingzhou, who served in the family hunting team, was at the 4th layer of chi-refining and the 4th layer of body refinement, able to contend with 5th layer chi-refining practitioners. His strength was only second to the Second Elder. Currently, his annual income, under favorable conditions, would only yield about 20 spirit stones after excluding the family's share. Li Qingyuan picked up the Wind Spirit Wolf hairbrush, a stack of talisman materials, and a small bucket of talisman ink, saying, Grandpa Patriarch, from now on, I will take care of the talisman drawing for the family. You can fully focus on preparing to break through to the late stage of chi refining. Li Qingyuan knew that the desire to reach the 7th layer of chi refining and break through to the late stage, thereby enhancing the family's prestige and strength, had always been Grandpa Patriarch's pursuit. Grandpa Patriarch, my father said that if it weren't for cultivating me over the years and consuming your private spirit stones, perhaps you would have already started your breakthrough to the 7th layer of chi refining. Li Guangao puffed out his beard and glared. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. Wanting to step into the late stage of chi refining is not easy. The required spirit stones and pills are at least 200 to 300 spirit stones. Our family can only maintain normal operations and still has to supply 600 spirit stones to the foundation establishment Xianzhu Lu family. However, Li Guangao smiled with satisfaction. Now I can confidently leave the talisman drawing to you. Next, I will further refine my cultivation, adjust my state, and prepare for the breakthrough to the 7th layer of qi refining. Li Guangyao looked at the talisman brush and said, "This wind spirit wolf hair brush. I will temporarily lend it to you. Remember to take good care of it and do not damage it. This is the most precious item I possess." Li Qingyuan smiled and said, "Rest assured, Grandpa clan leader." Qingyuan took his leave and returned to his secluded courtyard for solitary cultivation. Spirit stones, gather. 7 spirit stones multiplied to 14. Next, the talisman paper materials and talisman ink were treated the same way, duplicating them. Let's try the talisman brush again. Li Qingyuan silently thought, gather. Unfortunately, the first-grade medium-quality wind spirit wolf hair brush still could not be stored or copied. Li Qingyuan murmured, "Could it be because the wind spirit wolf hair brush does not belong to me, the master of this space, and thus cannot be copied? Forget it. If it can't be copied, then so be it. Next, I will draw the real flame ice/talisman." Li Qingyuan focused his mind, and his spiritual power began to observe and learn the complete drawing steps for the flame ice/talisman, following the mysterious figure in the Xuanpin space for guidance. The first attempt failed. The second attempt failed. On the third attempt, it finally succeeded, barely forming a talisman, but the quality was low-grade. Li Qingyuan frowned and said, "Logically speaking, even if the quality is low-grade, a complete first-grade upper-grade talisman paper should have the power of the 7th layer of qi refining. However, because the materials for the talisman paper, talisman brush, and talisman ink do not reach the level of first-grade upper-grade, this low-grade first-grade talisman paper's power cannot reach the 7th layer of qi refining, at most falling between the 6th and 7th layers. Continuing to draw to improve my skills. As long as my skills are proficient, when I obtain upper-grade materials in the future, I can quickly draw first-grade upper-grade talisman paper. Additionally, drawing first-grade upper-grade talisman paper requires higher control over spiritual power and spiritual energy, which can further refine my own spiritual power and mental energy, aiding in my cultivation." A few days later, Li Qingyuan's success rate in drawing the flame ice/talisman increased. However, this time, no matter how hard he tried, the success rate was still less than 30%, pitifully low. It wasn't because his skills were insufficient, but because the materials were really too poor. The poor material grades severely reduced the success rate. One day, Li Qingyuan was still drawing talisman paper. Buzz! A flame ice/talisman was successfully drawn, with spiritual energy converging and being infused into it, absorbing and storing the world's spiritual energy, sealed within, waiting to be activated. However, with a bang, the talisman paper still broke. Li Qingyuan frowned and said, "Failed again. My skills are now capable of drawing quality genuine flame ice/talismans. However, due to the low grade of the talisman paper materials, it cannot withstand the spiritual essence of the first-grade upper-grade talisman paper, leading to frequent self-detonation of the talisman paper. In contrast, the low-quality flame ice/talismans can succeed because their spiritual essence is slightly weaker. Let us do it again. I refuse to give up." Li Qingyuan continued to draw. Finally, after 3 more failures, buzz, buzz, buzz. This time, the flame ice/talisman successfully sealed its spiritual essence, quality genuine. Haha, genuine quality. I finally have a genuine quality flame ice/talisman. Li Qingyuan said with satisfaction, even limited by the material grade. This talisman paper still has the power of the 7th layer of qi refining. Li Qingyuan wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and said, "It's quite exhausting. Only I, with my strong innate spirit and astonishing mental power, plus the textbook-like guidance from the Xuanpin space, can manage this. Otherwise, drawing first-grade upper-grade talisman paper at the 3rd layer of qi refining would be like dreaming." Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, refining the spirit stones to restore his spiritual energy and mental power. After recovering his cultivation, Li Qingyuan stood up and said to himself, calculating the time, "My father and the others are going to hunt demon beasts again. I heard that Liuha Island has been quite unstable lately. I need to prepare a few more talismans for my father." Chapter 022, Kidnapping Evil Cultivators. Dad, I heard from Qingqing and Qingbao that there have been frequent mysterious disappearances of cultivators on Liuha Island. Is that true? Li Qingyuan asked his father as soon as he got home. Over the years, although Li Qingyuan has been immersed in cultivation and drawing talismans, he also understands that in the path of cultivation, one must balance relaxation and tension, maintaining a peaceful and relaxed mindset. Therefore, every 2 or 3 months, he would take a day off to relax and adjust his mentality. On this day off, he did not cultivate or draw talismans, but wandered around Yunxiao Mountain to unwind, even playing with the youngsters like Qingqing and Qingbao. Every child with spirit roots is a family's immortal seedling, most of whom have family elders who are cultivators. Naturally hearing various news and gossip from different sources, Li Qingyuan sighed and said, "This is true. Last month, when we went to the market to sell demon beast materials, we heard quite a bit about the kidnapping of cultivators by evil cultivators." Li Qingyuan was taken aback. Kidnapping evil cultivators? Is it human trafficking? Li Qingyuan shook his head. It should not be human trafficking. The ones who went missing are not the immortal seedlings. It is said that those evil cultivators specifically target cultivators at the 4th layer of qi refining and only strike at those in the mid-phase of qi refining. It is rumored that dozens to hundreds of mid-phase qi refining cultivators have been kidnapped on Liuhua Island, and even a few late-phase qi refining experts. What? Li Qingyuan was shocked. Even late-phase qi refining experts have been affected? Li Qingyuan thought, is the outside world really so unstable? I was still looking for an opportunity to go out to see if I could exchange talisman paper for spirit stones. It would be best to buy some materials for drawing first-grade, upper-grade talisman paper to arm myself. Li Qingyuan said, "Don't worry. This matter has been reported by multiple qi refining families to the Foundation Establishment Immortal Clan. The Lu family of the Foundation Establishment Immortal Clan enjoys the annual offerings from the major qi refining families. So they have the responsibility to protect these families and maintain order on Liuhua Island." Li Qingyuan added, "Not to mention, if everyone is on edge and afraid to go out, then the markets under the Lu family's command would also struggle to operate." Li Qingyuan said, "I hope the Lu family can quickly resolve the issue with the evil cultivators." Li Qingyuan stood up and said, "No more talking. I need to go out and meet with the second elder." Li Qingyuan hurriedly said, "Dad, wait a moment. Let me give you a few talismans for protection." As he spoke, Li Qingyuan took out a dozen talismans. Li Qingyuan accepted them one by one without hesitation. He already knew that his son Li Qingyuan was not only a talented cultivator, but also a genius in talisman crafting, and in the past 2 months, he could even draw first-grade medium-quality talisman paper. Li Qingyuan looked at the talismans and happily said, "First-grade medium-quality talisman paper, genuine quality, comparable to a full-force strike from a 5th-layer qi refining cultivator. And there are even 3 pieces of quality boutique talismans: the diamond talisman, wind blade talisman, and exploding fire talisman, each having 4 pieces. Each type of talisman has 3 pieces of genuine quality and 1 piece of boutique quality. Currently, with my father Li Qingyuan's cultivation at the 4th layer of qi refining, low-grade first-grade talisman paper is not very helpful to him, while first-grade medium-quality talisman paper is just what he needs." On a whim, Li Qingyuan pulled out the only genuine quality flame ice/talisman and said, "Dad, take this talisman. Use it only in case of emergency. Remember," Li Qingyuan said seriously. Li Qingyuan put away the flame ice/talisman, and after a sweep of his spiritual sense, his expression changed in surprise. This talisman's spiritual pressure, could it be? Is it first-grade upper grade? Li Qingyuan waved his hand and said, "Sure, Dad, just remember my words." Li Qingyuan swallowed hard, steadied his mind, and said, "You honor, don't worry. I won't use this talisman paper until it's absolutely necessary. I'm going out now." Li Qingyuan packed his bundle and walked away slowly, saying, "Remember to tell your mother that I'm going out hunting." "Okay, Dad," Li Qingyuan replied, watching his father walk away. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "I hope I won't have to use the flame ice soul-breaking talisman. Sigh, my strength is still too low. It's hard just to go out." Li Qingyuan stepped out of the house, returned to his solitary courtyard, and continued his cultivation, absorbing spiritual energy and refining spirit stones. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month passed. In a certain wetland forest, the hunting team of the Li clan was deep in the mountains, with Li Qingyuan among them, positioned just behind the second elder. The second elder, Li Guangzong, laughed and said, "I never expected this hunt would go so smoothly. In just half a month, you filled my storage bag. We even need some of you to carry the beast materials." Li Qingyuan held a beast's head in his left hand and had a layer of beast skin on his back. These spiritual beast materials could be used for weapon refinement, formation crafting, or made into talisman paper, all of which could sell for a good price. He smiled and said, "It's all thanks to the second elder's wise guidance. You are the most experienced hunter in our family. Having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. With your brilliant guidance and all the brothers and sisters working together, our hunting team can mostly return loaded. The second elder, Li Guangzong, laughed heartily. Cousin Dingzhou, I didn't expect you, with your thick brows and big eyes, to be so flattering, haha. The family members all laughed heartily, and the atmosphere was joyful. 1,000 meters away, in a dense forest, several figures in black cloaks concealed themselves in the shadows. The leader spoke. They finally arrived. The Li clan's hunting team. I've been waiting for you. A masked woman asked. Brother, should we launch a surprise attack, deliberately retreat, separate them, and then pick them off one by one? The man replied indifferently. We have already thoroughly investigated the situation of the Li clan's hunting team. Their leader is only at the 5th level of qi refining, and there are 3 members at the 4th level. The remaining 7 are all ants at the 3rd level of qi refining, easily disposed of. He paused and added, moreover, we possess a mid-grade 1st-tier magic tool, the binding spirit net. Even someone at the 6th level of qi refining can be caught, and they will have no power to resist. The man commanded, when I give the order, charge all at once. Kill all at the early stage of qi refining. Capture 4 mid-stage qi refining cultivators alive to bring back to the clan. The masked woman and the other 2 cultivators respectfully replied, understood. The leading man drew his spiritual sense to the storage bag, and a flying sword floated around him, clearly showing his 6th level of qi refining cultivation. He infused spiritual power into the sword and patiently waited. The members of the Li clan were chatting and laughing on their way. Suddenly, Li Dingzhou's expression changed. Not good. There's killing intent. Having trained in martial arts and reached the innate martial master level, his sensitivity to killing intent was sharper than that of an ordinary mid-stage qi refining cultivator. Clang. Li Dingzhou drew his saber and said, everyone be careful. Stay alert. As soon as he said this, everyone was taken aback and quickly followed his orders. Li Dingzhou's keen perception of murderous intent had helped them many times before, so they chose to trust him immediately and got on guard. Whoosh! A beam of sword light shot out, as fast as lightning and unstoppable. Uft, uft, uft. In an instant, the sword light pierced through 3 people. 3 qi refining 3rd-level cultivators from the Li clan were killed in seconds by the surprise attack. The second elder was enraged. You damn thief! How dare you kill my clansmen? Go! The second elder infused spirit stones into his magic tool, channeling his power into the sword to attack the target. The intruder wielding the magic tool easily deflected the second elder's flying sword and sneered. You overestimate yourself, old man. Not only are you weak, but your magic tool is also so shabby, just a mid-grade 1st-tier incomplete magic tool. The second elder's face changed drastically. 6th level of qi refining? Whoosh. At the same time, after the masked man struck, a woman and 2 men instantly attacked. All 3 at the 5th level of qi refining, each driving their magic tools to attack. Li Dingzhou's expression was horrified. 1 at the 6th level of qi refining and 3 at the 5th level. Could they be capturers of evil cultivators? Chapter 023. The Might of the Flame Ice Soul-Breaking Talisman. Capturers of evil cultivators? The Li hunting team was filled with anxiety and fear. The second elder flew out on his sword, saying, Dingzhou, you lead them to break through. I will hold them back. The masked man sneered. Old man, none of you can escape. Whoosh. The man flew out on his sword, infusing his 6th level of qi refining power into the mid-grade 1st-tier magic tool, making the flying sword even more ferocious and quick, overpowering the second elder. The second elder, Li Guangzong, waved his left hand, sending out a wind blade talisman. As the wind blade emerged, it charged toward the man. The man used his spiritual sense to control the sword, easily blocking the wind blade talisman. Sneering, a mere mid-grade 1st-tier talisman, what can you do to me? Kill. The flying sword struck like a streak of light, relentlessly assaulting the second elder. The second elder activated the diamond talisman for defense, retaliated with the wind blade talisman, and countered with the explosive fire talisman, barely managing to hold the opponent back for a short time with the talismans. Old man, did you think you were the only one with talismans? The masked man waved his fingers, and 3 mid-grade 1st-tier talismans flew out, exploding one after another. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 loud explosions, the second elder was injured and knocked back several meters. If it weren't for the diamond talisman protecting him, he would have been severely wounded already. Go. The man flew out on his sword, knocking the second elder's magic tool away with one strike. Then the flying sword flashed and pierced through the second elder's thigh, blood splattering everywhere. Ah! The second elder let out a scream. Then, the masked man quickly waved his hand, throwing down a binding spirit net that enveloped the second elder, firmly binding him and preventing any counterattack. Seeing this, Li Qingyuan and the others' expressions changed. Second elder. Damn it, let's fight them. Li Qingyuan charged out, saying, you all hold off the others. I will go save the second elder. Shadow of the moon technique. Li Qingyuan's figure flickered like a shadow, transforming into light as he charged toward the masked man. The masked woman sneered. A mere 4th level of qi refining. You overestimate yourself. Whoosh. The woman drove her sword to attack Li Qingyuan's thigh, intending to disable his mobility. Li Qingyuan calculated in his heart. Only by striking when they are unprepared can I end this quickly. I must swiftly kill this woman before the 6th level qi refining man reacts, so I can deal with him later and protect the family's strength. You honor. I'm glad to have you. As he dove, Li Qingyuan quickly took out talisman paper, sticking a diamond talisman on himself and activating it instantly. Then, he unleashed a wind blade talisman and an explosive fire talisman. With one move, he used 3 talismans. Among them, the diamond talisman was a high-quality mid-grade first-tier talisman that could withstand attacks from a 6th level qi refining cultivator. The wind blade talisman and explosive fire talisman he cast were also of high quality, with attack power comparable to a full force strike from a 6th level qi refining cultivator. Clang! The wind blade talisman shot out, knocking the woman's flying sword away, and the remaining force continued, the sharp wind blade attacking the masked woman. The woman was taken aback. High-quality mid-grade first-tier talisman? Diamond talisman. The woman's expression changed, and she immediately activated her own diamond talisman for defense, which could resist attacks from a 5th level qi refining cultivator. Clang! After the wind blade struck, it hit the woman's chest, with the diamond talisman blocking most of the attack. The woman was knocked back several meters, only sustaining minor injuries. She shouted angrily, "You're looking for death." However, before she finished speaking, explosive fire talismans came rushing in, comparable to the full power strike of a 6th layer qi refining practitioner. The woman was horrified and had no time to think. She immediately raised her magical tool to block. Her magical tool was also a mid-grade first-tier artifact. Clang! The artifact in her hand was knocked away, and her body flew back several zhang. Li Qingyuan saw that her defenses were wide open, and using the moon shadow technique, he closed the distance, gripping a long knife in his hand, and shouted, "Bloodblade, 8 slashes. You dare!" The masked man roared in anger, controlling his sword to attack, shouting, "Don't harm my sister." Whoosh! His flying sword shot forward, as fast as lightning, heading straight for Li Qingyuan's back. However, Li Qingyuan disregarded it, swinging his long knife, and in an instant he unleashed 8 slashes, with 8 streams of knife energy intertwining, piercing through the masked woman. Sizzle, sizzle. The woman's body was sliced by the knife energy, blood splattering as she let out a scream. At the same time, with a clang, the flying sword artifact wielded by the masked man struck Li Qingyuan's back, colliding with the golden light of the diamond talisman, producing a piercing sound. Li Qingyuan endured the blow from the mid-grade first-tier artifact wielded by a 6th layer qi refining practitioner. Even with the high-quality diamond talisman blocking the artifact, he was still knocked back several zhang, his blood surging. Just as he landed, Li Qingyuan rolled over quickly and sprang to his feet. "Sister." The masked man saw his sister had been torn apart, her breath gone and her death horrific, and he was instantly filled with rage. "I will kill you." The man controlled his flying sword, killing intent filling the air, sword light flashing. "Wind blade talisman, go." Li Qingyuan waved his hand casually, sending out 3 wind blade talismans. Though not of the highest quality, they were still genuine products, comparable to the attacks of a 5th layer qi refining practitioner. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 wind blade talismans not only blocked the man's attack, but also sent some sharp wind blades toward him. The man swept his sword horizontally, easily breaking the attack. Li Qingyuan's hands moved quickly, sending out talisman papers, all of which were the protective talismans given to him by Li Qingyuan. There were at least 20 or 30 low-grade first-tier talismans, among which were occasionally mixed in a few mid-grade first-tier talismans of genuine quality, forcing the man to defend himself. The masked man was furious. How does a 4th layer qi refining practitioner from a 3rd-rate family have so many talismans? At a certain moment, among the numerous low-grade first-tier talismans and several mid-grade first-tier talismans, One talisman emitted a powerful spiritual pressure, a strong, chilling aura bursting forth. Li Qingyuan formed a hand sign and said, "Explode." Boom. The flame ice soul-cutting talisman, hidden among a dozen talismans, suddenly activated, exploding instantly. The spiritual energy within the talisman transformed into a blade of ice-blue flame, slicing through the air and descending toward him. The masked man widened his eyes, revealing a look of terror. A high-grade first-tier talisman? With a sizzling sound, the over 1 zhong long ice-blue flame blade fell, piercing through his body and cutting the 6th-layer qi refining practitioner vertically in half, blood mist spraying. With a loud boom, after the ice-blue flame blade killed the masked man, it struck a large tree several meters away, splitting it apart and sending wood chips flying. Gulp! The 2 masked 5th-layer qi refining practitioners were stunned. "Our clan brother is dead, dead. Is that really a high-grade first-tier talisman?" Li Qingyuan pulled out a talisman and shouted, "You two won't escape either." Hearing this, the two were instantly jolted awake, fleeing in panic. "Run." Split up. In an instant, the 2 5th-layer qi refining practitioners flew away on their swords, disregarding their energy consumption, fleeing for their lives. Huff! Li Qingyuan let out a long breath, feeling exhausted as he leaned against a large tree to rest, panting heavily. The battle earlier seemed long to recount, but in reality, from when he used the moon shadow technique, activated the talismans, quickly closed in to kill the woman, and then used a multitude of talismans to counterattack the masked man, it all happened in just a few breaths. Aside from the massive consumption of spiritual energy, he had very few high-grade first-tier talismans left, and Li Qingyuan no longer had the confidence to kill the 2 5th-layer qi refining practitioners. So he chose to scare them off instead. After a brief rest, he hurriedly moved forward to open the spirit-binding net and rescue the second elder. "Second elder, are you all right?" Li Qingyuan asked with concern. The second elder, Li Guangzong, had applied a bleeding-stopping talisman to seal off the bleeding from his thigh. His face contorted in pain as he said, "Just some muscle and bone injuries. I'm not dead." The two looked toward the family hunting team, their faces filled with sorrow. The family had lost 3 third-layer qi refining practitioners at the start to the masked man's ambush. Subsequently, they had teamed up to resist the other 2 5th-layer evil cultivators, resulting in 1 death, 2 severely injured and disabled, and 3 lightly injured, with almost everyone hurt. Li Dingxue and Li Dingming were both 4th-layer qi refining practitioners, and they were the main force against the 2 5th-layer opponents, both heavily injured, especially Li Dingxue, who had lost an arm and was severely injured and unconscious. His path of cultivation was likely over. Li Qingyuan looked at the heavily injured clansman, tears welling in his tiger-like eyes as he cursed, "Damn, evil cultivators." The second elder also shed tears, but he knew this was not the time for sorrow. He steadied his mind and commanded, "Dingzhou, take the evil cultivator's storage bag, magical tools, and spirit-binding net. Then bring the family disciples to retreat quickly." Li Qingyuan nodded, understood. Chapter 024, Storage Bag, First-Tier Magical Tools, Distributed. When Li Qingyuan hurried to the ancestral hall, over 100 people had already gathered there. Among the crowd, a small portion were cultivators. While most were the direct relatives of the cultivators, ordinary people living on Yunxiao Mountain. There were cries and wails, all dressed in white. The atmosphere in the ancestral hall was somber and oppressive. After seeing that his father was mostly unharmed, Li Qingyuan let out a long sigh of relief. However, upon seeing that 4 clansmen had died and the others were all injured, he couldn't help but show sorrow. The Grand Elder had already arrived and began treating the second elder, Li Dingming, and the others, cleaning wounds and applying medicine and bandages. Only Li Dingzhou had not been injured in the family hunting team. The clan leader said solemnly, "Guangzong, what happened? Did you encounter a late-stage qi refining spirit beast? Did you venture deep into the mountains?" The second elder, Li Guangzong, replied, "Clan leader, we encountered evil cultivators." "What? Evil cultivators?" The clan leader, the Grand Elder, and the others were all taken aback. Li Qingyuan looked at his father and asked, "Dad, did you encounter the evil cultivators from outside who specialize in kidnapping cultivators?" Li Dingzhou nodded, "That's right. This time, we almost suffered total annihilation, if it weren't for you." At this point, Li Dingzhou stopped, not mentioning the talismans gifted by Li Qingyuan. At that moment, the second elder said, there were a total of 4 of them, 1 6th-layer qi refining and 3 5th-layer. The Grand Elder's expression changed, 1 6th-layer and 3 5th-layer. This power is enough to contend with a third-rate qi refining family. The forces behind these evil cultivators are definitely not simple. The clan leader asked, Guangzong, Dingzhou, how did you escape danger? Li Guangzong said, if it weren't for Dingzhou, we would have been doomed. The battle unfolded like this. Soon, the second elder, Li Guangzong, recounted how they were ambushed and killed, how he was injured and trapped, and how Li Dingzhou threw out a multitude of talismans to counterattack the evil cultivator siblings. Hearing this, the clan leader, grand elder, and the gathered clansmen were left dumbfounded. The clan leader exclaimed, for diamond talismans, for wind blade talismans, for explosive fire talismans, and each of them had a high-quality talisman? There was even a powerful high-grade first-tier talisman? The clan leader asked, Dingzhou, where did you get that high-grade first-tier talisman? The clan leader had no doubts about Li Qingyuan regarding the high-grade first-tier talisman. Is it really possible to create a genuine first-grade high-quality talisman paper using first-grade medium-quality talisman materials, a damaged first-grade high-quality talisman rune, first-grade medium-quality talisman ink, and a talisman brush? No matter how you think about it, it seems like a fantasy, absurd and bizarre. Li Dingzhou scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Patriarch, you know me. I've always liked to gamble on blind boxes. I didn't expect my luck to be so good that I could actually open a first-grade high-quality talisman paper. The second elder said, this kid really loves to gamble on blind boxes. Every time we go to the market to sell monster materials, he has to bet once. The Patriarch, for a moment. The Patriarch didn't know what to say. Because of a stroke of good luck in gambling, Li Dingzhou actually saved the family hunting team. Saving the hunting team meant at least saving 1/3 of the family's combat power. If they really lost 1/3 of their combat power, the Li family would suffer greatly, and their industries would definitely be targeted by other qi refining families and rogue cultivators. Patriarch Li Guangao patted Li Dingzhou and said, you did very well, Dingzhou. The next task is up to the Patriarch. The names of the deceased family cultivators would be recorded in the immortal register, placed in the ancestral hall, and spirit tablets would be set up. Then, they would comfort the families and reassure the clansmen. For those among the families who were cultivators, spirit stone subsidies would be distributed. For those who were not cultivators, compensation would be given, granting them a lifetime of wealth, fertile land. And even if they gave birth to immortal seedlings in the future, they could still receive 3 years' worth of family resources for free. When Li Qingyuan returned home, it was already late at night. His mother, Qin Shiyun, said with lingering fear, Dingzhou, you scared me to death. While I was fertilizing the spirit field with the others, someone came running to say that the family hunting team had returned with heavy casualties, which scared me so much that my legs went weak. When I got to the ancestral hall and saw 4 white cloths covering the bodies, I almost fainted. Fortunately, I saw you were fine. Otherwise, what would I and you honor do? Li Dingzhou tightly held Qin Shiyun's hand, embraced her, and comforted her. Sister Yun, don't worry. For you and you honor, I will definitely be fine. Li Qingyuan felt relieved and said, this time was too dangerous. Thank goodness. His mother, Qin Shiyun, asked, thank goodness for what? Li Qingyuan said, thank goodness my father is blessed and has great fortune, and with a stroke of luck, he opened a first-grade high-quality talisman paper and defeated a strong enemy. Qin Shiyun nodded and said, yes, it's too lucky. It must be our ancestors blessing us. Li Dingzhou instructed, Sister Yun, I'm hungry. Please cook me a bowl of noodles. Mom, I'm also hungry. Can you cook me a bowl of noodles too? Li Qingyuan added, and add a fried egg, using the lard from the black-toothed fragrant pig. Qin Shiyun smiled gently and said in sync with her son's words, Mom knows how to fry eggs with the lard from the black-toothed fragrant pig. Hee. Li Qingyuan smiled happily. In this life, his father is the pillar of the family, and his love is as solid as a mountain. His mother is a gentle and beautiful virtuous wife, and her love is like water. Between the mountains and rivers, he grows towards the sun. Li Dingzhou smiled and said, Sister Yun, bring me one too. Qin Shiyun laughed and said, okay, we have enough for everyone. Qin Shiyun got up and went to the kitchen to busy herself, leaving only the father and son in the hall. Li Qingyuan couldn't wait to ask, Dad, did the Patriarch call you for a private meeting earlier? Did he give you a lot of good things? Haha, you little rascal are indeed clever. Li Dingzhou made a hand gesture, and another storage bag and 2 magical artifacts flew out from his waist storage bag. Wow, are those storage bags and magical artifacts? Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up. You should know that the Li family only has 3 storage bags, 1 each for the Patriarch, the Grand Elder, and the Second Elder. The Patriarch storage bag is the highest grade, reaching first grade medium quality, passed down from the previous family head. Storage bags are expensive, belonging to special magical artifacts, containing spatial restrictions and chi refining techniques. Even a first-grade low-quality storage bag can sell for over 100 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan smiled and said, back then, the Grand Elder and the Second Elder suffered for a long time just to buy a first-grade low-quality storage bag. They prepared for 3 to 5 years. Now, you and I each have one. However, Li Qingyuan continued, the storage bags we obtained are all first-grade medium quality. I'm giving them to the Grand Elder and the Second Elder. One reason is that our strength is low, and using a first-grade medium-quality storage bag is a bit eye-catching, easily attracting robbers. A first-grade medium-quality storage bag is worth hundreds of spirit stones, enough to buy some first-grade high-quality magical artifacts. If someone with insufficient strength carries it, it's like a child holding gold in a busy market, easily inviting disaster. The other reason is that in addition to exchanging for 2 first-grade low-quality storage bags, the Grand Elder and the Second Elder each gave us 50 spirit stones as compensation. Moreover, the family has decided that the 2 first-grade medium-quality magical artifacts we obtained will belong to you and me. Li Qingyuan said, our family is still very fair and just. This distribution is a profit for us father and son. But this is also what Li Qingyuan deserves. If it weren't for him, the entire hunting team would have perished and the family's strength would have been greatly reduced, making them targets for other forces and rogue cultivators, resulting in even more severe losses. Li Qingyuan smiled, and the father and son began to divide the spoils. 2 first-grade low-quality storage bags, 1 for me, 1 for you. 2 first-grade medium-quality magical artifacts, 1 for me, 1 for you. 100 spirit stones, 50 for me, 50 for you. Li Qingyuan happily said, thank you, Dad. Chapter 025, Striking it Rich, Doubling Again. A few days later, all the deceased family cultivators were laid to rest. The severely injured personnel were still healing, and the lightly injured were mostly recovered. Soon after, Patriarch Li Guangao held a family meeting, attended by all cultivators at the 4th layer of Qi refining and above. In this meeting, the 4th layer Qi refining cultivator Li Qingyuan was absent as he had lost an arm and was still unconscious from blood loss, recovering from his injuries. Li Qingyuan did not know the specific content of the meeting. Compared to the content of the family meeting, Li Qingyuan was more interested in the resources he had in hand. He went to his secluded courtyard and closed himself off for cultivation. First-grade low-quality storage bag, collect. With a thought, Li Qingyuan stored the storage bag into the Xuanpin space, perfectly copied it, and 2 identical storage bags fell into his hands. In his palm, the 2 storage bags were identical. Even the slight damage marks and the old appearance were exactly the same. His father had said that a brand new first-grade low-quality storage bag is worth about 100 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan pondered. The storage bags I have on hand have been used for many years, so they can be considered second-hand goods. They are probably worth around 70 to 80 spirit stones. Subsequently, Li Qingyuan held a flying sword, flicked his finger, and with a clang, the 3-foot flying sword emitted a clear buzz. The sword body was long, the blade sharp, entirely green, and shimmering with spirit patterns. Li Qingyuan joyfully exclaimed, this is a first-grade medium-quality magical artifact flying sword. According to what Dad said, this sword would sell for at least over 100 spirit stones in the market. Enough for me to use until the 6th layer of Qi refining. Hehe. It really is good to have a family background for cultivation, even though it's just a third-rate Qi refining family. The cultivation resources available in the early stages far exceed those of rogue cultivators without any background. Collect. Duplicate. Soon, 2 flying swords flew out from the Xuanpin space. The first-grade medium-quality flying sword, entirely green, was made primarily of green bamboo, supplemented with other first-grade materials and ores. Therefore, it was named Green Bamboo Flying Sword. Li Qingyuan grinned. 2 green bamboo flying swords, priced at about 300 spirit stones. Finally, there are 50 spirit stones. After duplicating, it doubled to 100 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan was satisfied and said, 100 spirit stones are enough for me to cultivate for a while. In a few days, my father and the others should go to the market to sell spiritual plants and monster materials. I can have him secretly buy some materials for drawing first-grade high-quality talisman paper. In this perilous Lioha Island, only by mastering the combat power of the late stage of Qi refinement can I have some sense of security. Since arriving in the world of cultivation, Li Qingyuan had always felt a sense of insecurity. This sense of insecurity stemmed from his own weakness. He knew that all fear comes from insufficient strength. Now, if he wanted sufficient strength, he could only draw more flame ice/talisman. Before entering seclusion for cultivation, there was one more thing to do. Li Qingyuan looked troubled and whispered, "Sigh, how should I explain this to the clan leader?" It seemed that he could only resort to tactics. The next morning, Li Qingyuan took off his shirt, bared his back, and went to the clan leader's secluded courtyard, kneeling on both knees and saying, "Clan descendant Li Qingyuan has come to plead for punishment. I humbly request the clan leader to impose a penalty." With a creak, the door opened. Coincidentally, besides the clan leader, the elder was also present. Li Qingyuan respectfully said, "Greetings, clan leader and elder." The elder looked curious and asked, "Little Qingyuan, what are you doing? What mistake have you made?" Li Qingyuan bowed his head and remained silent. The clan leader asked, "Speak, what is the success rate of first-grade low-quality talisman paper? And how many for first-grade medium-quality talisman paper?" Li Qingyuan glanced at the clan leader and saw him looking serious, so he weakly replied, 70%. 70%? The clan leader Li Guangyao looked surprised and questioned, 70% for first-grade low-quality talisman paper or first-grade medium-quality talisman paper? Li Qingyuan said, "For me, they are all the same." The clan leader Li Guangyao twitched the corner of his mouth. "That is true. This little brat's talent for drawing talismans is quite monstrous. Perhaps for him, the difficulty of first-grade low-quality and medium-quality talisman paper is the same." Li Guangyao then asked, "What about the chance of premium quality?" Seeing that the clan leader was not angry, Li Qingyuan continued, "For first-grade low-quality talisman paper, the premium quality probability is close to 20%. For first-grade medium-quality talisman paper, the premium quality probability is close to 10%. "You little rascal," Li Guangyao exclaimed, raising his voice slightly and reaching out to Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan hurriedly said, "Clan leader, please listen to me. I did not intend to conceal the success rate of drawing talismans. I just wanted to save some talisman paper for my father to keep him safe. Every time my father goes hunting, it is extremely dangerous. My mother is always anxious, unable to sleep well at night, even getting up to pray for my father. As a son, I also worry about my father's safety. So I deliberately concealed this from you to save more talisman paper for my father." Li Guangyao reached out and patted Li Qingyuan on the shoulder, laughing loudly. "Huh, you little brat, well done." "Huh." Li Qingyuan was taken aback, looking confused. Li Guangyao smiled and said, "First, you have once again proven that your talent for drawing talismans is quite monstrous, surpassing my understanding. Second, you are a good child who is filial to your parents. Although young, you already understand how to use your abilities to protect your parents and loved ones. Third, you can recognize your mistakes and dare to admit them." Li Qingyuan was stunned and thought, do I really have so many advantages? Li Guangyao finally said, "The last point is the most important. Do you know what it is?" Li Qingyuan respectfully replied, "The clan descendant does not know. Please guide me, clan leader." Li Guangyao stroked his beard and said, "In the world of cultivation, there are many deceitful people, and incidents of murder and treasure theft occur from time to time. Moreover, the closer someone is to you, the better they understand you. Betrayals among friends and relatives are often the most deadly." Li Guangyao sighed deeply, his tone melancholic. "If I had understood this principle earlier, your grandmother would not have died saving me." He looked at Li Qingyuan seriously and said, "Qingyuan, you must remember, once you leave the family and enter the outside world, regardless of whom you befriend, remember to keep a trump card hidden for yourself. Even with the closest people, even your own clan, I hope you can do the same." Li Qingyuan looked at him in surprise. "Clan leader, Li Guangyao said, "You must remember. We cultivators must always be cautious if we want to reach greater heights and go further." "Yes," Li Qingyuan replied earnestly, "Clan leader, I remember." He thought to himself, "I'm already doing that, clan leader. In fact, my current success rate for first-grade low-quality talisman paper is 90%, with a premium quality rate of 30%. The rest are all genuine quality. For first-grade medium-quality talisman paper, the success rate is 80%, with a premium quality rate of 20%. Genuine quality is the most, and low quality is actually the least. For me, as long as the materials for the talisman paper are not too poor, there is almost no such thing as low-quality talisman paper." Li Guangyao patted Li Qingyuan and said with a smile, "All right, go back and cultivate. Strive to step into the fourth layer of qi refinement as soon as possible and advance to the mid-stage of qi refinement. Once you reach the mid-stage of qi refinement, and cultivate your spiritual awareness. It will help improve your talisman skills. Li Qingyuan nodded with a smile. Yes. Clan leader and elder, Qingyuan takes his leave. He clasped his fists in salute and turned to leave. The elder joked. This little brat has more tricks up his sleeve than his father. Li Guangao stroked his beard and said, having more tricks is good. The Li clan not only needed talented cultivators, but also a leader with schemes and depth. Chapter 026. Upgrading the spiritual vein, planning for foundation establishment. The mountains undulate. Peaks resembling waves, hence the name Fubo Mountain Range. Deep within the Fubo Mountain Range lies a forbidden area where dozens of Qi refinement stage cultivators are nailed down by blood-red iron spikes of varying sizes, extracting their blood and spiritual energy. The blood and spiritual energy from the cultivators are gathered into a strange formation in the center, transformed by the formation, and injected into the ground. Dozens to hundreds of strands of spiritual energy are infused into the ground, nourishing the first-grade spiritual vein deep underground, causing the spiritual vein to shine brightly, gradually enhancing its spirituality. This spiritual vein seems to be transforming toward a certain direction. Within 100 feet radius, it is a forbidden zone. Surrounding the forbidden zone is a hallucinatory formation that blocks spiritual awareness detection and hinders cultivators from entering. Outside the illusion formation, a 50-year-old man, dressed in a brocade robe, tall and imposing, exuding powerful spiritual pressure and possessing the dignity of a superior, was present. A 30-year-old youth approached, bowed respectfully, and said, Father, among the dozens of teams sent out last time, 3 teams have failed. One of them was a late-stage Qi refinement team that encountered the Black Mountain Bandits and was completely wiped out. The other 2 teams were mid-stage Qi refinement teams. The youth added, one team was discovered by the clan leader of the Zhang family from Qingfeng Mountain, failed the mission, and had to retreat. The other team was killed by the Li family from Yunxia Mountain. The Zhou siblings, Zhou Yun and Zhou Lan, were killed on the spot. Boom. The 50-year-old man's spiritual pressure spread, and a powerful vortex of spiritual energy swept in all directions as he coldly said, a bunch of useless trash. It's one thing to encounter the Black Mountain Bandits, a long-standing group of bandits, with their leader being a powerful expert at the 10th layer of Qi refinement. However, the Zhang family of Qingfeng Mountain and the Li family of Yunxia Mountain are merely 2 third-rate Qi refinement families, with their strongest members being no more than 6th-layer Qi refinement cultivators. Zhou Yun and Zhou Lan not only failed, but were also killed. The youth showed a look of awe and explained, Father, please calm your anger. According to the 2 who returned, the Zhou siblings were killed by a Qi refinement 4th-layer cultivator using first-grade high-quality talisman paper. First-grade high-quality talisman paper? The brocade-robed old man's stern expression slightly faltered as he questioned, how could a mere 3rd-rate Qi refinement family possess first-grade high-quality talisman paper? Could it be that they spent a fortune to buy it for self-defense? The young man whispered, perhaps. Although first-grade high-quality talisman paper is expensive, as long as we're willing to spend spirit stones, even 3rd-rate Qi refining families and some loose cultivators can still afford a few sheets. The old man pondered deeply. The young man continued, Father, we have been taking action continuously for several months, making all major Qi refining families and loose cultivator forces feel uneasy. Moreover, this matter has already been reported to the foundation-building immortal family, the Lu family. The Lu family has sent a team to patrol the area within 3,000 miles of Liuha Island, monitoring all directions. The young man whispered, if we continue like this, we are very likely to be exposed. The old man thought for a moment and said, Lear, you personally lead a team, selecting half of the family's elite. Leave Liuha Island and go to the other 4 islands to capture mid-stage and late-stage Qi refining cultivators. Your second uncle will assist you in secret. Upon hearing this, Zhou Li cupped his fists and bowed. Yes, father. The old man turned around, patted his son's shoulder, and said earnestly, at this point, our Zhou clan has no way out. We either replace the Lu family, or we will have rivers of blood. Zhou Li's shoulder trembled slightly. He steadied his mind and said, but father, I feel these outsiders are not good people. Collaborating with them is like seeking skin from a tiger. The head of the Zhou family sighed and said, how could I not know? However, compared to the Lu family, at least they give me hope for foundation building. Lear, don't forget how your grandfather died. Upon hearing this, a look of hatred appeared in Zhou Li's eyes. His grandfather, born with dual spiritual roots, was the hope of the Zhou clan. At 40, He had reached the peak of the 10th layer of qi refining, and for 10 years had planned for a foundation-building pill, with the family painstakingly accumulating over 10,000 spirit stones. When his grandfather was 50, he left Liuha Island with over 10,000 spirit stones to purchase a foundation-building pill from other islands where foundation-building immortal families were located. However, for some unknown reason, as soon as his grandfather left Liuha Island, he was targeted by robbers. 3 robbers came prepared, and the 3 major qi refining 10th layer cultivators joined forces. His grandfather fought desperately, killing 1, heavily injuring 2, and returned home on the verge of death. He and his father watched helplessly as their most hopeful grandfather, the one who could lead the Zhou clan to become a foundation-building immortal family, passed away before them. At that time, he was already 7 years old, forever losing his beloved grandfather. The head of the Zhou family revealed a look of hatred and said coldly, "It's not just your grandfather. 300 years ago, our Zhou clan also had a dual spiritual root genius. On his first outing, he was targeted by robbers and died without a trace. Among the 3 major qi refining families, besides our Zhou family, the other 2 families have lost anyone who showed potential for foundation building in mysterious ways." Zhou Li calmly said, looking at Liuha Island. "Besides the only foundation-building immortal family, the Lu family, who else has the ability and motive to do this?" The head of the Zhou family said, "Therefore, if we don't fight for it, our Zhou family will always be the Lu family's servants and will never become a foundation-building immortal family." "The child understands." Zhou Li nodded and respectfully said, "I will select the family's elites and secretly go to the other 4 islands and overseas islands to capture cultivators." Zhou Li waved his hand and said, "Bring them here." Soon, several black-clad late-stage qi refining cultivators escorted dozens of heavily injured cultivators to this place, most of whom were mid-stage qi refining, with 7 or 8 late-stage qi refining. There was even one who was at the 9th layer of qi refining. The old man at the 9th layer of qi refining widened his eyes, staring blankly at the head of the Zhou family, unable to speak clearly. "Zhou Kuei, is that you? What does your Zhou family want?" The head of the Zhou family, Zhou Kuei, looked at the old man and chuckled. "Oh, Brother Wang, I didn't expect you to be here too." Wang Lata was a somewhat famous loose cultivator on Liuha Island because he had reached the 9th layer of qi refining. However, at this moment, Wang Lar was sealed and injured, looking terrified at Zhou Kuei and his son Zhou Li. Zhou Kuei smiled kindly. "Brother Wang, don't worry. I will remember your contributions to our Zhou clan." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as Zhou Kuei finished speaking, he waved his hands, and blood-red iron nails, a type of magical artifact, shot out, piercing the hearts and limbs of the dozens of people led by Wang Lar, penetrating their limbs and causing blood to flow. "Get in." Zhou Kuei's 10th layer qi refining cultivation erupted, and with a wave of his long sleeves, a gust of wind swept up, carrying dozens of people into the illusion formation. Inside the illusion formation, as Wang Lar and the others fell, a mysterious figure in a black robe suddenly appeared, waving his hands to receive these people, dispersing them and placing them in different corners. Dozens of people screamed in agony. Wang Lar cried out in fear, "My blood! My spiritual power is flowing away. Zhou Kuei, what are you doing to us?" Zhou Kuei waved his hand, and talisman papers flew out, sealing the mouths of the dozens led by Wang Lar, instantly silencing them. After doing this, Zhou Kuei looked at the black-robed man at the center of the formation and asked, "Mr. Mo, how long until I can attempt foundation building?" Mr. Mo replied indifferently, "Your Zhou clan's spiritual vein has been upgraded to first-grade high quality and is about to become a quasi-second-grade spiritual vein. In 10 years, prepare over 10,000 spirit stones, and bring in 500 mid-stage qi refining cultivators and 100 late-stage qi refining cultivators, and you will surely be able to upgrade to a second-grade spiritual vein. When the spiritual vein is upgraded to second grade, combined with the foundation-building pill given to you by my Qin family, with your qualifications, the success rate for foundation building will be close to 50%. Zhou Kuei's expression grew serious. 10,000 spirit stones, 500 mid-stage qi refining cultivators, and 100 late-stage qi refining cultivators. Any one of these conditions was not easy to meet. However, he had to do it. He must succeed. Only by upgrading the family's spiritual vein to second grade could he obtain the agreed-upon foundation-building pill and thus use the effects of the second-grade spiritual vein and the foundation-building pill to attempt foundation building and become a foundation-building master. Zhou Kuei said firmly, "All right, Give me 10 years, and I will definitely achieve it. Chapter 027. Genuine Flame Ice Talisman. Perfect at the third layer of Qi refining. Half a month later, the area within 3,000 miles of Liuha Island returned to calm. Not only did the abducting evil cultivators cease to appear, but even the robbers were somewhat more low-key. Thus, Liuha Island resumed its previous order, and various markets reopened. The Li family immortal clan also needed to sell various resources such as spiritual plants, talisman papers, spiritual beasts, and elemental iron stones, which they would then trade for spirit stones, talisman materials, pills, and other cultivation resources. However, to be safe, this time the clan leader personally led the team, accompanied by the second elder and heads of various family industries. The elder stayed behind in the family. 2 fourth-layer Qi refining cultivators assisted nearby, and about 10 third-layer Qi refining cultivators remained. Li Qingyuan continued to cultivate as usual. After more than 10 days, the clan leader and the others returned with full loads. In the evening, after the family had dinner, Li Dingzhou and his son Li Qingyuan closed the door for a private conversation. Li Dingzhou took out some items from his storage bag, looking pained. First-grade high-quality talisman paper materials actually cost 5 spirit stones a sheet, and this first-grade high-quality talisman ink, just 2 taels, cost 10 spirit stones. Li Dingzhou felt heartache and said, 8 sheets of first-grade high-quality talisman paper and 2 taels of first-grade high-quality talisman ink. It cost a total of 50 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan took out 50 spirit stones and said, Father, you also need to cultivate. Let me cover this 50 spirit stones. A few days ago, the father and son had split the cultivation resources evenly, each getting 50 spirit stones. With his resources doubled, Li Qingyuan had over 100 spirit stones, and after drawing talismans, he earned 7 spirit stones a month, which doubled to 14. Li Dingzhou waved his hand, no need. Your father will stop at mid-stage Qi refining in this lifetime. But you honor, are different. You have the potential for foundation building and need spirit stones more than I do. Li Qingyuan stuffed a portion and said, how about this? Let's split it evenly. 25 spirit stones each. Li Dingzhou repeatedly declined, and in the end only accepted 20 spirit stones for cultivation. After Li Qingyuan got the talisman paper materials and talisman ink, he returned to his secluded little house and began to draw talismans. The first-grade upper-grade talisman brush was too expensive, so he made do with this wind spirit wolf hair brush. As Li Qingyuan spoke, he took out 2 taels of talisman ink and 8 sheets of talisman paper materials. He took a deep breath, exhaled the turbid air, and focused his mind. After a moment, Li Qingyuan picked up the brush to draw the talisman, fully concentrated, not daring to be distracted in the slightest. After a quarter of an hour, buzz, the first flame ice slashing talisman was successfully completed. Li Qingyuan joyfully said, the quality is genuine, and its power is comparable to the full strength of an 8th-layer Qi refining cultivator. Let's go again. The second, third, and all 3 were genuine products. Everything went smoothly. After drawing 3 talismans in a row, Li Qingyuan stopped to meditate and adjust his breath, restoring his spiritual power and spirit, preparing to start the second round of talisman drawing in the best condition. The materials were precious and could not be wasted, so Li Qingyuan had to be cautious. With the guidance of the Xuanpin space, combined with his innate talent, and the fact that he always drew talismans in the best state and mindset, neither arrogant nor impatient, this time he actually succeeded in drawing all 8 talismans, all of genuine quality. Li Qingyuan sighed in relief, feeling regretful. I didn't expect my state of drawing talismans to be this good this time. It's a pity that if I had the cultivation of mid-Qi refining and developed spiritual awareness, along with a first-grade, upper-grade talisman brush, I might be able to draw high-quality flame, ice, slashing talismans. If the quality were high-grade, it would be comparable to the full power of a 9th-layer Qi refining cultivator, capable of suppressing or even injuring an 8th-layer Qi refining cultivator. Moreover, as long as the number of talisman papers is sufficient, under firepower coverage, it could kill an 8th-layer Qi refining cultivator. Li Qingyuan looked at the 8 sheets of talisman paper and chuckled. 8 sheets of genuine quality flame, ice slashing talismans, if used properly, should be enough to kill a 7th-layer expert. Finally, I have some self-defense power. Is this wind spirit wolf hairbrush starting to get damaged? Li Qingyuan looked at the talisman brush, noticing a tiny crack appearing on the handle. Although it was small, it was there. Li Qingyuan sighed. As expected, Using a mid-grade first-grade talisman brush to forcibly engrave on upper-grade first-grade talisman paper will damage the brush during the process of infusing spiritual energy and talisman patterns. To draw upper-grade first-grade talisman paper, I still need an upper-grade first-grade talisman brush for long-term use. Forget it, I'll focus on improving my cultivation. Li Qingyuan pondered. I need to step into the fourth layer of qi refining as soon as possible and develop spiritual awareness. Once my spirit transforms into spiritual awareness, I can control swords to kill enemies and crush those in the third layer of qi refining. Additionally, using spiritual awareness to control talismans to kill enemies will be faster and more precise. With my flame ice slashing talismans by my side, I should be able to contend with late-stage qi refining cultivators to some extent. After saying this, Li Qingyuan carefully stored the 8 sheets of talisman paper and began to cultivate. In the days that followed, Li Qingyuan returned to his daily rigorous training. Based on his previous life's learning experience, he developed a scientific and reasonable training regimen. Sitting in meditation to refine qi, practicing first-grade spells, drawing talismans, basic sword techniques, and martial arts, and simulating with his father, sparring with the Grand Elder and the Second Elder, his cultivation, spells, swordsmanship, combat experience, and talisman drawing skills were all improving. Now, Li Qingyuan had more cultivation resources than before. The income from drawing talismans was 7 spirit stones a month, doubling to 14 stones. Besides meditating to refine qi, he could refine 1 spirit stone a day. In addition, he also consumed spiritual rice daily. His cultivation site remained in the core area of the family's first-grade incomplete spiritual vein, a privilege only enjoyed by the clan leader, Grand Elder, and Second Elder. Time flowed by, and his cultivation steadily improved. 1 month, 3 months, half a year, spring passed, and winter came, and in the blink of an eye, a year had gone by. In that year, Li Qingyuan turned 12. In the house, Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged. The 12-year-old boy was already 1.6 meters tall, dressed in a green robe, with a handsome face that still showed a hint of youthfulness, but his eyes were particularly lively. Buzz. Li Qingyuan sat in meditation to refine qi, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, transforming it for his own use, with spiritual pressure radiating from within. Reaching the perfect completion of the third layer of qi refining. Few with both hands channeling energy, he exhaled the turbid air. Li Qingyuan retracted his spiritual power and smiled with satisfaction. At 12 years old, I've reached the perfect completion of the third layer of qi refining. In as short as half a year, or as long as a year, I will definitely step into the fourth layer of qi refining and develop spiritual awareness. Grandpa the clan leader said my innate spirit is strong, making it easier for me to develop spiritual awareness compared to ordinary people. Coupled with my upper grade 3 spiritual roots, I have almost no bottlenecks during the qi refining period. Li Qingyuan said, therefore, I am different from my father and the others. I don't need to use minor spirit pills to break through. Pills like those should only be used when necessary, or if they are high-quality pills. Otherwise, I try to avoid taking them. In a small place like Luhua Island, the qi refining period pills have complex medicinal properties. Many people barely become first-grade alchemists, and the pills they refine have impure medicinal effects, which can easily impact the quality of spiritual power and foundation. Of course, if it were high-quality pills from a Jedon sect or a Yuanying sect, refined by high-level alchemists, it would naturally be fine to take a small amount to break through cultivation bottlenecks. Li Qingyuan was clear in his heart. He did not need to consider taking pills during the qi refining period for now. He aimed to perfect every small realm, letting things happen naturally. Next, he would aim for the mid-qi refining stage. Chapter 028. Fourth layer of qi refining. Spiritual awareness controls swords. Unexpectedly, advancing to the mid-qi refining stage was smoother than Li Qingyuan had imagined. Perhaps it was due to his strong innate spirit, perhaps his solid foundation, or perhaps his excellent talent. In short, just half a year later, Li Qingyuan welcomed his breakthrough. One day, sensing the opportunity for a breakthrough, Li Qingyuan immediately took out 10 spirit stones and placed them around him. Operating the great Chun Gong to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the spirit stones, fully attacking the bottleneck. Boom. After 2 full hours of impacting the bottleneck, Li Qingyuan's body trembled, and the spiritual power within him roared, successfully breaking through the perfect completion of the third layer of qi refining. Buzz. At the moment of the spiritual power breakthrough, his mental power became very active. and the power of his spirit transformed into an incredibly profound energy. A sense of spiritual awareness was born. This spiritual awareness was quite marvelous. It did not belong to the five senses or the six perceptions. It originated from the spirit and mental power, yet was higher than both. Li Qingyuan knew this was spiritual awareness. Fourth layer of qi refining, achieved. The power of spiritual awareness was formed. Li Qingyuan was overjoyed. Immediately taking out a mid-grade first-grade magical tool, the green bamboo flying sword, infusing it with his spiritual awareness power as well as his own spiritual power. Go. The spiritual power provided and the spiritual awareness guided the direction. Whoosh. The green bamboo flying sword broke through the window, flying Tinzhong away, transforming into a streak of lightning, sharp as could be, and as swift as the wind, directly piercing through a large tree. Bang! The tree, as thick as a bucket, had a sword hole created in it, with the surrounding area charred black. Return. Li Qingyuan returned to the courtyard, pinching the sword formula, and the flying sword automatically flew back to his hand from Tinzhong away. The fourth layer of qi refining was indeed powerful. Not only did he develop spiritual awareness, but he could also control swords from a distance to kill enemies. Li Qingyuan said happily, no wonder in the eyes of mortals. Those above the fourth layer of qi refining can fly with swords and kill enemies with swords. They are the true immortal masters. It's also no wonder that among mortal martial artists, those who don't enter the innate martial artist realm and cannot cultivate innate true qi have no power to resist against cultivators. In the realm of mortals, only innate martial artists have records of killing early qi refining cultivators. Li Qingyuan flicked his finger, and the green bamboo flying sword buzzed. Satisfied, he said, what a sharp treasure sword. It truly deserves to be a mid-grade, first-grade magical tool. In the world of martial arts, this can be considered a rare divine weapon. With my cultivation reaching the fourth level of qi refinement, along with 8 first-grade superior talismans, I finally have some ability to protect myself. I should find an opportunity to visit the market and see the world. He has hundreds of talismans on him, including many first-grade inferior and medium-grade ones, enough to exchange for over 1,000 spirit stones. Of course, these talismans, having been replicated, are unlikely to be used infinitely or double the spirit stones. However, having over 1,000 spirit stones is enough for my cultivation. With this breakthrough in cultivation, I should first inform the Grand Elder and the others. Li Qingyuan leaped forward, using the moon shadow technique to move lightly as a swallow, as fast as light, racing above the treetops and easily catching up to the birds. After flying over 100 zhong, Li Qingyuan stopped. Ha, I did it. The Grand Elder laughed heartily, pushing the door open and exclaiming, I did it. Li Qingyuan curiously asked, Grand Elder, have you cultivated another first-grade superior spirit plant? A first-grade superior spirit plant can be used to refine first-grade superior elixirs, the most ordinary of which is worth dozens of spirit stones, with most nearing 100 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan heard that in recent years, the Grand Elder had only successfully cultivated one first-grade superior spirit plant, which sold for 60 spirit stones. The value of that spirit plant far exceeded that of the minor essence spirit pill. The Grand Elder laughed heartily, releasing his spiritual pressure, and said, No, this is even more pleasing than cultivating a first-grade superior spirit plant, because I have broken through. Li Qingyuan felt the spiritual pressure emanating from the Grand Elder and exclaimed in surprise, Grand Elder, you have advanced to the 6th level of qi refinement. You are now at the same realm as the clan leader. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, looking rejuvenated as he feigned humility, saying, Oh, no. I can't compare to the clan leader. I have just entered the 6th level of qi refinement, while the clan leader has already perfected it. Despite his humble words, he couldn't hide his smile. The difference between the perfected 6th level of qi refinement and just entering it is not significant. The gap in spiritual power is already small. Oh, by the way, you rushed over in such a hurry. Do you have something urgent? The Grand Elder Li Guangyao took out a flying sword, using it to slice through the air, sharply cutting down several purple bamboos. With a flick of his fingers, the Grand Elder commanded the sword with ease, showcasing the demeanor of a master. Li Qingyuan asked, how did you know I stepped into the 4th level of qi refinement? The Grand Elder, taken aback, lost his composure for a moment. His spiritual awareness faltered, and the flying sword fell to the ground as he suddenly looked at Li Qingyuan and asked, What did you say? You stepped into the 4th level of qi refinement? Li Qingyuan smiled slightly, activating his Great Xuan technique, revealing his 4th-level Qi refinement cultivation without a doubt. "You brat." The Grand Elder Li Guangyao was momentarily stunned, sighing, "You truly are a prodigy. 4th level of Qi refinement before the age of 13. The Grand Elder gasped in disbelief, such a cultivation speed in all of Luhai Island. Only the foundational seeds of the Foundation Establishment Immortal Clan can compare. The resources of the Foundation Establishment Immortal Clan are not something the Li family can match. The foundational seeds of the Foundation Establishment Immortal Clan receive the best cultivation from a young age, with the most spirit stones, the best elixirs, and various magical tools and talismans. Because of this, the Grand Elder was repeatedly astonished by Li Qingyuan's talent for cultivation. Compared to the true disciples of the Foundation Establishment Immortal Clan, Li Qingyuan was not at all inferior, and might even surpass them. "Ha ha, let's go find the clan leader." The Grand Elder flew with his sword, lifting Li Qingyuan effortlessly, and chuckled, "Little Qingyuan, your cultivation cannot be revealed yet. I will take you flying." Whoosh! The Grand Elder flew through the air, covering 2 or 3 miles straight to the clan leader's courtyard. A quarter of an hour later, in the clan leader's courtyard, the clan leader, the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, Li Dingzhou, and Li Qingyuan gathered. Li Qingyuan revealed his cultivation, and the 4 showed shocked expressions. The clan leader slammed the table and laughed heartily. "Ha! Good, good, good. The Grand Elder has entered the 6th level of Qi refinement. Congratulations. Little Qingyuan has advanced to the 4th level of Qi refinement before age 13 and has developed spiritual awareness. Looking at the 3,000 miles around Luhai Island, he is truly a rare talent in a century. Today is a double happiness, truly a blessing for the Li family." The Second Elder exclaimed. Qingyuan's talent for cultivation is already not weaker than that of Lu Changfeng, the foundational seed of the Lu family in the Foundation Establishment Immortal Clan. Lu Changfeng had dual spiritual roots and also advanced to the 4th level of Qi refinement before the age of 13. Li Dingzhou, invigorated, said, "I heard that Lu Changfeng is now in his 30s and has already reached the 10th level of Qi refinement. The Lu family has begun planning for his foundation establishment. Yuan's talent is not at all inferior to Lu Changfeng's, and the probability of his foundation establishment in the future is very high." The clan leader nodded, adding, "Lu Changfeng will attempt foundation establishment before the age of 40. The Lu family possesses a 2nd-grade spiritual vein and has foundation establishment spiritual items to assist him, giving him a success rate as high as 60 to 70%. Once Lu Changfeng successfully establishes his foundation, the Lu family will have 2 foundation establishment cultivators, and they will be even more prosperous on Luhai Island." The clan leader's expression turned serious regarding Yuan's spiritual roots and cultivation talent. "It must not be revealed at all, otherwise our Li family will face calamity." Li Dingzhou frowned. "But Yuan can't stay in the family to cultivate forever, right? He can't spend his whole life without fighting anyone, can he? He can't spend his whole life without sparring and exchanging with the family disciples, right? Does that mean he can't leave the house until he establishes his foundation?" The 3 old men also frowned upon hearing this. The Second Elder frowned, saying, "A horse that runs in the courtyard cannot run 1,000 miles. A potted plant cannot grow into a towering tree. As cultivators, we cannot just close ourselves off to cultivation. We also need to duel, hunt demon beasts, enhance our understanding, and temper our hearts. The early stages of Qi refinement are manageable, but in the later stages, it is not as simple as just secluding oneself." The Grand Elder nodded, "Indeed. Little Qingyuan cannot be in seclusion for decades without interacting with the family disciples. Otherwise, how will he gain the support of others in the future? How will he lead the family?" The clan leader thought for a moment and said, "In a few days, it will be the annual auction of the Qi refinement families. I will see if there is an opportunity to purchase a special technique that can conceal one's aura and hide one's cultivation." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up. "A special technique to conceal cultivation?" The clan leader shook his head. "Qingyuan, such techniques are very rare, so don't get your hopes up too much." At this moment, Li Qingyuan spoke up, "Grand Clan Leader, I also want to go see the auction and broaden my horizons." Chapter 029, Disguised Outing, Chu Mountain Market. Grand Clan Leader, I also want to go see the auction and broaden my horizons, Li Qingyuan said. The clan leader, Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Li Dingzhou immediately replied without hesitation, "No." Li Qingyuan was not discouraged, saying, "I can disguise myself or wear a mask to hide my real age. Grand Clan Leader, I have been cultivating for 6 years. And in those 6 years, I have never left Yunxiao Mountain, nor have I seen the Liuha Island outside of it. This feeling of being trapped in a corner has made my heart feel constrained and uncomfortable. Li Qingyuan said seriously, I truly want to see the world outside. Hearing this, the clan leader and the others were taken aback. Indeed, this child Qingyuan has been cultivating for 6 years without stepping outside, not even leaving Yunxiao Mountain or visiting Yunxiao Town. Looking at the family, which immortal seed can achieve this? Seizing the moment, Li Qingyuan added, now that I have stepped into the 4th level of qi refinement and developed spiritual awareness. Moreover, I have the diamond talisman, wind blade talisman, and explosive fire talisman with me, and I also possess high-quality talisman paper that can contend with a 6th level qi refinement practitioner. As long as I don't provoke a late-stage qi refinement master, my clan's descendant has nothing to worry about. The elder and second elder looked at the clan leader and asked, Clan leader, what do you think? Li Guangao turned to Li Dingzhou and asked, Dingzhou, you are Qingyuan's father, what do you think? Li Dingzhou said, Clan leader, I once traveled to Jianghu in my early years and stumbled upon a human skin mask crafted by a master skilled in disguise. Once this human skin mask is worn, unless a foundation establishment master with spiritual consciousness inspects it, even a 10th level qi refinement master cannot see the true face. The only drawback is that this human skin mask is special and can only be used once. At this moment, clan leader Li Guangao smiled kindly and said, all right. It's rare for little Qingyuan to ask us for this for the first time. If I don't agree, wouldn't that seem unkind? However, you also heard what your father said. This human skin mask can only be used once. Therefore, this matter of taking you down the mountain is only this once. Really? I can go down the mountain now? Li Qingyuan laughed happily and bowed, saying, thank you, clan leader grandpa. And thank you, 2 elder grandpas. Li Qingyuan finally added, thank you, dad, hehe. Li Guangao instructed. For this auction, I will personally lead the team. Second elder, Dingzhou, you too will accompany me, and you must take good care of Qingyuan. The 2 nodded and replied, yes, sir. The clan leader finally said, all right, the auction will start in a while. You all go prepare. Everyone clasped their fists and bowed, saying, we take our leave. Half a month later, the Li clan set off to the Fengshe to participate in the annual auction. Giddy up, 4 riding monsters, the unicorn zebras, with flames like manes swaying in the wind, a red horn growing on their heads, standing 8 feet tall and over 10 feet long, robust and well-fed. The 4 unicorn zebras were all first-level early-stage monsters, equivalent to human early-stage qi refinement practitioners. Clan leader Li Guangao led the team, along with second elder Li Guangzhou, Li Dingzhou, who was at the 4th level of qi refinement, and Li Qingyuan, who was disguised. The 4 of them rode along, and Li Qingyuan, feeling awkward, complained all the way, Dad, why is this human skin mask of a woman? A woman in her 20s? Yes, Li Qingyuan was dressed as a woman. In a green dress, with long hair styled up, willow leaf brows, an oval face, and almond-shaped eyes, he looked like a young woman in her 20s. And at a height of 1.6 meters, he did not seem out of place, but rather appeared delicate and beautiful. Li Dingzhou held back his laughter and said, you brat, who makes human skin masks for serious people? Li Qingyuan retorted, and Li Dingzhou added, it is said that the master who crafted this human skin mask was a congenital martial artist and a flower thief, specializing in disguising as a caring sister to deceive young girls in their boudoirs. If you're really too uncomfortable, you can just go home. Li Qingyuan refused, saying, I won't. Li Qingyuan gritted his teeth and said word by word, I've come all this way. Ha ha ha, the clan leader, second elder, and Li Dingzhou all laughed heartily at Li Qingyuan's awkward expression. 4 days later, the 4 of them, weary from the journey, finally arrived at their destination, Chu Mountain Fengshe. After traveling over 1,000 miles, Liuha Island spans over 3,000 miles. What does it mean to span over 3,000 miles? The entire island is drawn as a circle with a radius of over 3,000 miles, centered at a point. Therefore, the linear distance of Liuha Island is roughly 6,000 to 7,000 miles, making the island quite large. Chu Mountain Fengshe is 200 miles away from the Li clan and is the main sales location for the Li clan's family business. This Fengshe was built by the first-rate qi refinement family, the Wang family, along with 2 second-rate qi refinement families, 3 third-rate qi refinement families, and many scattered cultivators and mercenary groups hunting monsters. Looking around Liuha Island, The scale of Chu Mountain Fengshe can be considered quite large and is an important hub for qi refinement practitioners to sell goods and trade spirit stones. Whoa! In front of an inn, the four of them reined in their horses. Clan leader Li Guangyao said, "Qingqing, this inn has had dealings with our Li family for many years. In the past, when entering Chu Mountain Fengshe, our family practitioners mostly rested here. Li Qingqing is the alias Li Qingyuan is currently using." Li Guangyao instructed, "Let's go, we'll settle in first. Before the auction starts, we need to sell off our family's goods to exchange for spirit stones." The four entered the inn. As expected, the innkeeper and the waiter recognized the clan leader, second elder, and Li Dingzhou, and greeted them warmly. The unicorn zebras were also taken care of, and according to custom, were prepared with fine fodder. That evening, Li Qingyuan followed the three elders around different shops and streets in the Fengshe, selling accumulated monster materials, finished talisman paper, spirit rice, spirit plants, and the original iron stones stored in his storage bag. Except for finished talisman paper, the other goods already had mature sales channels and connections, allowing for one-time sales. Spirit rice was sold to the spirit rice shop, spirit plants were sold to alchemy cultivators or alchemy guilds, and the original iron stones were sold to refining cultivators or refining guilds. There were also specialized shops for purchasing monster materials. The clan leader said, "Starting tomorrow, Qingqing, you will accompany me to set up a stall to sell talisman paper. The talisman paper specialty shop takes 80 of the Fengshe price. Setting up a stall to sell talisman paper may take a bit of time, but the profit is higher." Li Qingyuan nodded. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "I didn't expect that even in the cultivation world, I couldn't escape from setting up a stall." In his previous life, Li Qingyuan was born in an orphanage. Even with social and governmental support, he was still financially strained and often set up stalls himself. The next morning, as the morning market began, Li Guangyao and his grandson Li Qingyuan started setting up a stall, taking out various talisman papers. There were 6 types of first-level inferior talisman paper, 3 types of first-level medium talisman paper, totaling nearly 200 sheets, but the clan leader only took out 50 or 60 sheets to display. He calmly said, "We can't take out too much stock at once, or it will be hard to bargain." Li Qingyuan gently nodded. Soon, regular customers appeared. "Haha, Li Daoyu, you have talisman paper for sale again." An old man approached, smiling, as usual, 2 sheets of each type of first-level inferior talisman paper, and 3 sheets of each type of first-level medium talisman paper. Li Guangyao smiled and said, "Son Daoyu, long time no see." As he spoke, the talisman paper was ready, and he said, "Same old rules, same old prices." Old Sun took out 80 spirit stones and said, "Li Daoyu, I have always supported you, and I am a long-time customer. Can you exchange a high-quality diamond talisman and a high-quality explosive fire talisman for me?" Li Guangyao pondered for a moment and said, "All right. You are a long-time customer, but only this once." The 2 old men completed the transaction, both pleased. After Old Sun left, soon other scattered cultivators or practitioners from other families came. Some transactions failed while others succeeded. Some made a big profit, while others barely made a few spirit stones after much effort. Overall, because clan leader Li Guangyao had a good reputation and the talisman paper was of high quality, it was relatively well known in the area as first-level talisman paper, and the business was quite good. By the end of the day, more than half of the talisman paper had been sold, and at this rate, it would all be sold out by tomorrow. Unbeknownst to them, the sun was setting in the west. "Hey, isn't that the clan leader of the Li clan?" A sarcastic voice came, saying, "The great talisman master is here to sell talisman paper again." Chapter 030, Steady Selling of Talisman Paper, Earning 2,000 Spirit Stones. The great talisman master is here to sell talisman paper again? An old man, around 70 years old, with white hair and beard, was looking at Li Guangyao. Speaking in a sarcastic tone, Li Qingyuan looked at the newcomer with a puzzled expression. He glanced at the clan leader, Grandpa Li Guangyao, his eyes filled with questions. Li Guangyao looked at the newcomer and coldly snorted, "What? Is this market owned by your family? I come and go as I please. What does it have to do with you?" Li Guangyao also pointedly remarked in a sarcastic tone, "Great alchemist, when will you refine a real first-grade top-quality pill?" The old man snorted coldly, "Don't worry, it will definitely be before you draw a first-grade top-quality talisman paper." The 2 exchanged glances, each flicking their sleeves and snorting in disdain. Behind the old man, a young man, about 20 years old, appeared helpless, then stepped forward and bowed respectfully, saying, "Uncle, long time no see." Li Guangyao looked at the young man with a gentle smile and said, Xiao Luo is here too. Come, uncle will give you some talisman papers. As he spoke, Li Guangao took out 6 sheets of talisman paper, which were first-grade middle-quality talismans, the diamond talisman, wind blade talisman, and explosive fire talisman, each having a fine-quality version. The young man was surprised and said, Uncle, is this fine-quality first-grade middle-quality talisman paper? Li Guangao glanced at the old man, proudly stroking his beard, and said, Indeed, it was drawn by me. The old man scoffed, Humph, just first-grade middle-quality fine-quality talisman paper. Who hasn't seen that before? A hint of surprise appeared in the old man's eyes, but he feigned sarcasm. Li Guangao retorted, What? Can you refine a fine-quality first-grade middle-quality pill? The old man's expression stiffened, and he waved his sleeve, saying, Luoer, let's go. Don't delay the business of the great talisman master. The young man smiled apologetically and said, Uncle, and this sister, I will take my leave first. After saying that, he turned and left, catching up with the old man. Li Guangao said, Hey, the talisman papers. You haven't taken them yet. However, the grandfather and grandson had already walked far away. Li Qingyuan whispered, Grandpa clan leader, do you know them? Why does that young man call you uncle? Li Guangao sighed and said, Let's go back to the inn. We'll come again tomorrow. Seeing that the clan leader didn't want to say more, Li Qingyuan naturally stopped asking. Back at the inn, the four had dinner together. After dinner, Li Qingyuan said, Grandpa clan leader, Grandpa elder, I want to go out with my dad for a stroll around the market. The annual auction at Chu Mountain Market is about to start, and many shops have been operating all night recently. The clan leader, distracted, said, Go ahead, just don't leave the market. Chu Mountain Market is a place where families of qi refiners and scattered cultivators gather. Even rogue cultivators must disguise themselves when they come here, not daring to reveal their true identities or kill for treasure. As long as they don't leave the market, they are basically safe. Li Dingzhou said, Clan leader, don't worry. I will take good care of you, honor. Soon, the father and son went out. Li Qingyuan said, Dad, don't you like to gamble on blind boxes? I want to take a look too. Upon hearing this, Li Dingzhou was eager to try, saying, Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I'm afraid I'll lead you astray. We'll only gamble once and leave after that. Li Dingzhou nodded happily. All right, just once. As they hadn't even reached the gambling house, various sounds of commotion came from across the big door and long street. Open, 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 thank you for your patronage. Ah, my spirit coins. Haha, I opened it. Give me another box. A pound of spirit rice, what a loss. The father and son entered the hall, and Li Dingzhou introduced, gambling on blind boxes. One blind box costs 10 spirit coins. The blind boxes are made of special materials that can block spiritual senses. Unless one is at the foundation establishment level, no one can peek. There is only one person at the foundation establishment level in Luwa Island. Once you reach that level, you wouldn't bother with such games. Li Dingzhou took out 20 spirit coins and said, Give me 2. A piece of spirit stone is worth 100 spirit coins. Spirit stones are the size of mahjong tiles, while spirit coins are the size of coins and as thin as a cicada's wings, translucent. Li Qingyuan understood his father very well. As a man, who doesn't he have a few hobbies? Some like beauty, some like wine, some like chess, some like painting, art, gambling, jade, and fishing. Li Dingzhou liked to gamble on blind boxes, but due to his poverty and good self-control, he usually only gambled 4 or 5 times. At most playing half a spirit stone. There are wins and losses, a small gamble for pleasure. Here, Yuan Qing. Li Dingzhou handed Li Qingyuan a blind box. Li Qingyuan opened it and saw 1 pound of spirit rice, which meant he lost 5 spirit coins. In the market, 1 pound of spirit rice costs 5 spirit coins. Li Dingzhou opened the blind box with more ceremony, rubbing his hands, slowly pulling them apart, covering it as soon as it appeared, then slowly releasing his hands, watching closely. Opening one blind box took a full half-minute. Ah, thank you for your patronage. Li Dingzhou took out 10 spirit coins and said, Another one. Li Qingyuan whispered, Dad, I'll wander around by myself. You go ahead and play. Li Dingzhou was busy opening the blind box and waved his hand. All right, I know. Just don't go too far. Li Qingyuan turned and left, exiting the gambling house. After 2/4 of an hour, Li Qingyuan arrived at a talisman paper specialty shop. Standing outside the shop, Li Qingyuan felt a sense of vigilance. Although the talisman papers on me aren't of high grade, the quantity is very large. Definitely not less than 2,000 spirit stones. I must sell them in batches, visiting several shops. With a plan in mind, Li Qingyuan stepped into the talisman specialty shop. In this first shop, Li Qingyuan only sold them the most common and ordinary lighting talismans, cleaning talismans, and hemostatic talismans. The materials for these three types of talisman papers don't even require first-grade low-quality materials, costing only 10 spirit coins, a tenth of a spirit stone. The market price is 1 spirit stone per sheet. Meanwhile, the lighting talismans, cleaning talismans, and hemostatic talismans are also the most numerous among Li Qingyuan's talisman papers. Together, they total 500 sheets, worth 500 spirit stones in the market. The shop's buyback price is 80 of the market price, totaling 400 spirit stones. Half an hour later, Li Qingyuan left there, meandering and pretending to shop, then arrived at the second talisman specialty shop. This time, Li Qingyuan offered first-grade low-quality talismans, the lightness talisman, iron armor talisman, and ice spike talisman. A total of 340 sheets, with a market price of 2 spirit stones per sheet, totaling 680 spirit stones. After the 20 discount, it was 544 spirit stones. In the third shop, Li Qingyuan changed into black clothing, put on a hood to hide his face, and specifically sold low-quality first-grade middle-quality talismans, the gold shield talisman, wind blade talisman, and explosive fire talisman, with a market price of 4 spirit stones each, totaling 72 sheets, which equals 288 spirit stones, and after the discount, it was 2,304 spirit stones, rounding up to 231 spirit stones. This was the last shop. Li Qingyuan finally arrived outside a spirit talisman building. The store has 2 spacious floors. A young girl walked up to him, smiling, and said, "Friend, are you here to buy talisman papers?" Li Qingyuan took out a fine-quality gold shield talisman and asked, "Does your store accept talisman papers?" The girl's eyes lit up. "Is this a fine-quality first-grade middle-quality gold shield talisman? May I ask how many do you have?" Li Qingyuan smiled and said, "Can I meet your store manager?" The girl pondered for a moment and said, "Please wait a moment. I will report." A quarter of an hour later, the girl came down from the second floor and politely said, "Please follow me, friend." Li Qingyuan followed her up to the second floor. As soon as they arrived on the second floor, a young woman approached them. Dressed in a purple skirt, she stood gracefully, her figure enchanting, her face partially veiled, with eyes like stars and brows like willows, resembling a fairy that had stepped out of a painting. How strange, Li Qingyuan thought. Could there really be such a stunning beauty, with national grace and fragrance, on Myoha Island? The woman in the purple skirt looked at Li Qingyuan, smiled slightly, and asked him, "This friend, are you here to sell talisman paper to my Lingfu building? May I ask how much talisman paper you have, and how many high-quality ones?" With a wave of his hand, Li Qingyuan released the last of his talisman paper from his storage bag. They were all first-grade medium-quality talismans, King Kong talismans, wind blade talismans, and explosive fire talismans. Not many, but not too few either. A total of 288 sheets of first-grade medium-quality talisman paper, all of which were of standard and premium quality. Enough skill in talisman making to challenge a first-grade superior talisman master. The girl in the purple skirt was slightly taken aback, her beautiful eyes displaying surprise. Of the 288 sheets of talisman paper, 216 were of standard quality and 72 were of premium quality. "You have good skills," the girl in the purple skirt said, looking at Li Qingyuan, her beautiful eyes shimmering with interest. Li Qingyuan spoke, "Please give me an estimate, shopkeeper." The girl in the purple skirt pondered for a second and said, "The quality of your talisman paper is quite good, but according to the rules, my Lingfu building can only offer 80 of the market price." Li Qingyuan thought for a moment and nodded. "That is acceptable." This price met his psychological expectations and the market rules. The girl in the purple skirt began to count the talisman papers and calculate the price. First-grade medium-quality talisman paper had a market price of 5 spirit stones each for standard quality and 6 spirit stones for premium quality, for 216 sheets of standard quality. The sale price was 1,080 spirit stones. For 72 sheets of premium quality, the sale price was 432 spirit stones. Adding 1080 and 432 together, then applying the 20 discount, the total was 1209. 6 spirit stones. Earning over 1,000 spirit stones made Li Qingyuan's eyes light up as he said, "I can proceed with the transaction." The girl in the purple skirt smiled slightly, waved her hand, and a first-grade superior storage bag flew out containing 12 10 spirit stones, heading towards Li Qingyuan, saying, "Let me make it a round number for you." Li Qingyuan accepted the spirit stones and placed them into his waist storage bag. May your business flourish. The girl in the purple skirt said, and Li Qingyuan cupped his hands. I take my leave. Being still young and intentionally altering his voice. His tone did not sound distinctly masculine, having a slightly androgynous quality that would not reveal his disguise. The girl in the purple skirt smiled and asked, May I know how to address you? Li Qingyuan pondered for a moment and replied, My surname is Li. In the Sea Islands, there are not less than 70 to 80,000 cultivators with the surname Li, and the number of mortals is even in the millions. Over 10 million in total, making it the largest surname in the Sea Islands. So it is fellow Taoist Li, the girl said with a smile. I am surnamed Qin. She asked, May I ask if fellow Taoist Li can draw first-grade superior talisman paper? Li Qingyuan paused and said, I have low cultivation, and as a first-grade loose cultivator, I lack inheritance and cannot produce first-grade superior talisman paper. Upon hearing this, the girl in the purple skirt expressed regret. What a pity. Fellow Taoist Li has excellent talent in talisman arts. If you had a complete first-grade talisman inheritance, you could surely become a top-tier first-grade talisman master in the future. Hearing this, Li Qingyuan also showed a face of regret. Yes, it is really difficult for us loose cultivators. Fellow Taoist Qin, if there is nothing urgent, I will take my leave. Li Qingyuan cupped his hands in farewell. The girl in the purple skirt smiled sweetly and said, Xiaolon, please see off fellow Taoist Li. The maid nodded and respectfully escorted Li Qingyuan down the stairs. After exiting Lingfu building, Li Qingyuan was in high spirits. Having finally sold all the talisman paper that had been accumulated for several years, completely converting it into spirit stones. He had 40054423112102385 spirit stones. After twisting and turning, he left the bustling market and arrived at a dark alley. Li Qingyuan tried to store nearly 2,400 spirit stones, but found he couldn't put them into the Xuanpin space. They couldn't be copied. Indeed, once a finished talisman was sold for spirit stones, those spirit stones could not be copied. The Xuanpin space prohibited infinite nesting. With nearly 2,400 spirit stones, he wouldn't be short of spirit stones for cultivation for quite some time. Since he wouldn't lack spirit stones, he could buy more materials for drawing the flame ice/talisman. Alas, his fear of insufficient firepower had struck again. Chapter 031, Auction House Observations. After leaving Lingfu building, Li Qingyuan pretended to browse casually, but actually twisted and turned until he found a shop specializing in talisman materials. Due to his fear of insufficient firepower, Li Qingyuan directly purchased 120 sheets of first-grade superior talisman drawing materials and 30 pounds of first-grade superior talisman ink. The first-grade superior talisman drawing material cost 5 spirit stones each, totaling 600. The 30 pounds of talisman ink, with first-grade inferior, medium, and superior qualities, added up to exactly 100 spirit stones. Having just received the spirit stones, Li Qingyuan spent 700 spirit stones, leaving him with over 1,600. As for the first-grade superior talisman brush, after inquiring about prices from several shops, he decided to temporarily give up. The first-grade superior talisman brush was worth several hundred spirit stones, which Li Qingyuan was reluctant to part with. After all, at this stage, a first-grade medium-quality wind spirit wolf hairbrush was barely sufficient. His talisman-making skills allowed him to easily draw quality, standard flame ice/talismans, which could pose a threat even to those at the 8th level of qi refining, as long as he had enough talisman paper to ensure his safety. Currently, his most pressing need was spirit stones to enhance his cultivation. Cultivating spiritual power was always his primary pursuit. In Li Qingyuan's view, the first rule of cultivating immortality was always to prioritize enhancing spiritual power. With the remaining over 1,000 spirit stones, he planned to use them all to enhance his cultivation. Xuanpin, where have you been just now? Li Qingyuan came over, perspiring heavily, and said, I was worried sick. If I lost you, your grandpa, the clan leader, would have skinned me alive. Of course, Li Qingyuan was also very concerned about his son, as this was his first time in Chu Mountains Market. Li Qingyuan replied, It's fine, I just wanted to see you having fun, so I wandered around a bit. Let us go back to the inn. The father and son returned to the inn. Early the next morning, the auction officially began. This time, all 4 members of the Li family went together. Clan leader Li Guangao, second elder Li Guangzong, the Ding generation Li Dingzhou, and the Qing generation Li Qingyuan, all headed to the annual Chu Mountain auction. The Chu Mountain market was particularly bustling that day, with thousands of cultivators coming and going. Li Qingyuan asked curiously. With thousands of cultivators, are they all going to participate in the auction? Will there be enough space at the auction site? Clan leader Li Guangao explained. The auction specifies that participants must have a cultivation level above the 4th level of qi refining. Not just anyone can participate. Now it made sense. Li Qingyuan understood. Li Guangao continued. Moreover, this auction has always been hosted by the Wang family, a first-rate qi refining family. So the standard is quite high. The Wang family, Li Qingyuan asked curiously, Grandpa clan leader. I heard that the Wang family has a first-grade superior alchemist who can refine first-grade superior elixirs. Li Guangao nodded, stroking his beard. That's right. The annual auction features elixirs from the Wang family as the main event, attracting many loose cultivators and qi refining families to bid frantically. We're here. The four arrived at the entrance, where Li Guangao took out a token. The guards respectfully said, So it's the Li family. Please come in. Thus, Li Qingyuan and the others successfully entered. When Li Qingyuan looked back, he saw that other loose cultivators had to pay a spirit stone each to enter. Li Guangao explained. The Chu Mountain Market is led by the Wang family, along with second-rate and third-rate qi refining families, and has been developed for hundreds of years. The establishment of the Fang City and the existence of the auction house have seen some contributions from my Li clan's immortal lineage. So participating in the auction does not require paying spirit stones. Li Qingyuan suddenly understood, so that's how it is. Soon, everyone gradually took their seats. The auction venue was filled with 300 to 400 people, all of whom were at least at the 4th level of qi refining. The auction stage stood in the center, surrounded by a circular audience area where hundreds of people sat. There were entrances on both sides of the auction stage, as well as a door leading to the backstage. After an hour, the auction was mostly filled. Ding! The copper bell rang, and the auction began. The backstage door opened, and a beautiful woman in her 30s walked out gracefully. She had a fair and plump figure, wore a strapless long dress, and had a face that radiated peace and prosperity. The woman slowly approached, followed by a young girl. I am Wang Lingyu, pleased to meet all fellow Taoists. The middle-aged beauty spoke confidently, her voice charming. Welcome everyone to the annual auction of Chu Mountain Fang City. I will be hosting this year's auction. A male cultivator exclaimed. Lingyu, you have become even more charming after a year. Haha, I'm participating in the auction not for the items, but to see Sister Lingyu. Taoist Wang, it's been several years since you lost your husband. Have you considered taking a partner? Many men were fond of Wang Lingyu's demeanor. Li Guangao whispered. This Wang Lingyu is the legitimate daughter of the Wang family head. Several years ago, she was already at the 7th level of qi refining, far surpassing me. The second elder, Li Guangzong, sighed. The foundation of a first-rate qi refining family is not something our Li clan can compare with. A first-rate qi refining family has hundreds of cultivators, while our clan barely has 60. On the auction stage, Wang Lingyu bowed slightly, her charming smile brightening the room. Thank you all for your support. Now, the auction begins. Please welcome the first item. As Wang Lingyu finished speaking, the young girl beside her opened a jade box, revealing 3 medicinal pills. Li Dingzhou recognized them immediately and said, I didn't expect the first item to be the relatively rare small essence pills in the market. It looks like their essay whole batch. Li Guangao added. Li Qingyuan, no longer a novice, was well aware of the effects and value of the small essence pills. Among the hundreds present, many were interested and eager to bid. Many were in the middle stage of qi refining. Their juniors and friends included those who had reached the peak of the 3rd level of qi refining. These small essence pills could help them break through the bottleneck and advance to the middle stage. In the qi refining period, small essence pills had always been in high demand. With her enchanting voice and captivating eyes, Wang Lingyu smiled. This is a batch of small essence pills. A total of 3, 2 of high quality and 1 of low quality. According to the market price, a high-quality small essence pill sells for 30 spirit stones. Today, this batch starts at a price of 70 spirit stones. Wang Lingyu smiled. Fellow Taoists, the bidding begins. I bid 75 spirit stones. As soon as she finished speaking, someone immediately called out, 80 spirit stones. I bid 81. 82 spirit stones. I bid 85 spirit stones. After someone called out 85 spirit stones, the others hesitated for a moment and then fell silent. At this point, the price was already high, and continuing to raise it didn't seem worthwhile, especially since one of the pills was of low quality and not a high-quality one. Wang Lingyu smiled. 85 spirit stones once, 85 spirit stones twice. 85 spirit stones, 3 times. Congratulations to this fellow Taoist. This batch of small essence pills is yours. They moved on to the second auction item. A first-grade mid-quality magic tool, of high quality, starting at a price of 150 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan watched with great interest. One item after another emerged, and bids were continuously made, creating a lively atmosphere. Soon, when the 9th item was presented, many in attendance, especially those at the 5th and 6th levels of qi refining, held their breath for a moment. Li Qingyuan was puzzled. Grandpa clan leader, what is this? Li Guangyao's breath caught as he said, this is a first-grade superior grade essence pill. It can help a perfected 6th level qi refining cultivator break through the bottleneck and advance to the 7th level. The next second, the surrounding cultivators erupted in excitement. Is it really the essence pill? Great, I must have it. Wang Lingyu watched the crowd of enthusiastic cultivators, knowing that the atmosphere she wanted had arrived. She said loudly, fellow Taoists, this is a high-quality essence pill that can give a 6th level cultivator a 30 to 50% chance of advancing to the 7th level. With a 30 to 50% chance, plus their own spiritual power polished to perfection, and preparing some spirit stones, wouldn't the success rate be 70 to 80%? It's basically guaranteed. Wang Lingyu clapped her jade-like hands. Fellow Taoists, the starting bid is 300 spirit stones. Please place your bids. 310 spirit stones. I bid 320. 330. Li Guangyao looked at the essence pill with longing in his eyes, but felt helpless. Li Qingyuan whispered, Grandpa clan leader, why not bid as well? Our Li clan really needs a late-stage qi refining expert to take charge. The second elder nodded. Yes. Clan brother, I can lend you all the spirit stones I have. Li Dingzhou said. Clan leader, although I don't have many spirit stones, I can offer a little help. Li Guangyao opened his mouth, then sighed, saying, these past few years, to cultivate Qingyuan and the family's immortal seedlings, it has been difficult to gather 300 spirit stones. After all, we cannot skimp on the spirit stones owed to the Liu family. Li Guangyao said, forget it. The bidding price has exceeded 350 spirit stones now. We can't afford it. I will wait a bit longer, perhaps in a while. Some low-quality essence pills will flow into the market. Li Qingyuan hesitated to speak. The origin of the spirit stones must not be revealed. The Xuanpin space must remain confidential. Soon, the auction results were announced. Wang Lingyu smiled brightly. Her fair and plump beauty indeed had a powerful allure. She said, 380 spirit stones sold. Congratulations to the Zhang family head. When Li Guangyao heard this name, he looked up and saw the person, saying, it seems he came to this auction specifically for the essence pill. He had bet all the Zhang family's savings on this, gambling to break through to the 7th level of qi refining. The second elder said, so it was this old fellow who bought the essence pill. In the entire auction hall, except for the top 8 VIP rooms where faces were not visible, all other positions were open air, and the faces of hundreds of people were clearly seen. Wang Lingyu said, fellow Taoists, the next auction item is the grand finale of our auction this year. Please take a look. This time, Wang Lingyu personally waved her hand, unveiling the silk, revealing the true appearance of the auction item. Inside a basketball-sized transparent spherical magic tool, a dark red elongated living creature rolled and spun, emanating wisps of spiritual pressure. What is this? Li Guangyao was taken aback, saying, is this the larva of the blood-devouring centipede? The next second, gasps of surprise echoed throughout the auction house. It is actually the larva of the second-grade great demon, the blood-devouring centipede. Once the blood-devouring centipede matures, if it devours other spirit beasts, it can certainly advance to a second-grade great demon, with combat power comparable to that of a Foundation establishment expert. The Wang clan actually had the ability to obtain the larva of the blood-devouring centipede. In one of the 8 VIP rooms, a girl in a purple dress lifted a teacup, blew a breath, and calmly took a sip of tea, saying, this larva is inherently weak, even weaker than a normal blood-sucking centipede larva. It is unlikely to grow to the second stage. Sure enough, as she finished speaking, Wang Lingyu said, fellow Taoists, this blood-sucking centipede larva is inherently weak. When it was discovered by my Wang family's hunting team, it almost fell victim to a beast. Growing into a second-stage great demon is nearly impossible. However, as long as it is properly nurtured, it could eventually advance to the 9th or 10th layer of qi refining. Having an additional late-stage qi refining beast to guard the house is also quite good. Squeak squeak at this moment. The blood-sucking centipede larva in the spherical magical artifact container let out a piercing scream, causing small cracks to appear on the spherical container and making people's eardrums hurt. Li Qingyuan covered his ears and said, "No wonder it can become a second-stage great demon. Even such a small creature has such a sharp voice. What is this?" In the VIP room, the girl in the purple dress was momentarily taken aback, and her stunning face beneath the veil showed surprise. "Did I hear that wrong?" After a brief contemplation, the girl in the purple dress instructed, "Xiaolon, take a picture of this demon beast larva." Although the maid Xiaolon was puzzled, she still nodded and said, "Yes, miss." Soon, the auction began. Even though the blood-sucking centipede was inherently weak and unable to advance to a second-stage great demon, Wang Lingyu was right. As long as it was nurtured properly, it could very well become a late-stage first-level demon beast in the future. A family guardian beast at the 9th or even 10th layer of qi refining is very tempting. However, only late-stage qi refining loose cultivators, second-tier qi refining family cultivators, and shop owners from various stores in Sushan Market had the qualifications to bid for the blood-sucking centipede larva. The weak third-tier qi refining family of the Li clan was not qualified to bid. In the end, the girl in the purple dress won the blood-sucking centipede larva for 500 spirit stones. As soon as she got the blood-sucking centipede larva, the girl examined it back and forth for a moment and said with delight in her beautiful eyes, "No doubt about it, no doubt about it." A small three-colored pattern appeared on her forehead. "Let us go, Xiaolon. Let's return to the Spirit Talisman building and quickly inform my second uncle." The two girls hurriedly left. Wang Lingyu said aloud, "Thank you again, fellow Taoists, for attending the Sushan auction. I announce that this auction is now concluded, and fellow Taoists may depart at their leisure." Hundreds of cultivators dispersed. Li Dingzhou lamented, "The technique Yuaner needs was not auctioned." The second elder said, "The technique is special. It is likely hard to find." The clan leader said, "No need to worry. We still have one more trading meeting." "Trading meeting?" Li Qingyuan was taken aback. The clan leader smiled and said, "Follow me." Soon, in a secluded courtyard, 2 to 3 dozen cultivators gathered. Li Qingyuan also saw Zhang family patriarch, who successfully bid for the spirit-nourishing pill. Before long, Li Qingyuan understood. It turned out this was a trading meeting exclusively for several qi refining families, conducted privately. 2 second-tier qi refining families and 3 third-tier qi refining families. A total of 5 families were engaged in private trading. Soon, the trading began. According to the rules, the third-tier qi refining families started first. Li Guangao said, "I have a set of high-quality talisman paper. 6 types of low-grade first-level talisman paper and 3 types of mid-grade first-level talisman paper. All of them are high quality." The crowd was slightly surprised. All of them are high quality? Li Guangao took them out, and upon inspection, everyone could see they were indeed high quality. "I wonder which family head has a technique for concealing breath and hiding aura." Li Guangao said, "I am willing to trade this set of high-quality talisman paper plus 100 spirit stones for it." A family head spoke up, coincidentally, brotherly. "I happen to have a concealment technique." Li Guangao's expression brightened. "Really?" That family head said, "Unfortunately, it's only a partial version. This partial version of the concealment technique can only conceal and hide the cultivation level below qi refining 6th layer. Moreover, its hiding function is weak, unable to block the spiritual sense of qi refining 7th layer cultivators. Alas, if only it were the complete version." That family head said, "The complete version of the concealment technique can prevent even the spiritual sense of great masters at the 10th layer of qi refining and below from prying." The old family head asked, "Brotherly, do you still want to exchange?" Li Guangao hesitated. Li Qingyuan, standing behind Li Guangao, whispered, "Grandpa clan leader, exchange." Li Guangao thought for a moment and said, "Brother Zhao, your partial version of the technique is tasteless to eat but too valuable to discard. I will exchange it for a set of high-quality talisman paper. How about that?" The Zhao family head said, "No, add 50 spirit stones. At most 10 stones. 30. No. At most 20, just 20, no more negotiations." Li Guangao appeared indifferent. The Zhao family head thought for a moment and said, "Forget it, let us exchange." The two old men reached a deal. The trading continued. Each took out spirit plants, spirit ores, spirit beast materials, or techniques and elixirs to trade for what they needed. Of course, some exchanges failed, and there were items in hand that nobody needed. An hour later, several families completed their private transactions and left. Li Guangao stepped forward. The proud old man snorted coldly. "I haven't seen Luo'er in years. I want to chat with her along the way and give you a ride." Zhang Xiantong coldly snorted. You don't need to send us. We can walk ourselves. The young man Zhang Yuanluo, in his 20s, sighed helplessly and advised, Grandpa? Uncle is also well-intentioned. Why refuse? Li Guangao said coldly. Zhang Xiantong, I can go wherever I want. Do you have any say in it? Come on, Luor. Uncle will take you home. Zhang Xiantong and Li Guangao exchanged cold glances and snorted at each other. Li Qingyuan thought, indeed, the spirit-nourishing pill is worth 300 to 400 spirit stones and can help a perfect chi-refining 6th layer cultivator break through to the late stage. Wealth can be alluring, and leaving Tushan market always carries the risk of being targeted by bandit cultivators. It seems that the relationship between Zhang family grandpa and clan leader grandpa is not as simple as it appears. Clan leader grandpa is worried about them. Chapter 033. First encounter with bandit cultivators. Thus, the 4 members of the Li clan set off together with the 2 Zhang family grandpa and grandson. Li Qingyuan rode a unicorn-striped horse and asked his father, Dad, why doesn't Zhang family grandpa break through in Tushan market? After all, carrying the spirit-nourishing pill on a long journey home carries the risk of being targeted by bandit cultivators. Li Dingzhou lowered his voice. Do you think everyone is like you? Breaking through a realm is not always smooth and has almost no obstacles. For us 5-element roots and 4-element roots, many cultivators struggle their whole lives to reach the late stage of chi refining. This is a significant bottleneck. Your Zhang family grandpa is older, and it will be quite difficult for him to succeed in reaching the 7th layer of chi refining. He not only needs the spirit-nourishing pill, but also assistance from the family's spiritual veins. Additionally, before breaking through a realm, he needs to take some elixirs to nourish his meridians and accumulate spiritual power, and only then can he take the spirit-nourishing pill to break through in one go. Li Qingyuan realized, I see. Most family heads of 3rd-tier chi refining families, when they reach their 50s or 60s, only have the qualifications to attempt breaking through to the late stage of chi refining at 67, with their potential mostly exhausted. Their attempts to break through to the late stage of chi refining are almost equivalent to a perfect 10th layer chi refining cultivator attempting to break through to foundation establishment, which not only requires elixirs, but also needs assistance from spiritual veins. Moreover, before breaking through the bottleneck, they must spend time refining their spiritual power, mental preparation, and so on. Li Qingyuan thought, fortunately, I am a high-quality 3-element root. As long as I have sufficient spirit stone resources, I will have no bottlenecks in the chi refining stage, and foundation establishment is just around the corner. How should I address the eldest sister of the Li family? Zhang Yuanluo rode over, also on a horse-type demon beast, which was also at the initial stage of the 1st level. Zhang Yuanlu looked about 24 or 25. Dressed in white, with well-defined features. He wasn't particularly handsome, but he had a sunny and cheerful demeanor, which many young girls liked. Li Qingyuan, now in female attire, had to continue the disguise and said, Li Qingqing. Zhang Yuanlu took a glance at Li Qingqing and thought to himself, this sister from the Li family is delicate and refined, with clear features, gentle temperament, and proper manners. Zhang Yuanlu tried to start a conversation, saying, Grandfather, you keep Qingqing by your side because you have high hopes for her intelligence and excellent cultivation aptitude. Li Qingyuan felt awkward and thought, this man is acting strangely. Li Qingyuan coughed and said, Zhang family brother, you jest. My aptitude is mediocre, far inferior to yours. Meanwhile, Li Dingzhou was holding back laughter, his face twitching. The group rode swiftly, traveling 300 miles a day, stopping to rest and spend a little money when they encountered small towns or villages. Thus, for 2 consecutive days, everything was calm. On the 3rd day, early in the morning, the 6 of them set off again. Zhang Yuanlu pointed ahead and explained, Sister Qingqing, after passing through the stone forest ahead and walking another 100 miles, we will reach my Zhang family's Qingfeng mountain. Li Qingyuan replied lightly, oh. Suddenly, 3 beams of light shot out from the stone forest. Li Guangao and Zhang Xiantong, both at the 6th layer of chi refining, exclaimed, enemy attack, quickly hide. As soon as they finished speaking, Li Guangao, Zhang Xiantong, and the 2nd elder Li Guangzong immediately formed seals to mobilize their spiritual power. With no time to activate their magical artifacts, they instinctively initiated 1st-tier spells to block. 3 magical artifacts rushed towards the 3 with the highest cultivation. Earth Armor Spell. Li Guangao and Li Guangzong instantly cast the Earth Armor Spell for defense, barely managing to block the attack from the opposing magical artifact with an earth element spiritual power shield, buying them a breath's worth of time. A breath was enough. Diamond Talisman. The two took out Diamond Talismans, instantly activating protective energy, successfully blocking the enemy's surprise attack. However, Zhang Xiantong was not so lucky. The person attacking him was at the 7th layer of Qi refining, already in the later stage of Qi refining. The opponent's full-force strike was difficult for Zhang Xiantong to block in a hurry. Although he had defensive talismans on him, they were only first-tier middle grade. However, even after activating the talisman, it still couldn't stop the opponent's flying wheel magical artifact. The flying wheel magical artifact had sharp gears that sliced through and severed Zhang Xuantong's right arm. Zhang Xiantong let out a scream. If he hadn't managed to dodge at the last moment, he would have been hit in the heart by the flying wheel magical artifact and died. Zhang Xiantong, heavily injured, looked terrified and said, 7th layer of Qi refining? First-tier upper-grade magical artifact? Zhang Yuanlu hurriedly approached, worried. Grandfather, your hand? Li Guangao, also worried, said, old guy? Can you hold on? The group gathered, back to back, alert in all directions. Li Qingyuan thought, damn, to encounter bandit cultivators on my first outing. How unlucky can I be? The safety of the cultivation world is non-existent. It's practically lawless. Zhang family master. My second sister needs to borrow your spirit-nourishing pill. I wonder if you can part with it? A burly middle-aged man slowly walked out from the stone forest, standing over 8 feet tall, with a muscular build and a face full of flesh. A cross scar on his face made him look terrifying. Stretching from the corner of his eye to his chin, and combined with his fleshy face, he appeared quite ugly. Behind this middle-aged man was a woman in revealing clothing with heavy makeup and a short, skinny, monkey-like lecherous male cultivator. Zhang Xuantong's expression changed. You, Peling Xueluan. Li Guangao's face darkened. Damn it, we've been targeted by this guy. Li Qingyuan sighed. 7th layer of Qi refining, this won't be easy. The second elder said, not just difficult, it's uncertain whether any of us will survive today. Peling Xueluan was originally a loose cultivator, but in recent years, he fortuitously reached the later stage of Qi refining, becoming a notorious bandit cultivator. It was said that not long ago, he and his 2 siblings fought to a standstill against a cultivator at the 8th layer of Qi refining, gaining a great reputation. Li Guangao said, the magical artifact in Peling's hands is a first-tier upper grade, incredibly sharp. That's why he can contend with 8th layer Qi refining cultivators. Li Qingyuan knew that first-tier upper-grade magical artifacts were expensive, let alone loose cultivators. Even many late-stage Qi refining cultivators from second-rate families might not have one. Many cultivators at the 7th and 8th layers of Qi refining, having just broken through, had spent all their resources and spirit stones, needing a long time to save enough to buy a first-tier upper-grade magical artifact. Li Dingzhou asked, Clan leader, what should we do now? Zhang Xiantong immediately replied, don't worry. I will never implicate you. After saying this, Zhang Xiantong loudly declared, Peling, these 5 are cultivators from my clan. They are merely my guests visiting the Zhang family. Grandfather Zhang Yuanlu opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Zhang Xuantong's stern gaze. Zhang Xiantong said, I can hand over the spirit-nourishing pill, but you must let them go. This matter has nothing to do with them. Peling chuckled, do you think I'm a fool? Let them go. And they'll go report to the Lu family, and all over the island. We'll be hunted down by the 3 siblings? Li Guangao said, I implore you. Fellow Taoist Pa, I absolutely will not report. Peling laughed. I, Peling, have always believed that only the dead can keep secrets. Zhang Xiantong took out the spirit-nourishing pill, held it in his palm, and activated his spiritual power, causing cracks to appear in the pill. Wait. Seeing this, Peling and his siblings panicked, and he quickly said, Zhang family master, don't act impulsively. Let's talk this out. The heavily made-up woman stepped forward, snuggling into Peling's arms, and said sweetly, Big brother, this spirit-nourishing pill is crucial for our little sister to advance to the later stage of Qi refining, and it concerns our future after joining the Black Mountain Bandits. What do you think? Should we agree to the Zhang family master? Hearing this, Peling showed a contemplative expression, thinking, if only I alone reach the later stage of Qi refining, I can't become a leader in the Black Mountain Bandits. If my second sister also breaks through, we will definitely be given important roles. In the later stage of Qi refining, anywhere on Lioha Island, one is considered a capable individual. All right, Peling said, I agree to the Zhang family master's request. Zhang Xiantong showed a pleading expression and said, Guangao. I leave Yuanlu to you. Zhang Yuanlu cried out. No, I won't go. Grandfather, I won't go. I'd rather fight them. Zhang Xiantong said, silly child. You are the future clan leader of the Zhang family. The clan cannot be without you. Guangao, you all hurry and leave. Zhang Xiantong urged. Li Guangao sighed deeply and apologetically said, I'm sorry, old brother, but for the sake of my Li family, I have reasons I must leave. We go. Li Guangao lifted Zhang Yuanlu and, after applying 2 lightness talismans, flew away quickly on his sword. Li Guangzong, Li Dingzhou, and Li Qingyuan also applied lightness talismans and activated their spiritual power to escape, moving as fast as light and disappearing deep into the stone forest. As for the riding beasts, they were too slow. When fleeing for their lives, some things must be abandoned. After exchanging glances, Puling's second sister and third brother controlled their magical artifacts to pursue. Zhang Xuantong's expression changed. Puling, are you not keeping your word? Do you believe that I will crush the pill immediately and let you return empty-handed? Puling chuckled. If you crush the pill now, I will immediately chase after them and slaughter everyone. Among them, isn't there your direct grandson? Additionally, don't try to play tricks on me, otherwise. Tu Mia threatened. Otherwise, I'll slaughter your entire Zhang family from Qingfeng Mountain. You. Zhang Xiantong spat blood in anger. Chapter 034, Beautiful Counterattack. You dare. Zhang Xiantong, furious, gritted his teeth and said, Tu Mia, my Zhang family from Qingfeng Mountain has served the Lu Immortal clan for 300 years. If you kill my Zhang family, the Lu Immortal clan will issue a pursuit order against you, leaving no room for negotiation. By then, not only will you have no place on Liuha Island, but you will also find no refuge across the 5 islands overseas. Upon hearing this, Tu Mia's eyes narrowed. Zhang Xuantong's words were true. Decades ago, there was a rogue cultivator who, relying on his 9th level of qi refining strength, acted recklessly and even led his subordinates to annihilate a second-rate qi refining family. On Liuha Island, apart from loose cultivators and other commercial forces, the major qi refining families are all vassals of the Lu Immortal clan, paying hefty spirit stones every year. Therefore, the actions of that 9th level rogue cultivator in destroying a qi refining family ignited widespread anger among many qi refining families. At the same time, such behavior also provoked the rule of the Lu Immortal clan, slapping their face and undermining their interests. Thus, the Lu Immortal clan issued a pursuit order and dispatched a 10th level qi refining expert to lead the team, searching through the islands in the Liuha area day and night. In the end, that 9th level rogue cultivator met an untimely death, and all his subordinates were killed. Their heads were publicly displayed to calm the people. Because of this, as long as Zhang Xiantong could return to his family, he could prepare for a breakthrough without worrying about being attacked by rogue cultivators seeking to seize his elixirs. The backing of a foundation-building immortal clan indeed carries significant deterrent power. Tu Mia coldly said, Humph, old man. Don't think you can use the name of the Lu Immortal clan to pressure me. If you anger me, I will slaughter your entire family and join the Black Mountain Bandits. Do you really think the high and mighty foundation-building elders would go to such lengths to kill a small Zhang family? Zhang Xuantong's expression froze. The leader of the Black Mountain Bandits is at the peak of the 10th level of qi refining, notorious and known as the strongest under foundation building. The second in command is also a powerful expert at the 10th level of qi refining and not easy to deal with. Tu Mia coldly said, I'll count to 10. If you don't hand over the elixir, I'll kill your entire family. 1, 2, 3. Zhang Xiantong, having lost an arm, turned pale from excessive blood loss. Cold sweat on his forehead. I was wrong. I shouldn't have gambled everything on a promotion to the late stage of qi refining. I was naive to overlook the risks brought by the spirit-nourishing pill. Tu Mia said indifferently, 7, 8, 9. Zhang Xiantong took a deep breath, bent down in respect, and said, Old man Zhang Xiantong is willing to offer the spirit-nourishing pill. Moreover, I am severely injured, and the younger generation of my family cannot bear the responsibility of guarding our estate. Zhang Xiantong said, I sincerely request you, Tu Mia, to join my Zhang family as a guest elder. Tu Mia was stunned, his heart filled with joy, and he laughed loudly. Huh? The head of the Zhang family truly knows the times. This proposal greatly appeals to me. All right, I accept you. Zhang Xiantong slowly stepped forward, opened his palm, and presented the elixir, saying, Tu Mia, this is the spirit-nourishing pill. Tu Mia boldly stepped forward, reaching out for the elixir. In the next second, the spiritual energy within Zhang Xiantong erupted, grabbing Tu Mia's hand, his internal energy going wild, blood gushing from his 7 orifices, his mouth and nose erupting with blood-red spiritual energy. Tumia, we'll die together. Zhang Xiantong shouted angrily. Exploding spirit technique. The exploding spirit technique is a secret technique of the Zhang family, a self-destructive killing technique. It detonates all the spiritual energy and blood in the body, unleashing more than 10 times 1's strength to deliver a lethal blow to a strong enemy. Old man, you're seeking death. Tumia's expression changed, and he quickly took out a defensive talisman and activated it. Golden Bell Talisman. Boom. A golden bell appeared out of nowhere, perfectly enveloping Tumia's outer body. Bang. As the heavy golden bell manifested, Zhang Xuantong's exploding spirit technique reached its peak, and the human bomb exploded instantaneously, producing a powerful spiritual shockwave that swept in all directions. Boom, boom, boom. Within a radius of 10 zhang, the stone forest was filled with exploding stone pillars, breaking in half. Amidst the rising dust, Tumia slowly walked out, burning with anger. Damn it, just to kill a 6th level chi refining, I wasted a high-grade talisman. This talisman was a life-saving item, a first-grade high-grade, genuine quality, capable of withstanding a full force strike from an 8th level chi refining cultivator. Damn it, this exploding spirit technique even destroyed my storage bag and magic tools. Tumia's right hand was torn, his clothing in tatters, his palm cracked, blood flowing in streams, and in his open palm lay a spirit-nourishing pill. Fortunately, he got the spirit-nourishing pill. Whoosh. Tumia activated his flying wheel magic tool and chased after them. Everyone must die. Clan leader, split up. Li Qingyuan said, you and the second elder can work together to surely kill one of them. The remaining one, my father and I can hold back 1 or 2. Buying time for you. Clan leader Li Guangao decisively said, good. While Tumia is being held back by Zhang Xiantong, they can take this opportunity to separate the two and eliminate them one by one. Otherwise, if they get entangled with these two, there will be no way to escape, allowing Tumia to pursue them. With the opponent's 7th level chi refining cultivation, everyone present would die. Whoosh whoosh. Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan flew away from the group, retreating into the depths of the stone forest, weaving between the giant rocks, occasionally throwing out first-grade low-grade talismans to create distractions. The skinny monkey grinned and chased after them. Little lady, don't rush to leave. Second sister, I'll take care of this side. After saying that, the lewd man flew out on his sword, pursuing with all his might. The heavily made-up woman flew out on her sword, chasing after Li Guangao and Li Guangzong. Suddenly, Li Guangao and Li Guangzong turned around simultaneously, activating their talismans to attack, closely followed by their magic tools, targeting the female cultivator. The two brothers worked together to suppress the female cultivator, gaining the upper hand. As long as time permits, they would surely be able to kill her. Deep in the stone forest, Li Qingyuan whispered, Father, it's ready, the counterattack begins. At this moment, the lewd man who looked like a skinny monkey laughed. Little lady, why not yield to me and enjoy together? Hee hee. Li Qingyuan turned around, no longer disguising her voice, and with a simultaneous wave of both hands, 10 talismans flew out. Cursing, go to hell. The skinny monkey was stunned for a moment. You're a man? First-grade medium talisman? The skinny monkey was shocked and immediately activated his spiritual energy to use his magic weapon to block the talismans. Boom, boom, boom. The talismans exploded one after another, each one not weaker than a 5th level chi refining cultivator, and with concentrated fire, they continuously bombarded him, causing him to panic. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingyuan waved her hand and summoned 5 high-quality talismans, the Wind Blade Talismans and Explosive Fire Talismans, comparable to 5 6th level chi refining cultivators attacking simultaneously. What power! The skinny monkey's face changed, and the talismans in front of him exploded, sending him flying. The talismans exploded almost simultaneously, directly breaking through his defensive spells and heavily wounding him, causing him to spit blood. Meanwhile, Li Dingzhou had already attached a high-quality diamond talisman for defense, using the family's first-grade spell, Moon Shadow Technique, to approach and slash out with his long knife. Blood Blade, 8 slashes. Clang, clang, clang. 8 blades of energy surged out instantly, weaving into a net of blade energy that sliced through, dividing him into 8 parts. Ah! The skinny monkey screamed in agony, his flesh splattering, turning into a puddle of mush. Li Qingyuan gave a thumbs up and said, Dad, that's really steady. Even though he could deliver a fatal blow. To ensure greater safety and to avoid injury, His father still instinctively applied a diamond talisman for defense. It was still of premium quality, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a 6th-level Qi refinement practitioner. Li Qingyuan said, Yuana, let's go, quickly help your grandpa the clan leader and the others. Li Qingyuan shook his head and said, no. Dad, let's change our target. Chapter 035, Concentrate Firepower and Annihilate. Li Qingyuan picked up the storage bag and magical tools from the ground and stored them in his own storage bag. Then, he flicked his finger, activating the fireball technique to reduce the skinny monkey male cultivator to ashes. After doing this, Li Qingyuan said, Dad, the clan leader and the second elder are working together, and they have plenty of first-grade mid-quality talismans on hand, so killing that female cultivator shouldn't be difficult. The real challenge is Tumia. Li Qingyuan said, let us go. We'll ambush Tumia. Whoosh. Li Qingyuan flew on his sword, continuously using lightness talismans to reduce spirit power consumption. Li Qingyuan caught up and said, Yuana, don't be impulsive. Tumia is a 7th-level Qi refinement expert. We can't defeat him. Yuana, wait for Dad. Moments later, Li Qingyuan and Li Qingyuan hid in the stone forest. Whoosh. A streak of light rushed over, propelled by a flying wheel magical tool. It was Tumia. Tumia scanned the surroundings and sniffed the air, saying, there are traces of the second sister's rouge scent here. They are not far ahead. Meanwhile, in the stone forest, Li Qingyuan thought, here he comes. On his palm, 5 flame ice soul-cutting talismans slowly infused with spirit power, emitting a faint spiritual pressure. Whoosh. Tumia passed through the stone forest, soaring through the sky. In the next second, Li Qingyuan waved his hands, infusing spirit power into the talismans, which flew out like playing cards, accurately striking Tumia, exploding one after another. Tumia was caught off guard, his scalp tingling. First-grade upper-quality talismans, and 5 of them? The quality of these first-grade upper-quality talismans was comparable to a full-force strike from an 8th-level Qi refinement practitioner, worth 15 spirit stones each in the market. This meant that the opponent spent 75 spirit stones just to kill him, which was quite extravagant. Boom, boom, boom. The talismans exploded in front of him, and 5 talismans simultaneously transformed into ice blue energy blades, slashing out. Tumia was terrified and immediately formed a defensive spell. At the same time, he stomped hard on his flying wheel magical tool, using the momentum to quickly fly backward. However, the talisman attack was too sudden and too powerful. The 5 energy blades broke through Tumia's defense and struck his body. Tumia screamed in agony, blood splattering as he fell from the sky. During his fall, Li Qingyuan ambushed from the back of the stone forest, activating 2 flame ice soul-cutting talismans to strike Tumia. Severely injured, Tumia coughed up blood, his balance thrown off, his mind in chaos, and his spiritual sense damaged. He had no time to react or control his magical tool for a counterattack. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 ice blue light blades flashed by, directly piercing Tumia's forehead, slicing vertically along his forehead, nose bridge, chest, and abdomen, splitting him in 2. With a bang, a rain of blood splattered everywhere. 2 lumps of flesh fell to the ground. A 7th-level Qi refinement robber, Tumia, was dead. Li Qingyuan sighed in relief, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. We really killed him. Li Qingyuan said, that's a total of 7 first-grade upper-quality talismans. Plus, the opponent never expected us to ambush him halfway. With the father-son teamwork and flanking strategy, killing him was naturally not difficult. While speaking, Li Qingyuan skillfully picked up the storage bag and flying wheel magical tool, storing them in his own bag, and casually cast a fireball technique to burn Tumia's corpse. Cleaning up the traces, Li Qingyuan was greatly shocked and said, Yuana, is this really your first time coming down the mountain? Yes. Li Qingyuan retorted. Don't you know if it's my first time, Dad? But Li Qingyuan said, but you executed the strategy of dividing and annihilating, ambushing halfway with such ease. Your posture when picking up the storage bag and magical tools seems very skilled. You even know how to destroy the corpse and erase the traces. Your methods are more cunning than a robber's. Li Qingyuan murmured. Could it be that, Yuana, you are the kind of person who is a genius at whatever you do? Li Qingyuan scratched his head and retorted, isn't it a normal process to kill people, take magical tools, seize storage bags, and destroy corpses? Li Qingyuan said, it is a normal process, but it's your first time coming down the mountain. Li Qingyuan said, all right, Dad. The clan leader and the others have probably finished their business too. Let us go? However, about today, Li Qingyuan chuckled, Dad understands. Keep it a secret. Soon, the group reunited. Grandpa clan leader, are you injured? Li Qingyuan hurriedly stepped forward and asked, what happened? Li Guangao pointed at the corpse of the female cultivator and said, this female cultivator had first-grade upper-quality talismans on her. Fortunately, she only had two, one for defense and one for attack. Luckily, they were both of low quality. Otherwise, even if I teamed up with you and the second elder, it would be hard to kill her. Li Guangao asked, you two came here. Have you already killed that robber? Li Dingzhou nodded and said, yes, clan leader. Yuan and I worked together, using a large number of first-grade mid-quality talismans to greatly deplete the opponent's spirit power. In the end, I used the close combat advantage of a congenital martial artist, and after a tough fight, finally killed him. Li Guangao suddenly said, not good. Tu Mia is still out there. We must leave quickly. Li Guangao waved his hand, picked up the female cultivator's storage bag and magical tools, casually threw out a fireball technique to destroy the corpse and erase the traces, then took the dazed Zhang Yuanluo and flew off on his sword. Li Qingyuan watched the clan leader's skilled procedure and thought to himself, this process is a skill of the old Li family. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The group flew on their swords, flying low because of insufficient cultivation, barely managing to fly about 10 to 20 miles. After flying for over 10 miles, Li Qingyuan and Li Dingzhou were the first to deplete their spirit power, and Li Guangao and Li Guangzong were in a similar situation. After a tough battle, their spirit power was nearly exhausted. Next, everyone continued on foot. After 3 days of traveling through the wind and dust, the group finally arrived at Yunxia Town. Few upon reaching Yunxia Town, a relaxed expression finally appeared on Li Guangao's face as he looked at the sorrowful Zhang Yuanluo and said, Luo, the robber Tu Mia is still out in the world. You should stay at Yunxia Mountain for a while. Once things stabilize outside, I will send someone to take you back. Zhang Yuanluo lowered her head, looking sad, and subconsciously said, it's all up to Uncle Grandpa. Sigh. Li Guangao let out a deep sigh, tears streaming down his face. My old brother, I'm afraid. Li Guangao steadied himself and said, let's go up the mountain, back home. That night, Li Qingyuan tore off the human skin mask, restoring his original appearance and attire. In a secluded courtyard, he counted his gains alone, muttering, I wonder if the resources obtained from killing and looting already belong to me? Can I use the Xuanpin space to duplicate and double them? Li Qingyuan had a total of 2 storage bags in his hands. One from the skinny monkey-like lecherous male cultivator, and one from the 7th level Qi refinement Tu Mia. Good things should be saved for later. As Li Qingyuan spoke, he opened one storage bag, muttering, let us take a look at the lecherous male cultivator's storage bag. This guy looks lecherous, with thieving brows and rat-like eyes. He probably hasn't done less house robbing and stealing, so he should have quite a bit of wealth. Chapter 036. Wealth Source. Upon opening the storage bag, Li Qingyuan's eyes lit up. 120 spirit stones. The first-grade medium-grade magic weapon, the red iron sword, is worth over 100 spirit stones, and its value is only increasing. Oh, Li Qingyuan exclaimed in surprise. There's even a piece of low-quality first-grade superior talisman paper. A defensive type that can withstand a full-force strike from a 7th-layer Qi refining practitioner. Luckily, I acted decisively, launching a fierce attack with concentrated talismans, severely injuring it. Then, my father seized the opportunity to strike and killed it in one blow. Li Qingyuan was astonished. Oh, there's even some medicinal pills. A note was attached to the medicine bottle with its name written on it. 2 recovery pills, which replenish spiritual energy consumption during battles among Qi refining practitioners. 3 hemostatic pills, which, when taken, promote muscle growth and stop bleeding, proving highly effective for treating external injuries. Li Qingyuan pondered, tomorrow, I'll find a few small-sized poultry spirit beasts to test a small portion of the pills to see if they're toxic. Recovery pills and hemostatic pills are auxiliary pills that are useful during battles. These pills belong to the first-grade category, but they are not specifically classified into low, medium, or superior grades. They can be used throughout the Qi refining stage. A furnace of pills usually comes in a bottle, typically containing 3 pills. A bottle of recovery pills and a bottle of hemostatic pills, both auxiliary types and not for cultivation, usually cost about a dozen spirit stones per bottle, averaging 5 or 6 spirit stones per pill. Hey, this is a piece of red gold stone, quite large, at least 10 pounds. Li Qingyuan smiled. This is a first-grade superior mineral, a primary material for refining first-grade superior magic weapons. It seems this guy has already begun preparing to forge a first-grade superior magic weapon for himself. After reviewing the storage bag, Li Qingyuan was very satisfied. There were 120 spirit stones, one first-grade medium-grade magic weapon, the red iron sword, one piece of low-quality first-grade superior talisman paper for defense, 2 recovery pills, 3 hemostatic pills, and 10 pounds of first-grade superior red gold stone. Of course, the storage bag itself was also of first-grade medium quality, superior to the one Li Qingyuan currently used. With a larger space and considerable value, Li Qingyuan silently thought, collect. All resources were absorbed into the Xuanpin space, under the influence of spatial laws, duplicating and doubling. There were now 240 spirit stones, 2 first-grade medium-grade red iron swords, 2 pieces of talisman paper capable of withstanding attacks from 7th-layer Qi refining practitioners, for recovery pills, 6 hemostatic pills, and 20 pounds of first-grade superior red gold stone, along with 2 first-grade medium storage bags. I've struck it rich. Li Qingyuan beamed with joy, directly swapping for a first-grade medium storage bag to collect all resources and stockpile them. Next, after annihilating the 7th-layer Qi refining practitioner, there should be even more valuable items in his storage bag. Li Qingyuan shook the storage bag, and the small bag emitted streams of spiritual light, transforming into various resources. The storage bag was first-grade medium. Wow, so many spirit stones. This fortune is even greater than that of the clan leader's personal spirit stones, totaling 280 stones. A first-grade superior magic weapon, the blood wheel of spirit destruction. This magic weapon is worth at least 300 to 500 spirit stones, incredibly sharp. Suitable for late-stage Qi refining, truly a good treasure. The refining materials, first-grade medium and low-grade spiritual plants, can fetch dozens of spirit stones at market price. Oh, 2 bottles each of recovery pills and hemostatic pills, each containing 6 pills. A furnace of Qi nourishing pills, which can enhance cultivation speed when consumed during the Qi refining period. Hey, what's this? Li Qingyuan was taken aback, incredulously saying, "This is a furnace of minor spirit nourishing pills." Opening it, he was astonished. 2 pieces of genuine quality and 1 piece of low quality. Wow, this was a lot auctioned at the Tsushan market. Li Qingyuan remembered that this furnace of minor spirit nourishing pills was successfully bid on by a certain practitioner for 85 spirit stones. It seems they targeted 2 or 3 waves of people at once. We were just one of the waves. Li Qingyuan chuckled. Now, all these things belong to me. Finally, the most valuable spirit-nourishing pill. Li Qingyuan looked at the last pill, genuine quality, fragrant, and perfectly round. This spirit-nourishing pill fetched a high price of 300 to 400 spirit stones at auction, with the lowest price in the market being 300 spirit stones. And it is rare and difficult to acquire. Li Qingyuan waved his hand. Collect. Into the space it went, doubling the amount. There were now 2 spirit-nourishing pills, 2 first-grade medium storage bags, 560 spirit stones, and 2 first-grade superior magic weapons, the blood wheel of spirit destruction, as well as several materials worth dozens of spirit stones for refining, totaling no less than 100 spirit stones after duplication. For bottles each of recovery pills and hemostatic pills, each containing 12 pills, and 2 furnaces of Qi nourishing pills, totaling 6 pills, with 4 genuine quality and 2 low quality. In the middle of the night, in a secluded courtyard, Li Qingyuan lit a light talisman, the firelight illuminating his face as he grinned. Hee, I've struck it rich. Indeed. Killing and setting fires brings wealth, while building bridges and roads leaves no corpses behind. Li Qingyuan sighed. No wonder there have always been people in the immortal cultivation world unable to resist the temptation of becoming robbers. Just one big score could set them up for 3 years. Li Qingyuan shook his head violently. No, I can't think like that. I want to cultivate steadily and achieve longevity. Those who kill will always be killed. Although being a robber seems good, one can easily fall into traps set by others and die at their hands. Li Qingyuan neatly stored all resources, lay on his bed, and smiled broadly. Now, my wealth totals thousands of spirit stones, comparable to the family's income over 3 to 5 years. He decided to keep the useful resources, exchange the useless ones for spirit stones when the opportunity arises, and use all of it for cultivation. As for the spirit-nourishing pills and minor spirit-nourishing pills, he could take half back to the family and keep the rest for exchanging spirit stones and other resources. The next morning, Li Qingyuan privately sought an audience with the clan leader, his grandfather. Li Guangao looked dejected and gloomy, asking, Qingyuan, is there something on your mind? He knew that his old friend, Zhang Xiantong, who had been with him for decades, was likely dead. Li Qingyuan said, Grandfather clan leader, I obtained a furnace of minor spirit-nourishing pills and 1 spirit-nourishing pill from that male practitioner. What? Li Guangyao's face was filled with astonishment. Li Qingyuan pushed out the pills with his spiritual energy. Li Guangyao took a glance and exclaimed, This furnace of minor spirit-nourishing pills contains 2 genuine quality pills and 1 low-quality pill. Could it be the auctioned pills? Li Qingyuan replied, I believe so. Furthermore, this person was also at the full circle of the 6th layer of qi refining. And he secretly hoarded a genuine quality spirit-nourishing pill, likely deceiving both Tumi and that female practitioner. Li Guangyao said, Most likely. It seems this person also aimed to break through to the 7th layer of qi refining and had been secretly preparing for a long time. Holding the pills. Li Guangyao's expression changed. Child, are you really willing to contribute these pills to the family? Li Qingyuan smiled and said, Grandfather clan leader, without the family, there would be no today Esme. Now that I have grown up, I can also give back to the family. Li Guangyao's eyes brimmed with tears. Deeply gratified. Good child, good child. However, the family cannot take advantage of your kindness for free. After I discuss it with the Grand Elder and Second Elder, I will at least give you 200 spirit stones as compensation. Li Qingyuan bowed respectfully. I leave it to your arrangements, Grandfather clan leader. After a respectful bow, Li Qingyuan turned and left. Back home, Li Qingyuan began dividing the spoils with his father. He handed his father, Li Dingzhou, 200 spirit stones, along with recovery pills, hemostatic pills, and 2 furnaces of qi-nourishing pills, especially the qi-nourishing pills, which are greatly beneficial for cultivation during the qi refining period. He resolved to rely on his own cultivation to reach the perfection of the 10th layer of qi refining without using pills to enhance his cultivation. In addition, a first-tier middle-grade red iron sword was also given to Dad. He was also given a first-tier middle-grade storage bag. In the end, Li Dingzhou, who had never been so wealthy, looked at the resources in his hands and sighed. It turns out that having a good son can also change one's fate. Chapter 037. The Clan Leader's Breakthrough. Qi Refining Level 7. Early the next morning, Grandpa Clan Leader sent over 200 spirit stones. This time, Li Qingyuan tried to replicate them, but was unable to. Probably because these 200 spirit stones were compensation for the family after giving the spirit-nurturing pills and small spirit-nurturing pills. These pills were already resources that had been replicated. Furthermore, the thousands of spirit stones he sold to the girl in the purple dress at the Spirit Ruin building also could not be doubled again. Because those thousands of spirit stones were also resources replicated by the Xuanpin space. Currently, the Xuanpin space has 3 functions. The first function is replication and doubling. The restrictions are as follows. First, it must belong to Li Qingyuan. Second, the spirit stones and other resources obtained from the replicated resources cannot be nested infinitely. Lastly, the replicated items cannot be demon beasts or living creatures. The second function is guidance and cultivation. It guides him in practicing the Great Chun technique, first-tier spells, and rune drawing techniques. The third function is to complete cultivation techniques and runes. It completes the incomplete runes, allowing Li Qingyuan to draw the truly complete Flame Ice Soul Severing rune. It can also complete the incomplete cultivation techniques. Regarding this, Li Qingyuan personally verified it. He spent 3 days studying the incomplete Liangxi Ju, and after 3 days, he entered the basics and initially learned this technique that can conceal one's cultivation and isolate probing. At the time of entry, a mysterious figure appeared in the Xuanpin space, completely black, with bright meridians showing, presenting the complete operation diagram of the Liangxi Ju. Once the Liangxi Ju perfected by the Xuanpin space is cultivated, it can conceal one's aura and hide one's cultivation, making it undetectable below the foundation building divine consciousness. During battles, the Liangxi Ju can still operate, concealing one's cultivation unless he deliberately unleashes his full strength, otherwise it won't be noticed. This way, even if Li Qingyuan acts in front of others and fights, he can still restrain his spiritual power and hide his cultivation, without exposing his true strength. Buzz. Li Qingyuan sat cross-legged, operating his qi refining level 4 cultivation. As the Liangxi Ju operated, his qi refining cultivation began to weaken, and his realm started to drop. Qi refining level 4, qi refining level 3, qi refining level 2. Qi refining level 2 aligns with the cultivation speed of the family's 4 spirit root seedlings. Li Qingyuan said with satisfaction, From now on, I will present myself as Qi refining level 2. In the same year, Li Qingyuan, with 4 spirit roots, is now at Qi refining level 2, thanks to the resources provided by the family. In the same year, Li Qingyuan, with 5 spirit roots, has only reached the perfection of Qi refining level 1. Now, with ample spirit stones, I won't have to worry about spirit stones for cultivation for a long time. Li Qingyuan calculated. The first time out, I encountered a robbery cultivator, still a master in the late Qi refining stage. The outside world is too dangerous. If it weren't for having the flame eye soul severing rune by my side, both the Zhang family and the Li family would have suffered heavy losses. Even all of us could have died at the hands of those 3 siblings. Li Qingyuan pondered. The urgent task is still to improve my cultivation. So, Li Qingyuan began to enter closed-door cultivation. He had a total of 800 spirit stones, which is after excluding the 200 spirit stones given to his father. He was quite extravagant, using 3 spirit stones every day to assist in his cultivation. Not only did he eat spirit rice every day, but occasionally he also had the first-tier demon beast, the black-toothed fragrant pig, as a treat, along with various demon beast poultry soups. Additionally, he had 120 sheets of first-tier high-grade talisman paper, 2 gene of first-tier high-grade talisman ink, combined with a wind spirit wolf hairbrush, to draw 1 flame eye soul severing rune after another. Thus, every day he sat in meditation to refine Qi, refining spirit stones. He took time to draw talisman paper, consumed spiritual power, then meditated to recover, repeating the cycle to refine his magical power. Every day he filled his stomach with spirit rice, occasionally having first-tier demon beast meat to improve his life, as well as cooking porridge or medicinal dishes from first-tier spiritual plants he picked. Li Qingyuan felt that almost every day his cultivation was improving, and his spiritual power was gradually increasing. Half a month later, Grandpa clan leader Li Guangyao personally escorted Zhang Yuanluo back to the Zhang family in Qingfeng Mountain. For safety reasons, members of the hunting team also went along. After safely escorting Zhang Yuanluo back to the Zhang family, Grandpa clan leader returned to prepare for his closed-door cultivation. For this closed-door cultivation, Grandpa clan leader prepared 200 spirit stones, 3 first-tier middle-grade spiritual plants, several bottles of Qi-nourishing pills, and planned to enter the first-tier incomplete spiritual vein core cave for 3 months to refine his own spiritual power. After 3 months, the Qi-nourishing pills were consumed. The first-tier middle-grade spiritual plants were refined, and more than half of the 200 spirit stones were absorbed, accumulating his own spiritual power to the limit. After fully closing himself off for 3 months and refining his Qi refining level 6 cultivation to perfection, Grandpa clan leader finally decided to swallow the spirit nurturing pill, relying on the breakthrough effect of the first-tier high-grade pill to attempt a breakthrough to the late Qi refining stage. Buzz, buzz, buzz. On this day, in the core of Yunxiao Mountain, the spiritual energy was active, gathering together, and a majestic spiritual energy pressure spread out, stirring the air. The Great Elder, the Second Elder, Li Dingzhou, Li Dingyan, and the family cultivators of Li Qingyuan all looked towards the mountain peak, collectively exhilarated and overjoyed. Ha ha ha, after 100 years, my Li family finally has another late Qi refining cultivator. The Great Elder and the Second Elder had tears of joy. Li Dingyan was ecstatic. Ha ha, Uncle has stepped into Qi refining level 7. Our Li family has a late Qi refining cultivator to oversee us. On this day, the Li family celebrated as a whole. Not only the cultivators and families on Yunxiao Mountain, but also the 3,000 families of mortals in Yunxiao Town were overjoyed. The Li family celebrated for 3 days, uplifting spirits and strengthening family cohesion. Generally speaking, third-rate Qi refining families find it very difficult to give birth to a late Qi refining cultivator. The last time the Li family had a Qi refining level 7 cultivator was over 100 years ago. Therefore, the birth of a Qi refining level 7 cultivator is of great significance to the family. This means that the Li family is not only a leader among third-rate Qi refining families, but it also has a chance to become a second-rate Qi refining family in the future. The hallmark of a second-rate Qi refining family is having a master at Qi refining level 8 or level 9 overseeing them, with at least 3 cultivators in the family above Qi refining level 7. Only then can they reach the threshold of a second-rate Qi refining family. Currently, the Li family already has 1 person reaching the late Qi refining stage, which gives everyone hope for the family's rank advancement. At the banquet, clan leader Li Guangyao assigned Li Qingyuan a task. He was to guide the young cultivators in the family aged between 10 and 20 in cultivating spells. Naturally, some were dissatisfied at first. Li Qingyuan directly showcased his perfect cultivation at Qi refining level 2, being not far from Qi refining level 3. And his cultivation was considered top among the young generation of the family. Then, he fought against 10 opponents, easily defeating them using the family's first-tier spell, establishing himself as the first among the younger generation. Li Qingyuan knew that Grandpa clan leader was building him up, and he gladly accepted, cooperating earnestly. From then on, Li Qingyuan rested one day every half-month to connect with the family disciples and establish his authority. Time passed, and in a flash, more than a year had gone by. Li Qingyuan's Qi refining level 4 cultivation had been refined to perfection, welcoming a breakthrough opportunity. Chapter 038. Qi refining level 5. Father and son in the same realm. Qi sinks to the dantian to draw in spiritual breath, the heart like a giant cedar embracing the universe. Exhaling and inhaling like the tide following the meridians, spiritual essence converges and resides in the purple palace. Li Qingyuan silently recites the mantra of great cedar skill, gathering the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as dozens of spirit stones placed around him emit radiant light, drawing in spiritual energy through his meridians for his own use. This seclusion lasted a full 3 days. After 3 days, at a certain moment, boom, an immense surge of accumulated spiritual power erupted within Li Qingyuan, like a river breaking through a dam, flowing through his entire meridians, breaking the shackles of the perfected 4th level of Qi refinement. The spiritual power surged ceaselessly within him, overflowing from his body's acupoints, forming a pressure of spiritual energy that stirred the air. After more than 100 breaths, Li Qingyuan stabilized his spiritual energy, returning it to his dantian, concluding his breakthrough. With a long exhale, he completed the last great circulation, opened his eyes, and a glimmer of brilliance appeared in his gaze. He had reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. At 14 years old, he had achieved the 5th level of Qi refinement. His cultivation speed had not only not slowed down, but had even accelerated. Li Qingyuan smiled and said, "Indeed, without the shortage of resources and spirit stones, my cultivation speed can be even faster." In just a year and a half, he had progressed from the initial 4th level of Qi refinement to the perfected 4th level, and now to the 5th level. Li Qingyuan calmed his mind, formed hand seals, and continued meditating to refine his Qi. Having just broken through, his spiritual energy was still too exuberant, and his cultivation was not stable enough. He needed to further refine his spiritual power. Furthermore, if his realm was unstable and his control over his spiritual energy insufficient, it could easily affect the effectiveness of the breath concealment technique, making it possible for late-stage Qi refinement experts to detect his issues. Even if there was only a slight possibility, Li Qingyuan wanted to eliminate that possibility. Additionally, he was accustomed to patiently refining his spiritual energy and stabilizing his realm after each breakthrough. 10 days later, Li Qingyuan finally emerged from seclusion. His realm aura shifted from the 5th level of Qi refinement back to the perfected 2nd level. He focused on stability. After exiting seclusion, he first returned home. As he stepped into his small courtyard, his father's hearty laughter echoed. "What a good wine. Haha, delightful, delightful. Yime, stir-fry me a couple of dishes to go with the wine. I'll call Yuan home for dinner later. Let him drink with me." His mother, Xiaoyun, said, "Got it. But drink less." Li Qingyuan pushed open the door and smiled. "Dad, what's making you so happy?" Li Dingzhou, holding a wine jar, drank heartily and joyfully said, "Ha, Yuan, your father has broken through to the 5th level of Qi refinement. Tell me, is this something to be happy about?" "Really?" Li Qingyuan exclaimed with joy, quickly stepping forward. "Congratulations, Dad, on your significant advancement, getting closer to late-stage Qi refinement. Come, Yuan, drink with me." Li Dingzhou took out another jar of wine and laughed. "Tonight, the two of us will drink to our heart's content." Bang! Li Qingyuan, deeply influenced by his father since childhood, had become a lively and generous person. He was also detail-oriented and emotionally intelligent, drinking with exuberance. The father and son clinked their wine jars together and tilted their heads back to drink. Li Dingzhou took a big gulp of wine. Looking at the setting sun and the clouds in the sky, grinning, "Yuan, I feel like ever since you came along, our family has been flourishing. Your grandfather, the clan leader, is over 70 years old and can still break through his bottleneck to reach the 7th level of Qi refinement. The great elder also entered the 6th level of Qi refinement a few years ago. Your cousin, Li Qingyuan, also reached the 5th level of qi refinement a year ago. Li Qingyuan continued. Recently, 3 cultivators in our family who had been stuck at the perfected 3rd level for a long time have also successively stepped into the 4th level, developing their spiritual awareness. Over the years, the number of casualties among family cultivators has also decreased compared to previous years, and the seedlings are thriving. Our family now has over 70 cultivators, close to 80. Li Qingyuan sighed. Your grandfather said it must be because of your arrival that our Li family has gained fortune and development. You are truly the Qilin child of our Li family. Li Qingyuan added, you honor, when you grow up. Our Li family can at least become a first-rate qi refinement family with a master at the 10th level of qi refinement to oversee it. Li Qingyuan drank heartily and said, Dad, my goal is not just the 10th level of qi refinement. I want to establish a foundation and make the Li family a foundation-level immortal family. In fact, my pursuits go far beyond just foundation establishment. Li Qingyuan laughed. Oh, does my son have even higher ideals and pursuits? Li Qingyuan said seriously, yes. I want to establish a foundation, and I want to form a core. And I want to become the legendary Yuanying, true monarch. With a clang, Li Qingyuan's hand shook. His expression froze. The wine jar fell to the ground and shattered, spilling wine everywhere. After being stunned for a few seconds, Li Qingyuan laughed heartily. Huh? Good. My son has good ambitions. I believe you can definitely establish a foundation, form a core, and even become the legendary Yuanying powerhouse. Li Qingyuan firmly believed. I also believe I can. Boom. His 5th level of qi refinement was fully unleashed before his father, no longer hidden. With another clang, Li Qingyuan's hand shook again. The jar he had just lifted fell and shattered again, and he pointed at Li Qingyuan, stammering. Why you are at the 5th level of qi refinement? What kind of monster have I given birth to? Li Qingyuan looked at his son with an expression of disbelief. At 55 years old, he was only at the 5th level of qi refinement. In recent years, he had continuously broken through, thanks to a small Yunsu spirit pill, along with the spirit stones and some qi-nourishing pills that his son had given him after killing a robbery cultivator. In short, he had benefited from his son's achievements. However, he still did not expect that his 14-year-old son had already reached the 5th level of qi refinement. Hiss! Li Qingyuan gasped, you honor. It seems you might reach the perfected 6th level of qi refinement before you turn 20. By your 20s, you will surely step into the 7th level of qi refinement. If you have a Yunsu spirit pill to assist you, breaking through your realm will be even easier. Li Qingyuan said, Dad, I want to join the family hunting team and hunt demon beasts with you. First, to earn spirit stones, second, to practice spells, and third, to enhance my combat experience. Li Qingyuan stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, and said, your father supports you. With your 5th level of qi refinement, plus your proficiency in spells, and a mid-grade 1st-tier magical artifact by your side, along with high-grade 1st-tier talismans as your trump card. Li Qingyuan chuckled, with your cunningness. Even if a 7th level of qi refinement comes, they'll end up in regret. Li Qingyuan activated the breath concealment technique, concealing his cultivation and revealing the aura of the perfected 2nd level of qi refinement. Li Qingyuan's mouth twitched. You honor. Your breath concealment technique is becoming more and more suitable for playing the pig to eat the tiger. Teach me someday, Li Qingyuan. That evening, the father and son raised their cups continuously, while their mother, Chen Shiyun, served them dishes and poured wine. Watching her husband and son, a smile of happiness blossomed on her lips. In Chen Shiyun's heart, at this moment, the 3 of them were happily reunited, safe and sound. There was no happier or more joyful time than this. Chapter 039. Duel with the 2nd Elder, the monster's spell talent. The next morning, Li Qingyuan and Li Qingyuan arrived at the clan leader's place of seclusion. The clan leader, Great Elder, and 2nd Elder had also arrived. The sun rose over the East Sea, illuminating the island, the first light spilling over the clouds and mountains, presenting a scene of spring's blessings, where all things shone with brilliance. Whoosh, whoosh, 2 streaks of light, after images flying, leaped between the mountains and forests, arriving here one after the other. It was Li Qingyuan and Li Qingyuan. Boom, boom. The father and son unleashed their spiritual power, revealing their cultivation levels. The patriarch, the elder, and the 2nd elder were all shocked. 5th level of qi refining? Qingyuan's cultivation has broken through again. The 2nd elder, both happy and melancholic, sighed. The waves wash away the sand. We old ones have aged. The future of the family belongs to the young. The patriarch happily said, within 100 years, there will surely be a child to bring prosperity to the family. Qingyuan is the one to bring glory to our Li clan. In recent years, our Li clan has been smooth sailing and thriving. Li Guangyao said, in the family, there is one cultivator at the 7th level of qi refining, one at the 6th level. At the 5th level, there are 4 of us, the second elder, Li Dingyan, Li Dingzhou, and young Qingyuan. There are 7 at the 4th level, 18 at the 3rd level, about 40 at the 2nd and 1st levels. The elder stroked his beard and said, indeed. In just 7 or 8 years, the overall combat power of our Li clan's cultivators has more than doubled, especially you, Patriarch, stepping into the 7th level of qi refining. Becoming a master of the later stage of qi refining, this is of great significance to the family. Li Guangyao sighed, I am old. Stepping into the 7th level of qi refining is my limit. The future of the family still depends on this child Qingyuan. At his current speed of cultivation, he may enter the later stage of qi refining in 10 years. Thinking of this, Patriarch Li Guangyao had a face full of anticipation. The second elder, feeling emotional, said, I really wish I could live another 100 years to witness the prosperity of the family. Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan had already come before him, bowed, and said, greetings to the Patriarch, elder, and second elder. Li Qingyuan said, Grandpa Patriarch, I want to join the hunting team to hone myself. The Patriarch was taken aback, stroked his long beard, and said, that's good. As cultivators, we inevitably have to duel with others outside. It's always good to practice more. However, you must promise Grandpa Patriarch one condition. Li Qingyuan said, you say? The Patriarch's expression turned serious. You must not act alone outside the family hunting team, must not venture deep into the Tianyin mountain range, and must not provoke late-stage first-order monsters. With your current strength, hunting mid-stage first-order monsters is just right for you. Li Qingyuan cupped his hands and said, Qingyuan obeys. At this moment, the second elder slowly stepped forward and said, I am the captain of the family hunting team. If you want to join the family hunting team, I must first understand your strength, your mastery of spells, and your adaptability. Young Qingyuan, do you dare to duel with me? The second elder chuckled and invited. Li Qingyuan happily said, the grandson seeks it. Please teach me. Second elder grandpa. Please. On the lawn, the two stood facing each other, spiritual energy emanating. The second elder was at the 5th level of qi refining, fully accomplished. Li Qingyuan had just entered the 5th level of qi refining. We won't use talismans or magical tools, just use family spells to duel, only comparing our martial skills. The second elder's voice fell, and his figure flashed, swiftly attacking. Using the moon shadow technique, he covered several meters in an instant, channeling spiritual energy into his arms to execute the iron arm technique. With the iron arm technique, his arms became as hard as steel, possessing immense strength. The second elder struck out with both fists, creating sonic booms and fierce winds, targeting Li Qingyuan's vital points in the face and chest. Li Qingyuan formed hand seals, circulating spiritual energy within. His arms bent to block, and a layer of yellow earth armor erupted from his body for defense. The earth armor technique, one of the 6 family techniques, was a first-order spell suitable for the entire qi refining stage. Bang! The earth armor technique blocked the second elder's powerful attack, but Li Qingyuan was also knocked back several meters, feeling his arms tingle. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The second elder waved his hands, turning his hands into blades of air, using the air blade technique to gather energy into blades, slicing through the air with chilling brilliance. Moon shadow technique, Li Qingyuan silently recited in his heart, dodging as if his feet were smeared with oil, leaving behind afterimages that transformed into streaks of light, evading all the second elder's attacks. Fireball technique. Li Qingyuan raised his hands, rubbed them together, and cast a fireball, beginning to counterattack. Bang bang bang. The air blade technique, fireball technique, iron arm technique, moon shadow technique, earth armor technique. Li Qingyuan and the second elder clashed, continuously casting various spells, with explosions ringing out. At times they attacked from a distance. At times they used the iron arm technique for close combat, showcasing attacks, defenses, and various techniques, each equal in skill. After a quarter of an hour of full-force dueling, both of their spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Patriarch Li Guangyao said, all right, this battle will be considered a draw. How about that? Li Qingyuan cupped his hands in salute and said, thank you, second elder grandpa, for your guidance. Qingyuan has benefited greatly. The second elder praised, good lad. I have hunted monsters for 30 years, and only now have I mastered 5 of the 6 family techniques, except for the Rain of Spirits. Yet you, in just 7 or 8 years of cultivation, not only have astonishing talent in chi refining, but also in talisman drawing and spell cultivation. In just a few years, with only slight practice, you are no weaker than my decades of accumulation. Your talent in spells is truly monstrous. The elder echoed. Moreover, this child Qingyuan shows order in his advances and retreats during the duel, integrating offense and defense, even revealing flaws on purpose to lure the second elder in. Facing the flaws, he remained calm, neither arrogant nor anxious. Ha ha ha, such a talent has not only appeared, but is also in my Li family. The elder laughed heartily. The patriarch said, Good, this matter is settled. From now on, Qingyuan will be a member of the family hunting team. Li Qingyuan smiled and said, Thank you, Grandpa Patriarch, for your support. Additionally, Qingyuan has one more matter to report to Grandpa Patriarch alone. Oh, Patriarch Li Guangyao asked curiously, What do you want to report to me alone? Li Guangyao instructed, All right, Elder, Second Elder, Dingzhou, you all step back first. After the 3 stepped back, Li Guangyao asked, Qingyuan, what do you have to report? Li Qingyuan smiled and said, Grandpa Patriarch, please take a look. Li Qingyuan took out First Order Superior Talisman paper materials, First Order Superior Talisman ink, and a severely worn-out Wind Spirit Wolf hairbrush, and said, Grandpa Patriarch, please watch closely. Saying this, Li Qingyuan picked up the brush and drew the talisman. The complete version of the Flame Ice Severing Talisman was drawn in one go. Buzz. As the last stroke was completed on the First Order Superior Talisman paper, it absorbed spiritual energy from all directions, solidifying the talisman's spiritual energy, successfully completing the drawing. The quality was authentic, and the runes were complete. Go. Li Qingyuan activated the talisman paper and threw it out. Clang. Blue flames erupted, transforming into a sharp blade of light over 10 feet long, slicing through the air for 10 feet, striking a foam mountain rock and shattering it. With a loud bang, the area within 10 feet shook, the foam mountain shattered, and vegetation flew. Patriarch Li Guangyao was stunned, unable to believe. Qingyuan, you drew a First Order Superior Talisman comparable to the full-strength strike of a 7th-level Qi refining cultivator? And this talisman is actually the Flame Ice Severing Talisman? Hiss, could it be? Li Guangyao inhaled sharply, looking at Li Qingyuan in shock, and asked, Did you complete the runes of the Flame Ice Severing Talisman? Chapter 040, Tiani Mountain Range, Hunting Monsters. Li Qingyuan smiled and said, Yes, Grandpa Patriarch. I have completed the runes of the Flame Ice Severing Talisman. Hiss. Patriarch Li Guangyao gasped in disbelief. How could there be such a monster like you in this world? The Flame Ice Severing Talisman is a First Order Superior Talisman paper, and you actually managed to complete its runes? Li Guangyao praised. Good lad. How did you manage to do it? Li Qingyuan said, Grandpa Patriarch, I studied diligently every day, using nearly 3 years to fortuitously perfect it and complete the runes. In these 2 or 3 years, I not only consumed a large amount of talisman-making materials, but even your Wind Spirit Wolf hairbrush is almost worn out. After speaking, Li Qingyuan handed over a first-grade medium-quality talisman pen, the Wind Spirit Wolf hair pen. When Li Guangyao saw his beloved Wind Spirit Wolf hair pen, which he had bought for 150 spirit stones, he noticed it had worn down more than 90%, with cracks all over. This talisman pen was on the verge of self-destruction. Li Guangyao laughed heartily. Haha, it's well broken indeed. A talisman pen exchanged for a first-grade high-quality talisman paper inheritance. We profit from this. Crack. As soon as Li Guangyao finished speaking, the Wind Spirit Wolf hair pen shattered with a snap, scattering spiritual light as the magical tool was destroyed. The pen shaft broke, and the wolf hair tip also shattered. Turning to ashes, Li Guangyao, Li Qingyuan said with a bitter smile, Grandpa clan leader, it seems our family needs to buy a first-grade high-quality talisman pen. Li Guangyao gritted his teeth and said, No worries, ISNT at just 300 or 400 spirit stones. I am now a master at the 7th level of Qi refinement. Hunting a few dozen or even 100 first-grade mid-level demon beasts will suffice. The family cultivators can tighten their belts a bit. Within a year or 2, we will definitely buy a first-grade high-quality talisman pen. Li Guangyao smiled and said, Hey, with your talent in talisman crafting, you will surely be able to draw a high-quality flame ice slashing talisman, comparable to a strike from a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator. Haha. By that time, even a level 8 Qi refinement cultivator 1T scare me at all. After thinking for a moment, Li Guangao said, No. 2 years is too long. I will put my face on the line and borrow some spirit stones from a few old friends. Li Qingyuan smiled, took out 10 low-quality and 10 standard-quality flame ice slashing talismans, a total of 20 talismans, and said, Grandpa Clan Leader, please keep these talisman papers. Oh, by the way, these are the talismans you successfully drew yourself, Grandpa Clan Leader. Li Guangao accepted the talisman papers, pointed at Li Qingyuan, and squinted his eyes with a smile. You. So clever for your age. Going to borrow spirit stones with just words 1T hold up, even if the other party is constrained by friendship. They 1T lend too many spirit stones. However, if Li Guangao goes to borrow spirit stones in the identity of a first-grade high-quality talisman paper and offers 1 or 2 first-grade high-quality talismans as a gift, as long as the other party isn't stupid, they will definitely lend the spirit stones enthusiastically. A first-grade high-quality talisman master is extremely rare even among second-rate Qi refinement families, not to mention third-rate ones. Gaining the friendship of a first-grade high-quality talisman master means that in the future, they can continuously purchase first-grade high-quality talisman papers for self-defense, quickly enhancing their combat power. Even a 6th-level Qi refinement cultivator, as long as they possess a sufficient number of first-grade high-quality talisman papers, can intimidate 7th and 8th-level experts. Every family has direct descendants, and those direct descendants need talisman papers for protection before they grow up. Li Guangao laughed heartily. Great, I'm off. Whoosh. Li Guangao flew out on his sword. His spiritual power at the 7th level of Qi refinement was robust, and his spiritual sense was deeper, allowing him to fly dozens or even hundreds of miles. After a short rest, he continued flying on his sword. 3 days later, the family hunting team set off again. Nowadays, the family hunting team had also grown stronger. The second elder was at the pinnacle of the 5th level of Qi refinement. Li Dingzhou was at the 5th level of Qi refinement. There were 4 at the 4th level of Qi refinement and 8 at the 3rd level, plus Li Qingyuan, who appeared to be at the 2nd level of Qi refinement but actually had the strength of the 5th level, not weaker than the second elder and Li Dingzhou. Li Dingzhou said, Second elder, Qingyuan is participating in hunting for the first time, lacking experience and strength. I plan to take him to the outermost area to find some isolated early first-grade demon beasts to practice. The second elder nodded knowingly. That is fine. You two stay on the outermost perimeter, and the others follow me deeper. The other cultivators nodded, understood. Soon, the second elder led the team away. Li Dingzhou said, You honor? Let us go? Okay, Dad. Whoosh. Whoosh. The father and son leaped forward, casting the moon shadow technique, 2 light shadows flying through the trees, turning into flowing light at high speed. Half an hour later, Li Dingzhou stopped and said, This is the area. This place was at the boundary between the outer and middle layers of the Tianyin Mountains. Although there were still mostly early first-grade demon beasts, there were also quite a few mid-level first-grade demon beasts roaming about. Li Qingyuan nodded. He had already studied the topographical map of the overseas islands and was well aware. Luhua Island was one of the 5 major islands. The 5 major islands were arranged in a serpentine shape, with Luhua Island located at the head of the snake, facing the sea to the east and mountains to the west. The Tianyin Mountains lay to the west of the 5 major islands, separating the 5 islands from the mainland. Stretching over 30,000 miles in length and over 10,000 miles in width, perilous and densely populated with demon beasts. According to the foundation building Celestial Clan, deep within the Tianyin Mountains, there were not only second-level great demons, but also third-level great demons comparable to human core formation cultivators, and not just one. For the cultivators of the 5 overseas islands, the deepest part of the Tianyin Mountains was considered a forbidden zone for life. Li Dingzhou and Li Qingyuan walked through the mountains and forests. Li Qingyuan saw various snakes, insects, mice, and ants crawling and weaving, as well as various poisonous insects. Poisonous plants, towering ancient trees, crocodile ponds, brightly colored poisonous mushrooms, and cliffs with giant rocks covered in moss. Various nameless birds and beasts cried out, producing eerie sounds in the vast expanse. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, This deep feeling, this sense of fear, is reminiscent of Ileo Mountain. Bang! Suddenly, from deep underground, a demon beast burst out of the ground. Li Qingyuan instantly awakened, injecting spiritual power into his feet, bending his knees and leaping, using the force from the ground to fly and dodge, landing on a large tree. The underground demon beast erupted from the ground, measuring over a foot in length. Entirely black, its form resembling a scorpion, with a scorpion head, a pair of pincers, and antennae on its chest and abdomen. However, it did not have a scorpion tail or stinger. The foot-long demon beast crashed to the ground and leaped several feet, heading straight for Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan said, "You honor? This is a ground mantis scorpion. From its spiritual power fluctuations, it has reached the mid-level first-grade demon beast. Be careful, I will help you flank. Additionally, this demon beast has no poison, so you can engage in close combat." Li Qingyuan replied, "Understood." Iron arm technique. Boom. Li Qingyuan leaped down from the 10-foot-high tree, activating the first-grade spell Iron Arm technique, unleashing a powerful punch that struck the ground mantis scorpion. The ground mantis scorpion waved its pincers, unleashing spiritual power, colliding head-on with Li Qingyuan's iron fists. Bang! The collision between man and beast released a burst of spiritual light, sending Li Qingyuan flying 3 feet back to the tree. The ground mantis scorpion landed, letting out a roar, and swung its massive pincers, sharp beyond measure, directly severing the large tree that 2 people could embrace. As the tree broke, Li Qingyuan leaped with agility, using the moon shadow technique to create numerous afterimages, waving his hands to unleash blades of air, gathering energy into blades that could cut through gold and jade. Bang bang bang. Li Qingyuan moved rapidly, circling around the ground mantis scorpion, continuously activating the air blades to strike the target, causing it to suffer injuries and let out cries of pain. Roar. The ground mantis scorpion let out a furious roar, its internal spiritual power surging out, gathering monstrous demonic power in its mouth, suddenly spraying a beam of spiritual light towards Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan said, "You honor, be careful. This beast has gone mad." Chapter 041. Slaying the ground mantis scorpion, rapid progress. Li Qingyuan said, "A frenzy is what makes it interesting. Let me see what you can do, you wretched beast." Facing the spiritual light wave shooting towards him, Li Qingyuan rubbed his hands together, casting the fireball technique to unleash blazing flames. With a bang, the fireball technique exploded. After the ground mantis scorpion shattered the fireball, the residual power surged towards Li Qingyuan. Iron arm technique. Li Qingyuan blocked with both arms bent, facing the light waves, and his body slid back a few meters. This strike was no weaker than that of the second elder, who had reached the 5th level of qi refining. Somewhere in the mountains, the second elder Li Guangzong roared, "Roar." The earth scorpion once again let out a furious roar, its 10-foot demon body shimmering with waves of spiritual light, gathering spiritual power in its mouth, and once again spewing out a deadly attack that crossed the sky. Li Qingyuan waved his right hand, and a first-tier mid-grade magic weapon, the red iron sword, appeared in his hand. The 4-foot-long sword was entirely red, with double blades that were extremely sharp. After infusing it with spiritual energy, the sword body burned like fire. Whoosh! Li Qingyuan swung the sword, sending a sword qi slicing through the air to meet the incoming spiritual light. The sword qi collided head-on with the spiritual light. However, after the sword qi shattered, the beast's spiritual light continued to attack. Li Qingyuan swiftly unleashed several sword strikes, infusing spiritual energy into the magic weapon, sending out sharp sword qi that wove into a sword net, an unstoppable sword net that struck through the air, shattering the beast's spiritual light. As the sword net broke, the beast's spiritual light also shattered. Moon shadow technique. Li Qingyuan began to run, transforming into an afterimage, flickering to the side of the earth scorpion, and struck down with his sword, slicing into the beast's body, blood splattering everywhere. Roar! The earth scorpion let out a tragic scream, swinging its massive claws, cutting through the fierce wind and attacking with a force of 1,000 pounds. Li Qingyuan raised his sword to block. With a clang, the red iron sword collided with the beast's claws, producing a piercing sound, sparks flying. Clang, clang, clang. The earth scorpion wielded its claw weapons, its claws resembling a pair of sharp scissors, constantly pinching, crushing, stabbing, and smashing in various ways to attack Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan used the moon shadow technique in conjunction with the red iron sword, countering with the basic sword technique's 13 forms. Ding, ding, ding. One person and one beast fought fiercely, creating sparks and shaking the spiritual energy. On the other side, Li Qingyuan said, "You honor, as a cultivator, you must not only have the means to use long-range magic weapons to kill enemies, but also be proficient in various spells for combat. Moreover, You must master the basic sword techniques, basic knife techniques, and close combat skills. Otherwise, if you encounter a body cultivator and they get close, your chances of survival will be slim. Li Qingyuan continued. Therefore, I require you to only use spells to kill beasts during this hunt and fight in close combat with magic weapons. Try not to use magic weapons for long-range attacks. Of course, you also cannot use talismans. Li Qingyuan believed that his father would not harm him. Moreover, he was deeply moved by his father's words. He felt that the hunting plan devised by his father was very beneficial to him. After battling for a quarter of an hour, Li Qingyuan continuously injured the earth scorpion, leaving countless sword wounds on it, causing it to bleed profusely and depleting its internal spiritual energy. Die! Li Qingyuan raised the red iron sword high, gripping it with both hands, gathering all his internal spiritual energy into it, the sword humming and shining brilliantly. Flash! Li Qingyuan struck down with the sword, unleashing a sword light of a foot long. Ching! The 1-foot sword light slashed across, cutting the earth scorpion in half with a sizzling sound, blood splattering everywhere. And the beast was killed. Li Qingyuan lightly leaped back 3 feet, sword at the ready, until he confirmed that the earth scorpion was completely dead and had no strength left to retaliate. He then let out a long breath. Li Qingyuan exhaled deeply and put away the magic weapon. Li Qingyuan stepped forward, quickly collecting the beast materials. While explaining, this earth scorpion is at the mid-tier of the 1st level, with a specific strength roughly equal to that of the 5th level of chi refining. Its most precious asset is this pair of claws, as hard as iron and sharp as knives. They are one of the materials for crafting a 1st-tier mid-grade magic weapon. Just this pair of claws can easily sell for 20 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan continued. A few years ago, in the family hunting team, only the 2nd elder could match this beast in strength. A few years back, encountering a beast of this strength at the mid-tier of the 1st level would require the entire hunting team to cooperate with the 2nd elder to kill it with minimal cost. If 2 earth scorpions of such strength were encountered simultaneously, the 2nd elder would typically choose to retreat to preserve the family's strength. In the years before, it was much harder for the Li family to earn 20 or 30 spirit stones. They had to fight for their lives and work together, making survival quite difficult. Li Qingyuan smiled and said, "Now, with just you honor, you can slay it." A quarter of an hour later, Li Qingyuan regained most of his depleted spiritual energy and said, "Dad, we can start on the next target." Li Qingyuan nodded and said, "All right, let us go." Whoosh, whoosh. The father and son leaped forward, soaring 7 or 8 feet, applying a lightness talisman, jumping over 10 feet, 20 feet, and rapidly moving deep into the mountains to search for suitable beast targets. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. Using spiritual awareness to control the sword, in a certain part of the mountains, Li Qingyuan, guided by his spiritual awareness and powered by spiritual energy, drove the mid-grade magic weapon to shoot through the air, a sword light flying out as fast as lightning. Poof, poof, poof. 3 early-stage 1st-level spirit beasts were instantly killed by a single red sword light, dying on the spot. Li Qingyuan floated down, waved his right hand, and the red iron sword flew back to his side, moving around him, the sword light dazzling and the sword body humming. The 3 early-stage 1st-level spirit beasts posed no challenge for Li Qingyuan, so he directly used the sword to launch a surprise attack, killing them in a second. Li Qingyuan stepped forward to cut the materials, teaching as he did. These 3 spirit beasts are called sword-tailed lizards. They are giant lizards over a meter long, with black and yellow scales, gray-white underbellies, and tails over 3 feet long, sharp as swords, with double-edged barbs that are very sharp. They are named sword-tailed lizards for this reason. Li Qingyuan approached, learning from his father how to cut the materials. Li Qingyuan said, "The barbs on the tails of sword-tailed lizards are materials for crafting 1st-tier, low-grade magic weapons. Additionally, their skin armor should be completely peeled off, as it can be used to craft 1st-tier low-grade defensive armor." Li Qingyuan followed suit, harvesting materials and peeling off the skin armor. After collecting the materials, the father and son began to rest, each with a flatbread and a pot of water. During the chi refining stage, one is merely a mortal who has grasped spiritual energy and still needs to consume grains, with a lifespan limited to 2 cycles of 60 years. No more than 120 years. Only in the foundation establishment stage can one refrain from eating. After resting, Li Qingyuan stood up and said, "You honor. After half a month of experience and numerous battles with beasts, your swordsmanship has become very proficient, Your sword moves sharp, and your strikes decisive. Moreover, you have also become more adept at using the family S6 techniques, except for the Spirit Rain technique. Your application of the other 5 first-level spells has become increasingly proficient and smooth. This training has greatly improved you. Li Qingyuan smiled and added, and I can earn spirit stones to help with household expenses. Over the past year, he maintained a consumption rate of 3 spirit stones daily. And when he was pushing for the 5th level of Qi refining and stabilizing his realm, he consumed dozens more spirit stones. From the original 1,800 spirit stones, only a little over 100 remained. Oh, and he earned 7 spirit stones monthly for drawing talismans for the family. After a year and a half, that amounted to 126 spirit stones, which doubled to 252 spirit stones. All in all, he had just over 300 spirit stones. Not reaching 400. Li Qingyuan thought. Next, I will go to Xuanpin to exchange for spirit stones. The resources from the 2 storage bags obtained from killing and exterminating them can be easily sold off for spirit stones to support my cultivation. Li Qingyuan also thought, in this year and a half, I have accumulated more talismans. I need to make another trip to the Spirit Talisman building. At this moment, Li Dingzhou said, let us go and meet up with the second elder and then head to Xuanpin to sell the beast materials. Chapter 042, Spirit Talisman Building, making a profit of 1,000 spirit stones. 3 days later, the family hunting team gathered at the outskirts of the Tianyin Mountains. The second elder ordered that all cultivators at the 4th level of Qi refining and above accompany him to sell the materials from the demon beasts at Shu Mountain Market. Those at the 3rd level of Qi refining were to return to the family. Of course, Li Qingyuan was an exception. The second elder specifically named him to join the trip for learning purposes. This time, there were no unicorn zebra demon beasts for transportation. And everyone walked for about a week, covering 100 to 200 miles a day, before finally reaching Shu Mountain Market, which was 1,000 miles away. The Li family had their fixed business partners. Li Qingyuan followed the second elder, while his father, Li Dingzhou, sold materials. Dividing into 2 teams. One team was responsible for street vending, while the other team was led by the second elder to sell materials directly to the refining pavilion, continuously selling various materials for crafting magical tools and armors. Additionally, during the hunting trip, they encountered a few first-grade spirit plants. Usually, demon beasts would be lurking around spirit plants. Li Qingyuan personally harvested 4 first-grade inferior spirit plants, but unfortunately, he didn't come across any first-grade medium spirit plants. And first-grade superior ones were even rarer. The demon beast materials and harvested spirit plants were nearly sold out in 3 days. Meanwhile, Li Dingzhou and his son, Li Qingyuan, secretly went out every night to sell the demon beast materials that Li Qingyuan hunted alone, exchanging them for spirit stones. As for the demon beasts hunted by Li Dingzhou, they were naturally handed over to the second elder. Only Li Qingyuan's materials needed to be handled discreetly, and this was tacitly approved by the second elder, who was supported by the clan leader. The spirit stones obtained by Li Qingyuan from slaying demon beasts belonged to him personally, and he didn't have to pay a single spirit stone to the family. The clan leader and the others knew that Li Qingyuan's growth required a lot of spirit stones, and this was considered a benefit for him arranged by the 3 old men using their authority. Naturally, Li Qingyuan was not so selfish. He allocated a portion of the spirit stones to his father. The demon beast materials sold for 200 spirit stones, which Li Qingyuan earned from hunting demon beasts and could naturally use Xuanpin space to duplicate and double. Thus, it became 400 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan initially intended to give his father 100 spirit stones, but Li Dingzhou felt that 200 spirit stones were not much, and he couldn't take half, lest he hold back his son. In the end, Li Dingzhou only accepted 50 spirit stones. On the last night, the second elder ordered everyone to relax for the evening, and they would return home early the next morning. Other uncles and brothers went to the Joy Square, cough, you know what I mean. His father, Li Dingzhou, went to the gambling house to bet on blind boxes. Li Qingyuan then returned to the spirit symbol building. At 14 years old, Li Qingyuan, dressed in green, with long hair tied up, handsome eyebrows and starry eyes, had a youthful face, yet there was a certain demeanor that made young girls flutter. At just 14, he was already no shorter than 165 meters, and in his green attire, his tall figure exuded the vigor of a young gentleman. At 14, in this world, one could already marry and have children in the mortal realm. On the first floor of the spirit symbol building, Various first-grade, inferior, and medium-quality talismans were displayed on wooden racks, with dozens of types of talismans available. In the hall on the first floor, around the shelves, a dozen customers were selecting items or bargaining with the sales staff. "Young man, are you here to buy talismans?" Coincidentally, the woman approaching him was the same shop assistant Li Qingyuan had encountered when he was disguised last time. Li Qingyuan smiled, took out two high-quality first-grade medium talismans, and said, "Miss, does your boss still accept talismans?" The woman understood and said, "Please wait a moment. Let me inform our manager." Soon, the woman returned, inviting Li Qingyuan to the second floor, specifically to the back of the second floor. As they passed through the second floor, Li Qingyuan saw a few customers selecting talismans. There weren't many talismans on the second floor, but they were all first-grade superior talismans, at least comparable to a strike from a chi-refining 7th-level cultivator. In the back of the second floor, Li Qingyuan once again saw the stunning woman in a purple dress and veil. It seems she has become even more beautiful after a year. After a year and a half, the girl had become even taller, her graceful curves exquisite and delicate, her face concealed by the veil, and her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars. The girl in the purple dress smiled sweetly and asked, "What do you call yourself, young brother?" Li Qingyuan replied, "My surname is Li." "Oh, so it's Taoist Li." The girl in the purple dress waved her jade hand and presented a cup of tea, asking, "My mate said you have first-grade medium talismans of premium quality. May I ask how many you have?" Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "Taoist Li. Well, I am indeed still young. This woman is only a few years older than me, yet she possesses such stunning beauty and grace." Li Qingyuan took out many talismans from his storage bag, 120 first-grade inferior talismans, 90 first-grade medium talismans, and 30 first-grade superior flame-iced decapitation talismans. However, the flame-iced decapitation talismans were all of inferior quality and not considered genuine. The purple-dressed woman, who was drinking tea, was taken aback. Under her translucent veil, her cherry lips lightly pursed. This scene seemed familiar. Almost the same talismans, the same surname. Could you be the younger brother of that Taoist Li from a year ago? Li Qingyuan clasped his hands and said, "Taoist Qin has an excellent memory. A year and a half ago, my sister indeed had a transaction with you. My sister said that the owner of the spirit symbol building, Taoist Qin, is a person of integrity." The girl in the purple dress waved her jade hand, and various talismans swept past her eyes. Her bright eyes could see through the talismans, and with a slight smile, she said, "The quality of the talismans is as good as ever. The first-grade inferior and medium talismans are basically of genuine quality, premium quality." Finally, the girl in the purple dress touched one of the flame-iced decapitation talismans and said, "This is a first-grade superior talisman. It seems that in just a year and a half, your sister has become a true first-grade superior talisman master. What a pity for her extraordinary talent in talisman crafting." The girl in the purple dress sighed. "These 30 first-grade superior talismans are all flame-iced decapitation talismans. It seems your family only has one type of first-grade superior talisman inheritance." The girl in the purple dress continued, "Young brother, when you return, you can tell your sister that if she has time in the future, she can come to visit me at this spirit symbol building." Li Qingyuan was taken aback and asked, "May I ask what Taoist Qin wants to see my sister for?" Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "Could this woman be interested in my talent for talisman crafting and plan to imprison me to draw talismans exclusively for her?" The girl in the purple dress smiled sweetly and said, "Young brother, don't think too much. I'm just appreciating talent. Your sister has great potential in talisman crafting, and if she can receive a higher level inheritance, she may become a second-grade talisman master in the future." Li Qingyuan's face showed excitement. "A second-grade talisman master, really? Taoist Qin. Rest assured, I will definitely convey your words to my sister when I go back." Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "I won't trust you. There are no free lunches in the world. There's never something for nothing. Of course, as for my sister, you will never meet her." Li Qingyuan secretly thought, "Maybe next time, I shouldn't come to this spirit symbol building for transactions." The girl in the purple dress, with her long fingers, fiddled with the abacus and began calculating spirit stones, saying, "The first-grade inferior and medium talismans, when calculated, the market price is 880 spirit stones. The 30 first-grade superior talismans of inferior quality have a market price of 240 spirit stones. In total, that's 1120 spirit stones. As per the usual practice, I will give you 80% of the purchase price, which is 896 spirit stones." The girl in the purple dress smiled, and said, "Young brother, I'll round it up for you. It's a total of 900 spirit stones. How about that?" Li Qingyuan pondered for a moment and nodded. "All right. Daoist Qin's price is fair. I will sell." Two people reached an agreement. One pays, and the other delivers. After going downstairs and walking on the street, Li Qingyuan turned around and thought to himself, "I always feel that this woman is extraordinary, with an extraordinary demeanor. Could she be a direct descendant of a top-tier qi refining family?" Just then, on the second-floor windowsill, the moonlight slanted down, casting a purple dress over a beautiful woman in a purple skirt, her bright eyes sparkling like stars, just as she looked at Li Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan was slightly taken aback and turned to leave. The maid, Xiaolan, asked, "Miss, what's wrong?" The girl in the purple skirt watched Li Qingyuan walk away and lightly parted her cherry lips, saying softly, "I just feel that this little guy is not simple." Suddenly, outside the door, a middle-aged servant bowed and said, "Miss, we have found the trace of the second-tier demon beast, the blood-devouring centipede you were looking for." After leaving Luhua Island, it went south for 3,000 miles, then turned and entered the Tianin mountain range for another 3,000 miles, where there is a second-tier early stage one. The second master has already gone there. Upon hearing this, the girl in the purple skirt's cherry lips lifted into a charming smile. She raised her jade hand, and a small centipede, entirely dark red and over a foot long, stood on her fingertip, half raising its body to look at its master. A three-colored pattern appeared on the center of the little centipede's forehead, indicating its extraordinary nature. The girl in the purple skirt teased the little centipede and smiled. "Little Kai? Devouring a second-tier early-stage blood-devouring centipede will be enough for you to advance from the first-tier early stage to the first-tier late stage. Don't worry, your master will take you there right away." Chapter 043. First-tier superior quality symbol brush, premium flame, ice symbol. Unfortunately, these 900 spirit stones were all obtained by copying successfully drawn symbol papers when drawing for the family. Therefore, these 900 spirit stones cannot be duplicated again. Li Qingyuan calculated in his heart. In addition, selling demon beast materials, liquidating the resources from the storage bags of the two brothers he had killed, and adding the 900 spirit stones from today's sale of symbol papers, my current wealth has approached 3,000 spirit stones. Not to mention, just by selling first-tier inferior and first-tier medium storage bags, Li Qingyuan made a fortune. Together with various refining materials and spirit plants, it all adds up to over 1,000 spirit stones. All in all, my total wealth is 3,000 spirit stones. Of course, half of this is thanks to this Xuanpin space. Li Qingyuan was in a great mood. For the next 3 to 5 years, he wouldn't be short of spirit stones. 7 or 8 days later, Li Qingyuan and his group returned to Yunxiao Mountain. As soon as they got home, before Li Qingyuan could catch his breath, he was taken away by the clan leader, Grandpa Li. The two arrived at the clan leader's place of seclusion. Clan leader Grandpa Li Guangyao took out a symbol brush, which was 1 foot 2 inches long, with refining spirit patterns on the brush handle, exuding the aura of a first-tier superior quality magical tool. "Is this a first-tier superior quality symbol brush?" Li Qingyuan exclaimed in surprise. "Grandpa clan leader, in just 1 month, you were able to successfully borrow spirit stones and even buy a symbol brush?" Li Guangyao stroked his beard and sighed. "You wouldn't believe it. After obtaining the identity of a first-tier superior quality symbol master, borrowing spirit stones has become quite easy. However, there are no first-tier superior quality symbol brushes for sale in the Chu Mountain market." Li Guangyao reminisced. "To get this brush, I traveled 4,000 miles north to Luhua City and spent 420 spirit stones to successfully buy it." Li Qingyuan knew about the Luhua market. As the largest market on Luhua Island, it belonged to the foundation-building immortal family, the Lu family, which directly managed it. In Luhua City, various loose cultivators and factions gather, with tens of thousands of cultivators forming a massive trading market. Li Qingyuan took the symbol brush, played with it back and forth, and happily said, "What a great brush. With this brush, I'm confident I can draw premium quality flame ice severing symbols." Premium quality first-tier superior quality symbol paper has power comparable to a full-strength attack from a 9th layer qi refining cultivator. Li Guangyao nodded repeatedly and said, "Good, good, good. On this trip to Luhua City, I also purchased a lot of first-tier superior quality symbol papers and inks. Come, Yuaner, guide me on how to draw a complete flame ice severing symbol." Li Guangyao said, "Once I learn, this symbol can be legitimately used for the clan's cultivators for self-defense. You have no idea, during this trip to Luhua City, I learned that in recent years, other sea area islands have been quite unstable. Loose cultivators and clan members are often attacked, robbed, or mysteriously disappear. Recently, the foundation building immortal families on major islands have been mobilizing, sending late-stage qi refining experts to patrol, and with the cooperation of various qi refining families, they have managed to keep those evil cultivators in check. Li Guangao continued, after experiencing the last incident of the robbery and massacre. I was fearful of unexpected events on my way back home, walking on edge the whole way. Li Qingyuan frowned and said, in recent years, it really has been a tumultuous time. Grandpa clan leader, let us work harder to ensure that every clan member has at least one flame ice severing symbol for self-defense. Clan leader Li Guangao nodded, saying, to save materials, the responsibility for drawing symbols falls on you, Qingyuan. Li Qingyuan agreed, that is only right. Now, let us get started. Li Qingyuan prepared the materials for first-tier superior quality symbol paper, first-tier superior quality symbol ink, and the first-tier superior quality symbol brush. After everything was ready, he picked up the brush and began to draw. This was his first time using a first-tier superior quality symbol brush, and it felt much better than the first-tier medium quality brushes. After about several breaths, Li Qingyuan finished the last stroke of the symbol, and the symbol paper absorbed spirit energy, exuding spiritual pressure. Buzz. The flame ice severing symbol was a success. Li Guangao's eyes lit up. This pressure. It's actually premium quality symbol paper? Once activated, it can rival a full-strength attack from a 9th layer qi refining cultivator. Ha ha ha. Qingyuan, you did it. Your talent in the way of symbols not only surpasses mine, but is simply unparalleled across the entire sea area islands. A first-tier superior quality symbol master in his teens who can draw premium quality symbol paper is something that might not appear for 1,000 or even 10,000 years. Li Qingyuan let out a breath and continued to draw. The second one was also premium quality. By the third one, his condition declined, but the quality was still acceptable, comparable to a full-strength attack from an 8th layer qi refining cultivator. After drawing 3 in a row, Li Qingyuan felt his spiritual sense depleting and his spiritual power insufficient. And he immediately said, Grandpa clan leader, I need to circulate my energy to recover for a bit. Li Guangao nodded. After all, it's first-tier superior quality symbol paper, and among them, there are 2 premium quality ones, which consume far more spiritual sense and spiritual power than first-tier medium quality symbol paper. Moreover, your current cultivation level is only at the 5th layer of qi refining. Half an hour later, Li Qingyuan completed his adjustments, not only recovering his spiritual power, but also his spiritual sense, and began to draw symbols for the second time. While he was drawing the symbol paper, clan leader Grandpa Li watched closely, and whenever something puzzled him, he would wait until Li Qingyuan finished drawing before immediately asking. Although he was older, he was not ashamed to ask questions, and throughout the learning process, his heart was filled with joy. This joy stemmed from his delight in Li Qingyuan's talent, his anticipation for the family's future, and his satisfaction in learning the way of symbols. He was not only a qualified clan leader and a kind elder, but also an excellent apprentice. By the end of the day, Li Qingyuan drew symbols 3 times in a row, each time producing 3 symbols, successfully making 8, with 1 accidental failure. Among the 8, there was 1 inferior quality, 4 standard quality, and 3 premium quality, with the inferior quality being the least, demonstrating his exceptional skill in drawing symbol paper. Subsequently, under Li Qingyuan's guidance, clan leader Grandpa Li began to draw symbol paper. Bang! The symbol paper spontaneously ignited and self-destructed. It was a failed first attempt at drawing symbols. Li Guangao felt pained, saying, 5 spirit stones. Forget it, I'll practice more and draw again tomorrow. The materials for first-tier superior quality symbol paper cost 5 spirit stones each. Once successfully drawn, the inferior quality sells for 8 spirit stones, the standard quality for 9 spirit stones, and the premium quality for 10 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan nodded. Good. He turned and left, returning to his small courtyard to begin his cultivation. Drawing talisman paper was just a small part of his training. Additionally, the clan leader, his grandfather, had broken through his cultivation and advanced to the 7th layer of qi refinement. So he took over the work of drawing low-grade and middle-grade first-tier talisman paper. From now on, Li Qingyuan was mainly responsible for drawing the flame ice soul-breaking talisman. In the following days, Li Qingyuan meditated to refine his qi, learned sword techniques, controlled flying swords, and taught the clan's disciples to cultivate first-tier spells, sharing his combat experience with them. He then set aside 2 hours each day to draw talisman paper, producing 9 flame ice soul-breaking talismans daily, with an occasional failure, achieving a success rate of nearly 98%. He also guided his grandfather in drawing the flame ice talisman, consuming 1 piece of material each day. For the first half of the month, his grandfather failed every day. After half a month, the success rate was 50-50, sometimes failing, sometimes succeeding, and even when successful, the quality was low-grade, barely passing. This speed was already quite fast. Firstly, he had previously drawn many incomplete flame ice soul-breaking talismans, so he was quite familiar with this talisman paper and had a solid foundation. Secondly, he had now advanced to the 7th layer of qi refinement, belonging to the later stage of qi refinement, with his spiritual sense and spiritual power far exceeding Li Qingyuan's, making the drawing process less taxing and allowing for greater concentration. A month later, his grandfather's success rate greatly improved, and he could draw quality genuine talisman paper, although genuine talisman paper was still rare. 3 months later, out of 10 pieces of talisman paper material, his grandfather's success rate reached 60%, with 4 low-grade and 2 genuine quality pieces, resulting in minimal profit after deducting material costs. This time, to purchase a high-grade first-tier talisman brush, he owed 400 spirit stones in debt, which with his current talisman skills, could be repaid in just a year. Moreover, the idea of each family cultivator having a high-grade first-tier talisman paper on hand was achieved in just 3 months. As for Li Qingyuan, he had 120 flame ice soul-breaking talismans. He initially gave 20 to his grandfather to borrow spirit stones and sold 30 low-grade ones to the spirit talisman building. Now, he had 70 genuine quality flame ice soul-breaking talismans, with over 10 being top quality. With enough resources, even a cultivator at the 8th layer of qi refinement could be taken down easily. Having these cards up his sleeve eased Li Qingyuan's feelings of insecurity. In the days that followed, apart from cultivating, drawing talismans, and guiding the clan's disciples, Li Qingyuan participated in the clan's hunting team every 3 months, going out to hunt and hone his skills. He immersed himself in his cultivation rhythm, remaining humble and diligent, gaining rewards every day. Regardless of the changing seasons and time outside, his heart for the path of cultivation remained unwavering. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. This year, the 16-year-old young man, with a graceful demeanor and flowing blue robes, had become a well-known handsome immortal master. He had grown up. His cultivation once again welcomed a breakthrough. Chapter 044, 6th Layer of Qi Refinement. Buzz. Li Qingyuan sat in meditation, his great Chuan skill operating at its peak, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, drawing in the spirit stone's spiritual energy into his body for his own use. This cultivation lasted for a full 3 days. Boom. At a certain moment, 3 days later, Li Qingyuan's body trembled, his blue robe's sleeves rustling, and spiritual power surged out from within, spilling from his spiritual orifices, forming a wind pressure of spiritual energy. The aura of the 6th layer of qi refinement was unmistakably revealed. He had reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. Li Qingyuan took a deep breath and exhaled, returning his energy to his dantian, then continued to operate the great Chuan skill to absorb the remaining spiritual power from the spirit stones and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A month later, after solidifying his 6th layer of qi refinement, Li Qingyuan finally exited his seclusion, ending his cultivation. Conceal breath technique. Li Qingyuan silently recited the heart method, concealing his cultivation, reducing his 6th layer of qi refinement to the 3rd layer. He announced externally that he had 4 spiritual roots, which required him to conform to the cultivation speed of a 4 spiritual rooted individual. However, even so, at 16 years old, with 4 spiritual roots and the 3rd layer of qi refinement, he was still a standout among the younger generation of the clan. TSK Li Qingyuan smiled in satisfaction, boasting, at 16, reaching the 6th layer of qi refinement, not bad, not bad. Outside the courtyard, his grandfather's laughter could be heard. Not just not bad, the old man said. I even suspect that your initial spiritual root test was wrong. Perhaps you are not a 3 spiritual rooted individual, but a dual spiritual root. No. His grandfather shook his head as he entered the courtyard. The cultivation speed of a dual spiritual root is not this fast. Could it be that you possess a legendary hidden spiritual body? Li Qingyuan had no idea about any spiritual body. He only knew that in the past 2 years, he had consumed over 2,000 spirit stones. Refining over 2,000 spirit stones and honing his skills for 2 years had exhausted so many resources to refine his spiritual power to its peak, leading to the breakthrough to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Of course, the secret of the spirit stones involved the Xuanpin space, which Li Qingyuan naturally would not disclose to anyone. Li Qingyuan walked out of his bedroom and greeted, "Grandfather, Great Elder, what brings you here?" The Great Elder Li Guangyao said, "A few days ago, I noticed the spiritual energy here was active, so I came to take a look, and found you were breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement." The Great Elder's medicinal field was not far from here, only 100 feet away, so it was quite normal for him to notice the active spiritual energy. Moreover, within a radius of 1,000 feet, it belonged to the clan leader, Great Elder, Second Elder, and Li Qingyuan, forming the core area of a first-tier incomplete spiritual vein. Usually, without the clan leader's decree, no other family cultivators, except for Li Dingzhou, were allowed to enter this area. The Great Elder said incredulously, "Good lad, at 16, reaching the 6th layer of Qi refinement, your realm is already on par with us. Alas, it seems we are really getting old." Li Qingyuan smiled, but said nothing. Although his realm was the same as the Great Elder's, both at the 6th layer of Qi refinement, he had never taken any breakthrough pills nor used any Qi nurturing pills like the small cultivation pills that Qi refinement cultivators use to speed up their cultivation. His entire spiritual power relied solely on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, drawing in the energy of the spiritual veins, and refining the power of spirit stones, which made his foundation solid to the extreme, surpassing ordinary 6th layer Qi refiners. Moreover, with Li Qingyuan's innate powerful soul and stronger spiritual sense than ordinary people, he could contend even with cultivators at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, coupled with dozens or even hundreds of high-grade first-tier talisman papers in hand. Defeating a 7th layer Qi refiner was effortless. In terms of combat strength, he was confident that even against an 8th layer Qi refiner, he could still fight. At this moment, the clan leader said, "Qingyuan, your breakthrough comes at just the right time. The talismancers from the overseas islands hold a talisman exchange meeting every 3 years, rotating among the 5 islands in the sea to discuss talisman skills and share insights on drawing talismans. They even exchange talismans of the same grade if they are interested in each other's talisman papers, helping each other out." The clan leader added, "Coincidentally, this year's gathering will be on our Lioha Island, in Lioha City. Come with me, boy." Li Qingyuan's eyes brightened. "Talisman exchange meeting? That sounds great." The clan leader said, "This meeting is jointly organized by the talismancers, and the minimum requirement to attend is to be able to draw middle-grade first-tier talisman paper. Moreover, you must be able to produce high-quality middle-grade first-tier talismans. For this exchange meeting, you need to conceal your talisman skills and Qi refinement cultivation, only showing a little, understand?" Li Qingyuan nodded. "Don't worry, grandfather, I understand. Once a young man achieves success, it is easy for him to become arrogant. That is why the clan leader had to remind him." However, he clearly underestimated Li Qingyuan's steadiness. Li Qingyuan had higher aspirations in his heart, and he understood that he still needed to remain low-key and not reveal his true strength to avoid disaster. At 16, he was at the 6th level of Qi refining, and it was certain he would enter the late stage of Qi refining before turning 20. Before he turned 50, he would definitely reach the perfect 10th level of Qi refining. At such a young age, with abundant vitality, if he had the assistance of foundation-building spiritual objects, he would definitely qualify to make a breakthrough. No established foundation-building immortal clan would allow a new foundation-building clan to emerge and divide their territory, spiritual veins, and population. 3 days later, Li Qingyuan took all his possessions and, accompanied by his grandfather, the clan leader, rode north on horseback. Although he had spent over 2,000 spiritual stones in the past 2 years, his monthly salary for drawing talismans had increased to 10 spiritual stones. He hunted demon beasts every 3 months, with varying profits, averaging over 100 spiritual stones each time. After 2 years of accumulation, despite spending over 2,000 spiritual stones, his cultivation had increased, making it easy for him to hunt mid-stage first-tier spiritual beasts. And he even killed several late-stage first-tier demon beasts comparable to the 7th level of Qi refining, yielding substantial rewards. Just from hunting demon beasts, he had covered his cultivation expenses. With a monthly salary of 10 spiritual stones, that amounted to 120 stones a year, or 240 stones over 2 years. which would double to 480 spiritual stones. Moreover, this was just from his salary. The talisman paper he secretly sold brought in at least several hundred spiritual stones a year, totaling over 1,000 stones in 2 years. Therefore, after 2 years, his 3,000 spiritual stones had not decreased but increased, directly breaking through the 5,000 spiritual stone barrier. Of course, if it weren't for the assistance of the Xuanpin space, he might still be stuck at the 3rd level of chi refining, barely drawing low-tier talismans to make ends meet. Cultivating with a cheat was indeed very enjoyable. The grandfather and grandson rode their unique unicorn zebras swiftly. At 16, Li Qingyuan was already about 175 meters tall, and he estimated that if he grew for another 2 or 3 years, reaching 185 meters would be no problem. Liuhe City, located 4,000 miles from the Li family, was in the northern part of Liuhe Island. Although flying with a sword was fast, it was tiring and consumed spiritual power. Anyway, there was no rush. It wouldn't matter if they arrived a few days late. On the journey, the clan leader Grandpa said, "Actually, according to the schedule, this year's Talisman Master Exchange meeting isn't supposed to be in Liuhe Island. However, there will be a large auction on Liuhe Island soon. This auction will gather many chi refining families and various rogue cultivators from the 5 major islands and 36 islands in the sea, along with several major merchant associations. Therefore, the Talisman Master Sect decided to hold the exchange meeting in Liuhe City, not only for communication and learning, but also to participate in this grand auction." Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan's eyes brightened. Will many rogue cultivators and chi refining families from the 5 major islands come? The clan leader Li Guangyao stroked his beard and affirmed, "Of course they will come. It is said that there is a high possibility of foundation-building pills appearing at this auction." Wow! Li Qingyuan's heart raced, and his blood surged uncontrollably as he exclaimed, "Foundation-building pills." Chapter 045, Talisman Master Exchange Meeting. Are there really foundation-building pills being auctioned? Is it true? Li Qingyuan gasped, his face showing shock. The islands in the sea were led by the 5 major islands, with 36 small and medium-sized islands scattered like stars. There were 5 foundation-building immortal clans occupying the 5 major islands, each possessing a 2nd-tier spiritual vein and having a dozen or 20 chi refining families as vassals. Of course, there were also many rogue cultivator forces, merchant associations, and mercenaries among the 36 islands. Foundation-building pills were considered the supreme treasure that could change fate for chi refining cultivators, making them highly valuable, often worth over 10,000 spiritual stones, but rare in the market. Thus, the existence of foundation-building pills was extremely rare in the Sea Islands, appearing only every few decades, or even centuries. Moreover, every time a foundation-building pill appeared, it would cause a storm of bloodshed. Li Guangyao said, "It is rumored that there are some, but whether they exist or not, I do not know. However, we, the Li family, couldn't afford to buy even one foundation-building pill if we sold everything. Even if we could buy it, we wouldn't be able to keep it. Our main purpose for going to Liuhe City is to participate in the Talisman Master Exchange meeting and learn." Li Qingyuan nodded. The clan leader is right. Let's go? The grandfather and grandson urged their horses, covering 300 miles in a day. 10 days later, they arrived at Liuhe City. Li Qingyuan exclaimed, "What a grand city." The entrance had the characters Liuhe City inscribed in a majestic manner. The city wall stretched for hundreds of miles, extending several dozen miles on either side, built against the mountains and alongside the water, taking advantage of the terrain, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. Li Guangyao introduced, "This is the outer city, home to 300,000 to 500,000 mortals. The number of cultivators in the inner city is no less than several thousand. Liuhe City has a 1st-tier upper-grade spiritual vein, firmly controlled by the Liu family, which has opened spiritual energy caves for rent to various rogue cultivators and forces in exchange for a large amount of spiritual stones and resources." Li Guangyao continued, "Liuhe City has the best spiritual veins, the best resources, and the most prosperous markets, which over time has become a gathering place for all rogue cultivators on Liuhe Island. Of course, you need to have spiritual stones or a skill, otherwise it would be difficult to survive here." Li Qingyuan thought, "I understand, it's like a school district house. Rogue cultivators work their entire lives, often spending over 50% of their total income, or even 50% of their family's savings over 3 generations, just to rent expensive caves. Moreover, the caves under the Liu family can only be rented and are not for sale. Over the years, the Liu family, a foundation-building immortal clan, must have accumulated vast amounts of spiritual stones and countless resources. Li Guangyao said, let's find an inn to rest. Later, I will contact someone to learn about the Talisman Master Exchange meeting. Li Qingyuan naturally agreed. That night, Li Guangyao returned to the inn and went to Li Qingyuan's room, saying, this exchange meeting will last for 10 days to accommodate other talisman masters who have traveled from afar. The venue is set at the largest inn in Liuhe City, the Guanshan Lake Inn. Coincidentally, tomorrow morning is the first day of the Talisman Master Exchange meeting. Li Guangyao said, we will go over tomorrow morning. Li Qingyuan nodded in agreement. The next morning, at the Guanshan Lake Inn, as the largest inn in Liuhe City, it was built around a freshwater lake, surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with elegant courtyards scattered throughout, located on the mountainside, providing a view of the lake, with green willows swaying in the breeze. At the inn's entrance, people were coming and going. Li Qingyuan curiously remarked, there are so many people. Li Guangyao explained, of course, besides the Talisman Master Exchange meeting. There are also Alchemist and Weapon Master Exchange meetings, etc. The Talisman Master Exchange meeting is over there. Let us go. Soon. The grandfather and grandson arrived at the location of the Talisman Master Exchange meeting. At the entrance, 2 young men said, all participating talisman masters need to draw a first-tier upper-grade talisman paper or a quality first-tier middle-grade talisman paper on site. Only those who meet the drawing skill requirements can enter. This side has free talisman drawing materials. One of the young men spoke up. Li Guangyao picked up a first-tier upper-grade talisman brush and slowly drew. After 100 breaths, he successfully created a first-tier upper-grade talisman paper, the Flame Ice/Talisman. The young man, seeing this, respectfully said, first-tier upper-grade talisman paper, quality genuine, pass. This is your entry token. Holding this token, you can come and go freely at the venue for the next 10 days. Li Qingyuan also stepped forward, drawing a first-tier middle-grade talisman paper, the Diamond Talisman, of excellent quality, which indicated his potential to become a first-tier upper-grade talisman master, and he passed as well. A young man politely said, you are so young and yet have such mastery in talismans. In the art of talisman drawing, you will surely achieve great things in the future. Here, this is your conference token. The 2 young guards were very courteous in the face of a capable talisman master. One of the young guards put away the talisman paper and smiled as he explained, according to the rules, this talisman paper belongs to the exchange meeting. Li Qingyuan replied, goodness, so it's a free ride, huh? When Li Guangyao and his grandson Li Qingyuan arrived, there were already 7 or 8 people present, and about 10 talisman masters on site. Don't think that 10 or so people is few. These individuals are either first-tier top talisman masters or very close to that level, enough to support second-tier and third-tier qi refining families. Li Qingyuan sat beside his grandfather, the clan leader, observing with patience. After about an hour, the number of talisman masters exceeded 20. At this time, 2 elderly men arrived together and laughed loudly. Haha, sorry to keep you all waiting. As the 2 approached, most of the talisman masters stood up and welcomed them politely. Elder Gong, Elder Zhao, you 2 have finally arrived. We have been waiting for a long time. Li Qingyuan looked puzzled. Elder Gong and Elder Zhao are the most renowned talisman masters in the island region, reportedly on the verge of becoming second-tier talisman masters, not far from achieving true second-tier status. Beside Li Qingyuan, a chubby man in his 20s squinted and introduced. In the island region, there are 3 second-tier talisman masters, and they host every talisman exchange meeting. Additionally, the 3 of them are also renowned experts at the 10th level of qi refining. Li Qingyuan cupped his hands and said, I see. Thank you for the information. The familiar chubby man replied, I am Gong Yuan. May I ask how to address you? Friend? Li Qingyuan said, so it's Elder Gong. My surname is Li Gong? Li Qingyuan paused slightly after speaking. Gong Yuan chuckled and said, the Elder Gong they mentioned is my grandfather. Li Qingyuan, goodness, the 2nd generation of talisman masters. After some pleasantries, Elder Gong and Elder Zhao exchanged glances and spoke. Friends, let us not waste time on idle chatter. The exchange meeting begins now. If anyone has doubts about talismans, feel free to ask me. We don't dare to call ourselves masters of talismans, but we can certainly provide some answers to your questions. After hearing this, everyone praised them again. Soon, someone stood up and said, Elder Gong, Elder Zhao, let me go first. This person was around 50 years old, his demeanor respectful. And he asked, I have a frenzy talisman that can unleash spiritual power and boost blood vitality, temporarily enhancing cultivation. but I always fail at the final stroke when drawing it. Elder Zhao and Elder Gong, please take a look. Chapter 046. First Tier Top Talisman Paper, Pure Yang Sword Talisman. As this person spoke, he began to draw the talisman paper on sight. Everyone nearby observed attentively, all coming with a learning attitude. After several breaths, the person's spiritual power slightly faltered while he was drawing, causing the talisman script to self-destruct and the talisman paper to burn. The person helplessly asked, Elder Gong, Elder Zhao, may I ask where I went wrong? Elder Gong smiled and asked, Elder Zhao, would you like to go, or should I? Elder Zhao, with his white hair and slightly hunched figure, looked nearly 90 years old. He smiled with his gaunt face and said, Elder Gong, please go ahead. Upon hearing this, Elder Gong looked towards Li Qingyuan and said, Yuan, why don't you tell us where this friend's shortcomings lie? The chubby Gong Yuan stepped forward and spoke confidently. In my humble opinion, this friend's flaw lies in his technique. This frenzy talisman is quite special and requires a domineering and fervent fire attribute technique to draw it, which will enhance the probability of its success. Of course, those with profound skills in the talisman arts can ignore this requirement. As soon as Gong Yuan finished speaking, Elder Zhao immediately laughed and said, Elder Gong has a promising successor. How enviable. To see this point, your grandson's talisman skills must have reached the first tier top level? Elder Gong stroked his beard and laughed. Haha, Elder Zhao, you flatter me. My grandson barely became a first-tier top talisman master a year ago. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Gong Yuan in astonishment. No wonder he is Elder Gong's direct grandson. His talent for talismans is indeed remarkable. Yes, at just over 20 years old, he has already become a first-tier top talisman master. I barely reached this level at 50. A young talent indeed. Gong Yuan cupped his hands and said, Thank you for your praise, Elder Zhao, and thank you all, friends. After showing off a bit, Gong Yuan returned to his position. Following this, the second and third individuals asked questions, some drawing talismans on the spot, expressing their doubts and failures, seeking guidance and help. Everyone engaged in mutual sparring, learning from each other, and exchanging ideas. Among them, Elder Zhao and Elder Gong spoke the most, basically able to provide insights on everyone's questions. Moreover, when they encountered talisman papers that matched their expertise, their guidance often gave people a profound understanding, enlightening them. Occasionally, they shared their own insights from drawing talismans and methods they had pondered for years, which greatly benefited everyone, leading to continuous praise for them. Li Qingyuan also listened carefully and learned diligently, seizing appropriate moments to ask questions, gaining valuable insights from the two quasi-second-tier talisman masters. The clan leader, his grandfather, also participated, and Li Guangao raised his own confusions. As a self-taught talisman master who had ventured into this field, he had many uncertainties. Seizing the opportunity, he asked one by one, receiving guidance from Elder Zhao and Elder Gong, or engaging in discussions with other first-tier top talisman papers, reaping great benefits. Everyone gained a lot and engaged in fervent discussions. The lunch was also taken care of at a nearby courtyard, truly a joyful gathering. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, I must say, the learning atmosphere is quite good. I've learned a lot of genuine things. This 10-day exchange meeting is worth the trip. The first day of the exchange meeting quickly transitioned into the evening. At this moment, the attending talisman masters numbered close to 30. Ahem, fellow friends, at this time, Elder Zhao coughed and spoke. I am Zhao Tuesday. Due to the shortcomings of my family's descendants, there are no successors in the talisman arts. Today, I intend to sell talisman paper inheritance. Upon hearing this, everyone was surprised. Hiss, Elder Zhao's talisman inheritance? Elder Zhao is a quasi-second-tier talisman master, not far from becoming a true second-tier talisman master. His inheritance in talisman paper would attract the attention of foundational immortal families. Someone asked, Elder Zhao, is your talisman inheritance a complete set? Upon hearing this, Elder Zhao smiled ambiguously and said, I can sell a complete quasi-second-tier talisman inheritance, but can you all afford it? Everyone, the questioner, felt embarrassed and said, Elder Zhao is right. I was too rash. Elder Zhao continued, I will sell the talisman inheritance today. One jade slip engraved with the method for one type of talisman paper, only selling one type of talisman, not a complete set of inheritance. There are 3 types of first-tier top talisman paper inheritance, each priced at 300 spirit stones. There are 2 types of first-tier premium talisman paper inheritance, each priced at 800 spirit stones. Elder Zhao asked, Friends, are there any willing buyers? After thinking for a moment, Zhao Tu added, For those who purchase the inheritance jade slip, I can guide them for 5 days to help them get started. Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan exchanged glances. Their breaths momentarily halted. The Li family only has the Flame Ice/Talisman, a type of first-tier top talisman paper. And it was only recently completed by Li Qingyuan after he filled in the talisman script. The first-tier premium talisman paper is even more powerful once successfully drawn. It can rival an attack from a 10th-level qi refining cultivator, which would greatly benefit the Li family. However, Li Guangao could not afford the 800 spirit stones. Over the past 2 years, in the first year, he worked hard to draw talismans, using a small portion of the family fortune, and finally paid off 400 spirit stone debts. In the second year, after managing to draw talismans, he also had to provide for the family disciples' self-defense. And he only managed to accumulate 300 spirit stones. Even with the family stock of spirit stones he brought out this time, it was only 500 or 600 spirit stones. Among the talisman masters, someone had already spoken up. Old Zhao, I want a first-grade top-quality talisman paper inheritance jade slip. Here are 800 spirit stones, please take it. Old Zhao smiled and said, good, here is the jade slip. I will personally guide you in drawing talismans later. Someone else spoke up. Old Zhao, I want a first-grade upper-quality talisman paper inheritance jade slip, preferably a defensive type. Do you have any? Old Zhao smiled and said, of course I have. Another transaction was completed, and 300 spirit stones were added to the account. Li Guangao watched anxiously, but he had no spirit stones. Li Qingyuan pulled him aside and whispered, Grandpa Patriarch, over the years, my father and I have hunted demon beasts and have also accumulated 300 spirit stones. Let's pool our resources to buy a top-quality talisman paper inheritance jade slip for the family. Holding the spirit stones, Li Guangao was moved to tears and said, good child. This will count as the family borrowing from you. Li Guangao did not refuse. He knew that as long as the first-grade top-quality talisman paper was successfully drawn, it would be enough to make their family's strength comparable to a second-rate qi refining family in a short time. At this moment, it was not the time to refuse. Although 800 spirit stones were expensive, more than half of the talisman masters on site could afford it, and actions needed to be quick. Li Guangao stepped forward and said, Daoist Zhao, I would like to purchase a first-grade top-quality talisman paper inheritance jade slip, preferably an attack-type talisman. He was in the late stage of qi refining, and Zhao too, who was also in the late stage of qi refining at the 10th level, were both elderly. So it was reasonable for them to address each other as Taoist friends. Here are 800 spirit stones, please count them. Zhao Tu said, this one is defensive. Li Guangao's face fell in disappointment. The next second, old Zhao Tu pulled out 2 more jade slips and said, don't worry. I've made several copies of the inheritance jade slips for each type of talisman paper. What a clever move, selling one type of talisman paper to multiple people, making a profit from each. Zhao Tu handed over 1 jade slip and said, here you go, this is for the attack-type talisman. Hearing this, Li Guangao let out a long sigh of relief and said, as long as there is one. When he returned to his seat, Li Guangao pressed the jade slip to his forehead, injecting his spiritual consciousness into it to read the method of drawing the talisman paper. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Li Qingyuan asked, Grandpa Patriarch, how is it? Li Guangao happily said, you can see for yourself. Li Qingyuan took the jade slip, gently pressed it to his forehead, and read with his spiritual consciousness. First-grade top-quality talisman paper, pure yang sword talisman. When the talisman is formed, it gathers pure yang spiritual energy, transforming it into pure yang sword energy, with a strike comparable to a full force attack from a 10th level qi refining cultivator. Below the foundation establishment stage, there are few rivals. Li Qingyuan's expression brightened, thinking, what a good item, the 800 spirit stones are worth it. However, Li Daoist was perhaps too early to be happy. Chapter 047. First grade upper quality turtle shell talisman. Li Daoist was perhaps too early to be happy. Beside Li Qingyuan, Gong Yuan sighed and said, Li Daoist, first grade top quality talisman paper is not so easy to draw. Many first grade upper quality talisman masters spend their entire lives without being able to draw first grade top quality talisman paper. Do you know why? Hearing this, Li Qingyuan cupped his fists in salute and humbly asked, I truly do not know. Please enlighten me, Daoist Gong. Gong Yuan said, in the path of talismans. Starting from the first grade top quality talisman paper, there is no longer a detailed division of quality into inferior, standard, and premium. If it succeeds, it succeeds. If it fails, it fails. Once it succeeds, it can match the full force strike of a 10th level qi refining cultivator. If it fails, the talisman paper self-destructs. Upon hearing this, Li Qingyuan and Li Guangao showed expressions of surprise, exclaiming, "Is it really like this? There is actually no distinction between inferior, standard, and premium for first-grade top-quality talisman paper?" Li Qingyuan praised, "Taoist Gong is indeed the direct descendant of the old Gong and the only heir of the talisman path. Truly impressive." Gong Yuan smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Oh, it's nothing really. My talisman skills are still far from my grandfather." Seizing the opportunity, Li Qingyuan asked, "May I ask, Taoist Gong, what does it mean to be a quasi-second grade talisman master? First grade is first grade, and second grade is second grade. Where does the term quasi-second grade talisman master come from?" Gong Yuan smiled slightly and said, "A quasi-second grade talisman master is someone who can easily draw first-grade top-quality talisman paper. In addition, these quasi-second grade talisman masters can even draw true second-grade inferior talisman paper. However, here, Gong Yuan paused slightly and added, to draw true second-grade talisman paper and have it exert the magical power of a foundation establishment level cultivator, it requires spiritual consciousness. A 10th level qi refining cultivator might be able to draw second-grade talisman paper, but due to a lack of spiritual consciousness, they can only use spiritual awareness to draw in the heavenly spiritual energy into the talisman paper, which leads to the failure of the talisman paper. Quasi-second grade talisman masters are like this. They can draw the runes for second-grade talisman paper, but due to a lack of foundation establishment spiritual consciousness, the talisman paper cannot complete the final step." Gong Yuan smiled and said, "In the end, quasi-second grade talisman masters are merely outstanding among first-grade top-quality talisman masters." Li Qingyuan's horizons expanded, realizing, "So that's how it is. Taoist Gong is indeed knowledgeable. I admire you." This talisman master exchange meeting was truly worthwhile. Gong Yuan said, "Therefore, even if your grandfather receives guidance from old Zhao for 5 days, it will still be very difficult to draw first-grade top-quality talisman paper. The 800 spirit stones might very well go to waste." Gong Yuan said earnestly, "The core of inheritance in talisman paths, artifact refining, and alchemy is not the jade slips, but the teachings and guidance of the elders." Upon hearing this, Li Guangao's expression changed slightly. However, thinking of Li Qingyuan's astonishing talent in the talisman path, his expression quickly returned to normal. 800 spirit stones were worth the gamble. Li Qingyuan cupped his hands in salute and said, "Thank you, Taoist Gong, for your information." He thought to himself, "I have the guidance of the Xuanpin space, and my innate divine soul is strong, with a spiritual consciousness more robust than others, and I have some talent in the talisman path. As long as I am willing to climb, willing to work hard, and willing to invest time and resources, I can surely enter the realm of the pure Yang sword talisman." By the third day, nearly everyone who was supposed to come had arrived, with the number of participants approaching 40. Additionally, the third quasi-second grade talisman master had also arrived. Old Gong, Old Zhao, and Old Zheng, the 3 big shots in the talisman master community, were all present. All 3 were at the 10th level of qi refining, and they were all at the peak of the 10th level, qualified to break through to foundation establishment. Of course, among the 3, the youngest, Old Zheng, was around 60 years old. It was said that this person came from outside Liuha Island, one of the 4 foundation establishment immortal clans. Old Zhao, the oldest, was in his 80s, nearing 90. For 10 consecutive days of the Talisman Master Exchange meeting, Li Guangao and Li Qingyuan did not dare to miss a single day. As they were eager to improve, they came every day to learn and exchange, enhancing themselves. Soon, the time reached the last day of the exchange meeting. Old Gong stood up and said, "Fellow Taoists, today is the last day of the exchange meeting, and we will enter the free trading session. As long as both parties are willing and reach a consensus, any resources can be freely exchanged." Quickly, the atmosphere on site became lively. Artifact refining materials, alchemical spiritual plants, talisman paper materials, magical artifacts, formations, elixirs, and various resources were displayed, with each person shouting to attract interested Taoists. Soon, this place had become a private trading meeting exclusively for talisman masters to exchange resources. Someone said, "Fellow Taoists, I have a first-grade high-quality defensive talisman paper in hand and would like to exchange it for a first-grade talisman paper with ice attribute. I wonder if any of you are willing to trade with me?" Li Guangao and his grandson Li Qingyuan exchanged glances and nodded slightly. The Yambing/Soul Talisman belongs to the attack category, and they were in urgent need of a first-grade high-quality defensive talisman paper. The method for drawing first-grade high-quality talismans is worth 300 spirit stones, which Li Guangao and the Li family can no longer afford. Therefore, it would be mutually beneficial to trade talisman papers of the same grade. Li Guangao stood up and said, "Fellow Taoist, I am willing to exchange with you. I am willing to. I also have a first-grade high-quality ice attribute talisman paper." The three of them spoke up, expressing their willingness to exchange. The man bowed politely and said, "Fellow Taoists, here is my talisman paper. Please examine it. Also, please take out your talisman papers for me to inspect." Li Guangao and the others nodded and each took out a talisman paper. When the man's talisman paper reached Li Guangao's hands, Li Qingyuan also leaned in to take a look. It was indeed a first-grade high-quality talisman paper, named Turtle Shell Talisman. A genuine quality turtle shell talisman can withstand a full force strike from an 8th-layer Qi refining cultivator. In Li Qingyuan's mind, a scene began to form. The turtle shell talisman continuously stacked defenses while the Yambing/Soul Talisman constantly attacked. As long as there were enough talisman papers, with the combination of offense and defense, they would be invincible against an 8th-layer Qi refining cultivator. However, whether the transaction could be completed ultimately depended on the other party's needs. After a moment, the talisman master said, "I just happen to need this Yambing/Soul Talisman, and I plan to exchange it with fellow Taoist Li. I apologize to the other two fellows." The other two did not feel too regretful. If the trade could not be completed, then so be it. It was an equivalent exchange, each taking what they needed, with no one gaining an advantage. "I am Lu Daoming, fellow Taoist Li, please accept this. Here is the method for drawing the turtle shell talisman." The 60-year-old man introduced himself and presented a jade slip. Li Guangao had also prepared a jade slip in advance, which contained the method for drawing the Yambing/Soul Talisman, and handed it over, saying, "Fellow Taoist Lu, here you go." The two old men completed the transaction. Soon, Li Qingyuan also received the jade slip, pressed it against his forehead, and read it with his spiritual sense. The method for drawing the turtle shell talisman was very complete, and the other party had not tampered with it. Next, Li Guangao and his grandson Li Qingyuan had nothing urgent to exchange, so they quietly watched others trade resources, waiting for time to pass. Finally, the evening arrived. Elder Gong, Elder Zhao, and Elder Zheng stood up and said, "Fellow Taoists, this talisman master exchange meeting has been a complete success. We wish you all, fellow Taoists, a long-lasting path in the immortal way and success in foundation building." Everyone stood up and said, "We wish Elder Gong, Elder Zhao, and Elder Zheng a long-lasting path in the immortal way and success in foundation building. Fellow Taoists, see you at the next exchange meeting." Everyone bid farewell and left. Some groups of 3 or 5 walked together, discussing loudly, planning to drink together. Waiting for the auction to begin, Li Guangao and his grandson Li Qingyuan approached Elder Zhao Tuesday. Besides them, 4 others also sought out Zhao Tuesday. Everyone greeted politely. Elder Zhao. Zhao Tu said, "Fellow Taoists, there are only a few days left until the auction. In the next 5 days, I will instruct each of you for 1 hour a day. How much you can comprehend and master depends on your own fortune." Everyone nodded. "Thank you, Elder Zhao." Thus, early the next morning, Li Guangao and his grandson Li Qingyuan arrived at the agreed location to visit Zhao Tuesday. There were a total of 5 people who needed to learn. This meant Zhao Tu would need to instruct 5 people each day for 5 hours. Zhao Tu looked at Li Guangao and said, "Let's start with fellow Taoist Li." However, Li Guangao surprised everyone by saying, "Elder Zhao, it is not I who will learn to draw talismans, but my grandson here." Li Qingyuan stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, "I am Li Qingyuan, please instruct me." Elder Zhao. Zhao Tu was taken aback and asked, "Fellow Taoist Li, are you sure? Your grandson is so young, with his talisman drawing skills. It would be quite impossible for him to master a first-grade high-quality talisman paper." Li Guangao merely cupped his hands and said, "Elder Zhao, I appreciate your efforts." Zhao Tu nodded. "Very well, it is your decision. All right, fellow Taoists, let us begin." Chapter 048. The auction begins. On the first day, after 1 hour of learning, Li Qingyuan truly felt that what Elder Gong said was not false. A first-grade high-quality talisman paper either succeeds or fails. The difficulty is more than twice that of drawing a first-grade high-quality talisman paper, requiring extremely high comprehension and significantly more resources. to successfully draw a first-grade high-quality talisman paper. Obtaining the method is just the first step. Guidance from a renowned master is even more important. To prepare for this learning, Li Qingyuan naturally gathered materials in advance, including materials for first-grade high-quality talisman papers and first-grade high-quality talisman ink. Here in Liyue City, the market is large, with many trading houses. And with thousands of cultivators gathered for the auction, these materials can be easily purchased as long as one has spirit stones. Seizing this opportunity, Li Qingyuan also secretly bought some pills for his father to help him advance in the qi refining stage and speed up his cultivation, such as qi nourishing pills, minor foundation pills, and various pills for body refinement cultivators like blood qi pills and tiger strength pills. As for the first-grade high-quality talisman brush, it belongs to the category of first-grade high-quality magical tools, and Li Qingyuan could not find it for the time being. During the 5 days of Zhao Tu's instruction, Li Qingyuan drew talisman papers 10 times each day in that 1 hour. Each day, he drew 10 times, failing each time, burning through dozens of spirit stones daily. Fortunately, he had a solid foundation and plenty of spirit stones. Otherwise, he couldn't afford the losses. Moreover, whenever Zhao Tu was available, Li Qingyuan would seize the opportunity to ask him about his confusions. Additionally, Li Qingyuan was sweet-tongued, emotionally intelligent, and bought fine spiritual wine to leave a good impression on Zhao Tuesday, coupled with his displayed talent, intelligence, and eagerness to learn. Zhao Tu appreciated him and was willing to offer him more guidance. Unfortunately, successfully drawing a first-grade high-quality talisman paper was ultimately extremely difficult. After 5 days of learning, each day spending 1 hour and consuming 10 talisman paper materials, Li Qingyuan did not succeed even once. On the last day, as the learning concluded, Li Qingyuan cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Elder Zhao, for your guidance over these 5 days. I have greatly benefited." Zhao Tu looked at Li Qingyuan and said appreciatively, "Young friend Qingyuan, with your talent and age, as long as you persist in the path of talisman drawing, you will surely achieve great things in the future. Alas, if my family had a descendant as outstanding as you, I would not have to strive so hard." Saying this, Zhao Tu paused and waved his hand. "Go on." Li Qingyuan cupped his hands and said, "I take my leave." Zhao Tu watched Li Qingyuan walk away and murmured, "If the timing were right, I would truly want to take him as my disciple and pass on my teachings." Time flew by, and on the morning of the 6th day, the auction began. Early that morning, Li Qingyuan said to Li Guangao, clan leader Grandpa, "The items auctioned in this auction are mainly for those in the late qi refining stage, which are of no use to me, and I cannot afford them either. Moreover, after purchasing the pure Yang sword talisman from Elder Zhao, our family spirit stones are nearly exhausted. Therefore, I will not attend this auction." Li Qingyuan said, "I want to take advantage of the gathering of cultivators in Liyue City to rent a stall to sell talisman papers and earn spirit stones for my cultivation." Li Guangao felt both pleased and guilty, saying, "Good child, the family has burdened you. Alas, the child is too extravagant, disliked by people and dogs alike. When the child is too sensible, the elders feel both comforted and guilty." Li Guangao said, "I won't go to watch anymore, Grandpa clan leader. You go set up a stall with him." "No," Li Qingyuan said, "Grandpa clan leader, you are now a 7th layer qi refining cultivator. Your vision represents the family's vision. Your stature represents the family's stature. How can you not go?" Li Qingyuan continued, "Besides, after the auction, I want to hear your insights about it." Hearing this, Li Guangao nodded and said, "All right then, Qingyuan is right. As the clan leader, my stature represents the family's stature, and my insights represent the family's insights. Our family needs to upgrade to a second-rate qi refining family, a first-rate qi refining family, or even strive to become a foundation establishment immortal clan. There are many things we should understand and see." Soon, the grandfather and grandson parted ways. After turning a corner, Li Qingyuan disappeared for a moment and then reappeared, now dressed in black and wearing a mask, with his cultivation level changed to the 5th layer of qi refining. He arrived near the auction house, saw Grandpa clan leader enter, and waited for another 15 minutes before elegantly entering the auction house, paying 10 spirit stones for the entrance ticket. Li Qingyuan thought to himself, "Grandpa clan leader, it's not that I intended to deceive you, but it's really hard to explain the source of these 5,000 spirit stones. But I want to see the world and hope to bid on good items that will aid my cultivation." After deducting the 300 spirit stones to support Grandpa clan leader and the materials for the first-grade top-tier talisman paper and ink he purchased. He still had 4,000 spirit stones left. Soon, Li Qingyuan entered the auction house and found his seat according to the wooden plaque. Various forces, large families, monks from various islands, and wandering cultivators gathered. Mid-stage qi refiners were as common as dogs, and late-stage qi refiners were everywhere. Occasionally, the aura of a 10th-layer qi refining expert would sweep by, attracting everyone's attention. Meanwhile, outside Liyue City, Zhou Kuei and his son Zhou Li landed on a flying spirit beast, arriving at Liyue City. Zhou Li asked, "Father, didn't you say this auction is a trap? Then why are we here?" Zhou Kuei, nearing 60 but looking no older than 50 due to his strong spiritual power and high cultivation, replied softly, "That's precisely why we must come. If everyone else is here and we don't show up, wouldn't that make us stand out? Moreover, we are now at a crucial stage in our family's plans, and we cannot afford any mistakes." Zhou Kuei's gaze was deep and his expression stern. Zhou Li nodded. "I understand, father." Zhou Kuei thought, "The family's spiritual vein is about to reach the quasi-second tier, and I have already perfected my cultivation at the 10th layer of qi refining. In a few years, when the family's spiritual vein advances to the second tier and my cultivation is refined to the utmost, taking a foundation establishment pill will surely allow me to break through to foundation establishment." Soon, the Zhou father and son arrived at the auction house and entered a VIP room. Within one VIP room, the walls were lined with soundproof talisman paper, not only isolating sound, but also preventing spiritual sense probing. Inside the box, a woman in a purple dress sat quietly drinking tea, her face veiled, long black hair flowing like a waterfall, and her beautiful eyes sparkling like stars. A maid quickly approached and whispered, "Miss, Zhou Kuei has arrived." The woman in purple chuckled. "Ha, this old man is indeed very composed. I, Qin family, did not choose the wrong partner for cooperation." The maid continued in a low voice. "The second master said that the Liu family and 4 other foundation establishment immortal clan qi refining 10th layer cultivators have also arrived. Additionally, various robbers have changed their faces and are pouring into Liyue City." The woman in purple took a sip of fragrant tea, her bright eyes and white teeth smiling lightly. "Hee, the show is about to begin." Chapter 49. Treasures Galore, I Technique Cultivation Method. Boom. The copper bell rang, deafening and resonating throughout the venue. At the large auction attended by thousands, a figure in a gray-green long robe descended from the sky, appearing to be around 60, his robe embroidered with willow branches. The person clasped his fists and said, "Hello, fellow Taoists. I am Li Yunming from the Liu family. Here on behalf of my clan brother and at the request of friends from various islands in the sea to host this auction. I do not like idle chatter, so let us get straight to the items for auction." Li Yunming floated down and stood at the center of the auction stage, his 10th layer qi refining cultivation radiating outwards. Li Qingyuan was taken aback, thinking, no wonder they are a foundation establishment immortal clan. They actually sent a 10th layer qi refining expert to host the auction. Whispers surrounded him, reaching his ears. Nearby, someone whispered, "Li Yunming, the younger brother of the current head of the Liu family. One of the 3 10th layer qi refining experts under the foundation establishment. It is said that he is already qualified to break through to foundation establishment." Li Qingyuan's heart stirred. Beneath the foundation establishment, there are actually 3 10th layer qi refining experts, truly remarkable for a foundation establishment immortal clan. Moreover, does such a prestigious foundation establishment immortal clan, with a heritage of 1,000 years, really have only 3 10th layer qi refining experts? Surely, there must be hidden numbers. There definitely are. At this moment, Li Yunming said loudly, "Fellow Taoists, please look at the first item for auction." A beautiful maid, tall and with a sweet smile, raised the item as she walked to the front stage, lifting the cloth covering the tray to reveal the true appearance of the item. The first item was unveiled. As soon as the item was revealed, all cultivators below the 7th layer of qi refining gasped in awe. Even the 7th and 8th layer cultivators perked up, ready to bid. Li Yunming smiled with satisfaction and said, "This first item is a first-grade top-tier pill, a furnace of spirit-nourishing pills. All 3 are of genuine quality. I won't elaborate on the effects of the spirit-nourishing pills." Li Yunming tapped the table and said, "The starting bid is 800 spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must not be lower than 10 spirit stones. Fellow Taoists, please make your bids." Below the auction, someone immediately shouted, "I bid 800 spirit stones." 810 spirit stones. 820 spirit stones. I am willing to bid 1,000 spirit stones. Soon, the 3 spirit-nourishing pills were auctioned for over 1,000 spirit stones. This is an auction. Everyone bids against each other, and with actors mixed in to stir the pot. It's easy for the price to rise above the market price by 10 to 20. 1150 spirit stones, Lu Yunming said loudly for the first time. 1150 spirit stones for the second time, 1150 spirit stones for the third time. Ding! He struck the gong, and Lu Yunming smiled. Congratulations to this fellow Taoist for winning a furnace of spirit-nourishing pills. After the auction, please take your wooden plaque and spirit stones to the back for the transaction. Lu Yunming clapped his hands and said, Next, let's welcome the second item for auction. The second item was a first-grade top-tier inner armor. Lu Yunming said, This item is the work of a weapon refiner attempting to create a first-grade top-tier piece. Thus, the materials used are all from peak first-grade demon beasts and first-grade top-tier rare stones. Unfortunately, the weapon refiner failed. However, Lu Yunming smiled and said, Everyone, please take a look. Clang. Lu Yunming held the first-grade top-tier magic weapon, slightly suppressing his cultivation, demonstrating only the strength of the 9th layer of qi refining. With this strike, he only left a shallow scratch on the inner armor. Lu Yunming chuckled. Although this inner armor did not reach the first-grade top-tier standard, it is definitely a fine product among first-grade top-tier items. Even a 9th layer qi refining cultivator with a first-grade top-tier magic weapon would find it difficult to breach. The surrounding late-stage qi refining cultivators began to breathe rapidly. Hiss, what a treasure, what good inner armor. This is a life-saving item under first-grade top-tier magic weapons. It provides nearly perfect defense for those below the 10th layer of qi refining. I want this thing. Lu Yunming laughed and said, The starting bid is 1,500 spirit stones, and each bid must increase by no less than 50 spirit stones. 1,500 stones. 1,550 stones. I'll bid 1,600 stones. I bid 1,700 stones. Soon, the price soared to 2,000 spirit stones, and at this price, the crowd of cultivators calmed down. In the end, it was purchased by a cultivator at the 8th level of qi refinement for a high price of 2,100 spirit stones. Lu Yunming smiled and announced, The third item for auction is a first-grade, upper-grade magical artifact. Following that, a first-grade, upper-grade magical artifact, a first-grade, upper-grade pill, a complete set of first-grade, upper-grade talismans, and even a first-grade, upper-grade formation were put up for auction. Various items emerged one after another, and almost every final transaction price was above 1,000 spirit stones, even reaching 2,000 or 3,000 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan watched with great interest, especially when the first-grade, upper-grade formation appeared. He also participated in the bidding. However, he ultimately considered that even if he won the bid, he couldn't use it openly for family defense. At this stage, he already had talismans for self-defense, so he gave up halfway. Mainly, the price was too expensive, nearing 3,000 spirit stones. Not to mention the additional costs of inviting a formation master for maintenance and reinforcement each year, plus the consumption of spirit stones to keep it operational. Formations consumed more materials than drawing talismans, puppetry, or alchemy, belonging to the highest end, most advanced cultivation techniques. Without massive amounts of spirit stones, one simply couldn't afford it. Lu Yunming smiled slightly and said, Everyone, the next item for auction is a bit special. This item was obtained by our Lu family's cultivators in the Yu Kingdom. It is an extremely rare eye technique. Li Qingyuan raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth beneath the mask, an eye technique. Indeed rare. Not just Li Qingyuan, many cultivators present became interested. Someone asked, Friend Lu, don't keep us in suspense, please introduce it quickly. Lu Yunming replied, This eye technique is called Illusory Divine Eye. Illusory Divine Eye? In the VIP room, the woman in the purple dress was taken aback, exclaiming, How could a technique from the Dan formation sect of the Yu Kingdom appear here? Moreover, such a secret technique. How could the Lu family be willing to auction it? The woman in the purple dress mused, There must be something odd about this. Lu Yunming said, This eye technique is divided into 3 levels. Upon mastering the first level, vision is enhanced tenfold, allowing one to see every blade of grass and tree clearly from a kilometer away. Upon mastering the second level, any first-grade high-quality illusion formations or illusions can be discerned without being affected. If one masters the third level, they can form spiritual consciousness in the qi refinement stage. condensing their spiritual awareness into foundational spiritual consciousness, thus passing one of the three foundational trials, the spiritual consciousness trial. The three foundational trials. The first trial is the transformation of spiritual awareness into spiritual consciousness, known as the spiritual consciousness trial. The second trial is the transformation of spiritual power into magical power, known as the magical power trial. The third trial is the blood energy trial. It is extremely difficult for elderly cultivators with diminished vitality to succeed in forming the foundation. As Lu Yunming's voice fell, everyone at the scene gasped, all astonished. Wow! Can one really form spiritual consciousness in the Qi refinement stage? Is this real? It can't be real. If it were, it would be worth thousands of spirit stones. The Lu family isn't foolish. How could they auction such a top-tier technique? Indeed, forming spiritual consciousness in the Qi refinement stage means at least an additional 10 to 20% success rate when attempting to establish a foundation. Learning such a secret technique, combined with foundation-building pills, as long as one isn't below 60 years of age, the success rate for establishing a foundation would at least be 60%. Lu Yunming pressed his hand down and said, "Everyone is right. This technique's heart method is not complete, only including the first two levels of cultivation methods. Moreover, even if the method were complete, achieving spiritual consciousness would still require a relatively special first-grade high-quality spiritual herb to assist in success." Lu Yunming immediately added, "Of course. Even if one cannot achieve spiritual consciousness, it can still deepen spiritual awareness, making it easier to condense spiritual consciousness during foundation establishment." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd sighed. "Oh, I see. So, this technique only has two levels of heart methods, and even at its highest realm, it can only discern first-grade, upper-grade illusion formations and illusions, nothing more. It's a bit of a waste. As for helping to condense spiritual consciousness during foundation establishment, that's just nonsense. How many of us have the qualifications and resources to attempt to establish a foundation?" For a moment, many lost interest. However, Li Qingyuan was excited, his eyes sparkling with joy, thinking, to others, it's a waste, but to me, it's a steal. I must get this item. At this moment, Lu Yunming called out loudly. The incomplete version of the illusory divine technique starts at 800 spirit stones. Friends, please place your bids. In the VIP room, the woman in the purple dress lightly parted her cherry lips and said, "Xiaolon, bid 900 spirit stones." The maid Xiaolon asked, "Miss, are you interested in this incomplete illusory divine technique?" The woman in the purple dress replied softly, "I just want to study it a bit and see what makes a prestigious Dan formation sect's secret technique so special." Xiaolon nodded, "Yes, I understand. 900 spirit stones." In another VIP room, Zhou Kuei called out, 1,000 spirit stones. Zhou Li asked in confusion, "Father, are you going to bid on this incomplete technique?" Zhou Kuei pondered. Although it is incomplete, it can indeed enhance one's spiritual awareness, which is helpful for condensing spiritual consciousness during foundation establishment. Even if it doesn't help much, it's worth studying a bit. Zhou Li nodded, "I see." Li Qingyuan slightly circulated his spiritual power, changing his voice to call out, 1,100 spirit stones. The starting bid isn't high. I have thousands of spirit stones, and I must win this. Just the fact that one can form spiritual consciousness in the Qi refinement stage makes it worth 5,000 spirit stones. Initially, aside from the three of them, a few late-stage Qi refinement cultivators showed interest and tried to participate in the bidding. Before long, the bidding price reached 2,000 spirit stones, and the other cultivators chose to give up. Zhou Kuei said lightly, 2,700 spirit stones. The woman in the purple dress tasted her tea, her stunning face calm and unperturbed, and bid 2,800 spirit stones. Li Qingyuan opened his mouth, 3,000 spirit stones. Zhou Kuei paused for a moment and chose to give up. Forget it. It's just a waste of time. Zhou Li echoed, "Yes, if this technique didn't have that last incomplete level. Being able to help one form spiritual consciousness in the Qi refinement stage would probably be worth over 10,000 spirit stones. Moreover, within the foundational celestial clans, it would be considered a top-tier family secret, and they would never allow it to leak." The maid Xiaolon asked, "Miss, will you raise the bid?" The woman in the purple dress shook her head, "Forget it. Although I have no lack of spirit stones, this incomplete technique is clearly not worth this price. Moreover, even if the technique were complete, it would still take time to practice, far less effective and quick than the family's spirit consolidating pills." Xiaolon agreed. Miss as a point. Lu Yunming looked around and said loudly, "Friends, is there any further bidding? 3,000 spirit stones once, 3,000 spirit stones twice, 3,000 spirit stones 3 times. Ding." Lu Yunming struck the gong and said happily, "Congratulations to this friend for winning the illusory divine eye technique. After the auction, please proceed to the back for the transaction. The next item for auction is one of the 3 grand treasures of this auction." Lu Yunming announced, a first-grade high-quality pill. Jade Spirit Pill. This Jade Spirit Pill is made from 100 years of spirit milk and a first-grade high-quality spiritual plant, Jade Spirit Fruit, along with other spiritual plants. As soon as the words were spoken, the cultivators at the 8th and 9th levels of Qi refinement gasped, their eyes filled with fervor. It turned out to be a first-tier top-grade elixir, the Jade Spirit Pill. The Jade Spirit Pill could increase the probability of a perfected 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator advancing rapidly to the 10th level by 50%. With that kind of assurance, and coupled with their own foundation, as long as they were not high-aged cultivators whose potential had been exhausted, they could basically rely on this pill to step into the 10th level of Qi refinement, saving years of hard work. In addition to its use for breaking through levels, the Jade Spirit Pill could also heal all internal and external injuries, allowing Qi refinement cultivators to instantly recover from wounds and restore their spiritual power. Indeed, as long as it wasn't a severed limb, any external injury during the Qi refinement period could be healed. Li Qingyuan thought, the allure of this Jade Spirit Pill to 8th and 9th level Qi refinement cultivators is comparable to that of the Foundation Establishment Pill to 10th level Qi refinement cultivators. Lu Yunming chuckled and said, "Fellow Taoists, the auction begins. The starting bid is 2,000 spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must not be less than 50 spirit stones." A frenzy ensued among the late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, top-tier Qi refinement families, second-tier Qi refinement families, various loose cultivators, chambers of commerce, and senior members of hunting mercenary groups. All factions competed against each other, and within just a quarter of an hour, the price of the Jade Spirit Pill quickly reached the threshold of 3,000 spirit stones. In the crowd, Li Guangao wore a bitter expression. At this auction, with his status as the head of a third-tier Qi refinement family and a 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator, he found himself in a subordinate position, lacking even the qualifications to bid. Alas, my Li family is still too lacking in spirit stones. The development of the family is a long and arduous journey. Fortunately, there is this child Qingyuan. In the end, a head of a first-tier Qi refinement family from an island outside of Liuha Island successfully bid 3,900 spirit stones. Lu Yunming smiled widely and said, "Congratulations to this fellow Taoist for winning the Jade Spirit Pill. The next item for auction is the second of the 3 ultimate treasures, a complete inheritance jade slip of quasi-second-tier talisman paper." Upon hearing this, many talisman cultivators gasped. A complete set of quasi-second-tier talisman paper inheritance? Such a precious inheritance is only the second of the 3 ultimate treasures? Could it be that this auction really has Foundation Establishment pills? Lu Yunming pressed his hand down and said, "Fellow Taoists, this set of talisman paper inheritance comes from one of the 3 great talisman masters, Master Zhao Tuesday. It includes 12 types of first-tier inferior talisman paper, 6 types of first-tier middle-grade talisman paper, 4 types of first-tier superior talisman paper, 2 types of first-tier top-grade talisman paper, and 1 piece of second-tier inferior talisman paper. This is an extremely complete set of quasi-second-tier talisman paper inheritance. And one could even say it is a set of second-tier inferior talisman paper inheritance." The crowd was astonished. It was indeed the talisman inheritance that Master Zhao Tu had painstakingly compiled throughout his life. Master Zhao was actually willing to auction off his talisman inheritance? This is a complete set of quasi-second-tier, even second-tier inferior talisman paper inheritance. Li Qingyuan thought, wow, that old man Zhao Tu really is making the most of it. At the Talisman Master Exchange meeting, he repeatedly sold first-tier superior and first-tier top-grade talisman jade slips. At the auction, he is selling an entire set of talisman inheritance. He is really putting himself out there. Could it be? Li Qingyuan suddenly paused, thinking, preparing so many spirit stones, could it be that he wants to? Lu Yunming announced loudly, "Fellow Taoists, the starting bid is 2,500 spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must not be less than 50 spirit stones." For the various factions and families of talisman masters from the 5 major islands and 36 islands, Master Zhao Tu's talisman inheritance represents one of the 3 great peaks. If one could obtain Master Zhao Tu's talisman inheritance and thoroughly study it, it could elevate their family, their power, and their commercial forces to the next level, making them the strongest force below Foundation establishment, surpassing many top-tier forces. Not only talisman masters, but even non-talisman families and forces participated in the bidding. 2,800 spirit stones, 3,100 spirit stones, 3,500 spirit stones, for 1,000 spirit stones. This competition was incredibly intense, even more lively than the bidding for the first-tier top-grade elixir, the Jade Spirit Pill. In the end, a certain cultivator successfully acquired the quasi-second-tier talisman paper inheritance Jade Slip for 4,800 spirit stones, becoming the winner. Now, it was time for the final item up for auction. At this moment, even Li Qingyuan couldn't help but take a deep breath, his palms sweating, instinctively rubbing his knees. His breathing rhythm becoming heavy and prolonged like all the other cultivators present. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the jade box in Lu Yunming's hand, holding their breath in anticipation of his announcement. At this moment, even Lu Yunming paused for a moment, performing a gesture to open the seal of the jade box, revealing a pill. The pill shimmered with brilliance, its entire body a brilliant green, with pill patterns appearing, spiritual light radiating, and a rich medicinal fragrance permeating the air, activating the spiritual power within the surrounding cultivators. A wave of shock passed through the hearts of the cultivators. It indeed is, Lu Yunming announced loudly. The final item for auction is the Foundation Establishment Pill. The crowd erupted in an uproar.